Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check, 3, 4. Mic check. Mic check, 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Mic check, 7, 8. Mic check.
Good morning. Welcome to Day 4, Battle of the All-Stars 2017. I'm glad you're up early and staying tuned with us because this morning we got a tantalizing little treat for you. Team Maryland versus the Ohio All-Stars. Now, looking at our history of it, I've only seen these two teams have faced each other in this tournament, and that was back in 2015. We had Team Maryland pulling off a win, 146 to 105 over Ohio. Now stay tuned. We're going to sit back here for a little bit. We're getting ready to have our national anthem played. After that, we'll run through our rosters. I'm Tom Foolery. Kent Politician's getting set up. He'll join me very shortly.
Right you are.
There he is. So we're going to sit back just for a minute, wait till our national anthem. We'll run through our rosters, get everything underway, and then we'll be to the action. So please stay tuned. We'll be back at it in just a few moments.
Brittany, round of applause for her.
Yes, definitely want to give a big shout out to Brittany for doing our national anthem.
Team Maryland versus Team Ohio.
All right, referees all ready to go, so we'll run down the roster as soon as we get a break.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, Day 4, Battle of the All-Stars 4. First time we've had a Day 4 in these Battle of the All-Stars. And if you're on the 8 a.m. shift, you're wondering if that's a good idea. But the two groups of folks that are definitely ready to play are Maryland and Ohio. We've got, I believe, Supersonic jamming for, yes, it is Supersonic jamming for Ohio.
We got LeBron Mames. She was crouched down on the inside. We are ready for a very physical bout. Both these two teams are known for the physicality and grinding style of play. LeBron Mames working on the front of the pack, trying to get extended.
Oh, and she lost the star. We can say that on the feed.
It looks like it's down here right in turn 1. You can see it.
Yep.
Oh, there she goes for it right there. Got to reset herself. And great, you saw how Ohio backed up right into her, gave her no space at all.
Yeah, so out there in the Ohio pack, Valhalla, the captain, Pain Train, and Betty TKO. Betty TKO, the last line of defense. But LeBron gets through.
Well, not before Pain Train levels her there in turn 1. Just as you thought she sat back and bridged, she recycled right to the front and dropped LeBron Maines, but LeBron Maines able to get free.
So, yeah, it took almost 50 seconds to get a lead jammer, but it only takes LeBron Mames about 10 seconds to put up the first point. Supersonic, by the way, for Ohio, has yet to make it to the pivot stripe. The line of defense back there really holding her back. Jackie Treehorn, the Mighty Isis, I Am Pain.
Yeah, that's really shocking. Supersonic's been a star all weekend for Ohio. Very dynamic jammer, able to use her leverage very well and able to carry a lot of speed into things. But right now, Team Maryland grinding it down to a halt, not allowing any speed to be built up.
Yeah, and Ohio getting themselves in early penalty trouble as they had 2 blockers in the box. And again, Supersonic, when she's left to solo with no other help, that's going to be a challenge for her. But she does pirouette through the Maryland pack.
Yeah, it was very nice, like reverse spin she did there. Took the star off her helmet, able to get the pressure on to call it off, and LeBron Mames does, but that's not before she picks up another scoring pass. That looks like 20 points already on the board for Team Maryland.
Yeah, 20-0 at the end of that first jam. And again, yeah, I think you were right. Ohio did a nice job of locking down LeBron Mames early on. But then once she broke the pack, they started hemorrhaging blockers and could not hold LeBron Mames back.
And we hope that was just an early on jitters that to get them out, because we know Ohio's got some really big-time blockers. We want to see them stay on the track. General Chaos now just barreling her way to the front.
Twin Pistol jamming for Ohio. Twin Pistol held up in the pack right in the center of the track. General Chaos coming in, going up against the Ohio pack. Ballistic and Holly Carburetor, the last line of defense, but General Chaos is through.
Yeah, General Chaos, one of the bigger jammers for Team Maryland. A little bit taller, a little bit stronger. LeBron Mames, the exact opposite, just pure whirling dervish of arms and legs. Probably only standing maybe a good 5'2" on a good day.
Twin Pistol going around the outside, and Twin pushed out, but General Chaos calls off the jam.
Sophia doing the honors, dropping General Chaos. But what I liked seeing at the end, you saw Sophia put her hand out, help up General Chaos. But when you want the jam to end, Sophia's the one to end the jam.
Sophia has re-engaged her aggressive blocking style.
Well, let me clarify. Are you saying that it was never engaged?
I'm saying that she's always been a hard-hitting jammer and got better as a positional blocker. And but yeah, let's just say that North Carolina taught us a lesson or two a few years ago.
Well, right now you talk about blockers now jamming. We have the Mighty Ices taking on Pain Train, 2 very physical blockers now, taking it to the other side and taking it to the defense.
Yeah, and 2 locomotives out there on the track for their respective teams. And yeah, Pain Train gets through, got lead jam, and registers the first Ohio points. But Mighty Isis with a steal there at the end. So 4-2 Ohio on that jam, 31-4 our score here at the venue.
Yeah, normally you don't want to look Pain Train or the Mighty Ices in the eyes coming up as a jammer. Now imagine the blockers trying to brace and seeing that power coming right at them.
Supersonic back on the stripe for Ohio. Can't see the Maryland jammer from here. We're counting on KVD, who's got a better view to give us the. It's Dread Alert. Yeah.
Dread Alert.
Supersonic.
There you go. Breaking through now, has a lot of open room to pick up some speed and attack this pack.
Dread Alert also gets through, so this might be a hit it and quit it for Ohio. Supersonic with a half-track lead. And Supersonic, again, able to dodge through.
Great job there by the blockers, Ohio. They didn't necessarily play offense in terms of breaking open, but they were able to just slowly sift through and break up that pack and basically allowed her to weave through. And you saw her hit that hard outside edge and cut right in.
Yeah, no, exactly. Supersonic, if your pack defense is is not completely airtight, Supersonic will slice and dice, and that's exactly what she did. All right, we're back underway. May have had a little bit of a technical glitch here, but it's 8 in the morning on a Sunday, and you're watching Derby, so don't complain too much.
LeBron Mames juts right out in front. Hair flowing behind her, but right behind her is the Ohio jammer.
That
putting
is
the pressure on.
Valhalla.
Jamming for the first time today that I can see. Spun out to the inside, staying on track. 4 points picked up by LeBron Mames.
Yeah, that was the first time Val has put on the star. He is a part of the physical blocking lineup.
Looks like we have Jackie Treehorn in the box for Team Maryland. Oh, no. What happened there, Ken? I missed it.
Well, thank you. I missed it, too. But we'll tell you what happened. Valhalla wound up in the box. So not sure exactly what the call was, but it is a power jam start for Maryland in general chaos.
So 4-on-3 blocker advantage going to Ohio. That's what they want, at least make sure to have everybody out there. But general chaos on the power jam.
Track cut sending Holly Carburetor to the box. So again, Ohio leading the bout in penalties at this point early on. Nancy Skerrigan wearing the stripe for Ohio. So if there is a star pass, it'll go to Nancy Skerrigan, who can jam.
General chaos goes down here, dealing with the front of that 3-wall. No pack called twice. She's trying to extend it right now. Sophia to beat, just barely able to slide by. 5 points up for general chaos.
So yeah, Valhalla comes out of the box and very quickly gets through the pack. That is the initial pass. General chaos with 5 already and going for more, and calls off the jam there.
And who is the jam ender again? Big shoulder thrown by Sophia, not letting general chaos go through on the inside. Saved her point, only gave up 3 points on that pass.
So Maryland started quicker than Ohio. We're at 22 minutes, approaching 30 seconds. They started with a 29-0 run, and Ohio has scored in 2 of the next 4 jams, so 43-8.
All right, we still have 1 blocker in the box. Now it's a new blocker. Lady Kaboom sitting down for Team Maryland. The Mighty Ice is up there on the inside. You can see gets forward, attacking the line. Oh, and a spin on the outside with Supersonic.
Yeah, Supersonic tries to go to the outside, is pushed out, now takes an inside line, and with the jump over Slamshine Alley, Supersonic is through. And Supersonic she's been a part of the Ohio All-Stars all 4 years, and her talent has just grown immensely.
No.
Yep, but the track cut.
Just trying to check her speed. Her back skate just touched out of bounds.
Yep.
Got the cut track call. Power jam going to Mighty Ices.
Yeah, we both had a great view of it, and yep, the back skate, as she rotated, did touch out of bounds.
Yeah, she was just checking her speed, trying to slow down because she was moving at such a great rate, and the back skate just barely touched out. I mean, I don't like to see any penalties called. She picked it up and went forward. I thought she was going to get away with it, but no. Our referees, as always, are right on top of everything. Mighty Ice is now slowly working her way towards the pack. Goes right into Pain Train. Pain Train stands her right up and knocks her out to the outside.
Supersonic now out of the box. Carmina Piranha providing some offensive blocking, trying to get Supersonic through.
5 points on the board for the Mighty Isis. Supersonic now driving on the front of the pack. A 3 brace up front with Cherry Licious and Slamshine Alley. I believe that's Lady Kaboom up there as well.
Yeah, good defense by Slamshine Alley, taking Supersonic out there in turn 3. Ohio sends Ice Ice Abby to the penalty box. So Maryland in full strength. Ohio down 1 blocker.
Right now, Maryland just gets reinforced by Holly Go Harley, who comes up to help play some offense straight from the penalty box.
And a big jam here for the Mighty Isis. The jam clock down to 16, 15, etc. But she's got 14 points already.
Cherry Licious doing the drag back there on Supersonic. Supersonic just basically been stalled out there in turn 3, trying to figure out how to unlock the door, trying to unlock the windows, do whatever she can to figure out how to get out of that vault that he basically had her in.
So Supersonic given credit for 4, but Isis with the additional 2 puts a total of 16 up. That's the second double-digit scoring jam for Maryland. They led off with a 20-0.
All right, right now, Ohio runs their score up to 12. Maryland sitting at 59. We have 19:57 to go, getting ready to start Jam 7. And just don't forget, the winner of this game gets to play again at 10 o'clock, taking on Maine.
No, at noon.
I'm sorry, noon. I'm sorry, I'm reading it. It says 12. They're going to face at 12 o'clock against Maine.
The 10 o'clock is Michigan versus North Carolina. So all of you fans in respective cities can find your viewer's guide. That is Fireball Phoenix, first time she is jammed for Ohio, and she gets through.
Sophia right here in turn 2. You saw her, got the shoulder right in LeBron Bames and just took her right off her feet, slowing her down.
Fireball Phoenix cutting through the track. 2 Maryland blockers there at the entrance point of turn 3, and she calls it off. LeBron Mames able to steal some points, though. Good job by her.
Looks like 1 point picked up at the end, but oh my gosh, Sophia, big size advantage. LeBron Mames looked like she got off of her feet, and Sophia just put the pressure on, put her down on her behind. But like a little, I don't know what you want to call it, a little spring, she hit the floor and came right back up immediately and was able to get by.
Yeah, and that helped get her that 1 point. Dread alert. Go ahead, Tom.
No, dread alert up there. And I don't know if you can see behind, you
I
have
can't.
Pain Train crouched down as well. Kind of hard to miss Pain Train. She stands so tall, so strong.
One Maryland blocker in the box, so a 4-3 advantage, and Pain Train bulls her way through the Maryland pack, and Pain Train is through.
That was Ian Payne standing in the box, one of the key players yesterday, pivoting, playing defense, and then picking up the star when needed.
Valhalla, Betty TKO, Carmina Pirana holding back, Dread Alert. Pain Train pushed out, has to recycle through the infield, so Pain Train on a scoring pass. Dread Alert has taken the star off her helmet, but has yet to complete the initial pass.
Great wherewithal. Dread Alert stood out of bounds. It was trying to pass it to Ian Payne. Ian Payne saw where she was. Her foot was out of bounds and literally pulled her hand back so she couldn't take it. That was good wherewithal.
Yeah. Very smart move by the veteran Ian Payne. So the second scoring pass for Pain Train. Pain Train goes down on the inside. Carmina Pirana going to the box, and the star pass to Ian Payne.
Ian Payne finally does get the star in a legal fashion, comes up on the pack and gets the jam called off. Another 3 points picked up on that last pass by Pain Train. Right now we're sitting at 22 points. Ohio All-Stars, Maryland All-Stars sitting with 60, 17 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Once again, want to thank you for being here early in the morning. Day 4. We're in the consolation bracket. There's going to be a lot of work to get done to work for this third-place game.
Exactly.
Later on, we have the championship games, but right now, this is where people are really grinding it out to see if they can earn this third place, and they're going to earn it the hard way.
Yeah, the championship game is at 8 p.m., and the consolation bracket takes the rest of the day, as every team is going to try to climb into the 3-4 game. Pennsylvania, New York, still in bed, enjoying a Sunday brunch somewhere, and enjoying a fun trip around the track. This time is Supersonic, who gets lead jammer and is now coming into your camera view for a scoring pass for Ohio. Ohio in white, Maryland in red.
General Chaos comes into the pack very late. Oh, able to pick up 1 point. How is that only 1 point for Supersonic? Oh, man, she came in hot, looking like she was going to pick up a boatload. Somehow able to minimize the damage was General Chaos.
So, yeah, 23-61. 16 minutes, 16 seconds to play. Valhalla jamming for the second time. She was effective the first time, but finished up with a jammer penalty.
Yeah, crouched down real low on the left. That's LeBron Mames.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's not that tall, and she likes to really crouch down at the jammer line. And from our perspective, we're right behind the camera where you're seeing it.
And Valhalla comes through. Ballistic goes to the penalty box. So, again, Ohio down a blocker. LeBron Mames comes through. Valhalla with a half-track lead coming into your view. Makes the jump and pulls it off.
Not only did she jump, you see how high she picked that right leg up to get up and over to defense, and the blocker trying to help her play offense. And got it down, and didn't just get it down. She got it down and skated out of the pack smoothly.
Yep. Just the way she practices. All right, so, yeah, that is 4 points.
The reason we had a little question, it wasn't the normal 4 fingers you expected. It was 3 fingers and a thumb. Made it a little confusing, but good thing they know what's going on.
Yeah, we had to count to 4 a couple of different times.
Slam Shine Alley spins over a blocker, but gets closed off at the inside by Sophia.
Yeah, still trying to identify. Oh, that is Ice Ice Abby. So this is the first time Ice Ice Abby has jammed. Slam Sign Alley is through. Ice Ice Abby with a similar style to Supersonic in the respect that she'll pivot. She has great footwork.
Yeah, really long and lean and able to really use the edges. Oh, Slam Shine Alley tiptoes to the inside, goes down.
Yeah, so Ice Ice Abby comes through Slam Shine Alley from the infield, calls it off.
Yeah, she kind of stood up and looked around to see what the situation was. Saw the other jammer going down the backstretch, looked over. Hal's over here, the bench coach for Team Maryland with the big, long, flowing beard. Gave her the sign and called off, and she most definitely did.
Roller derby beard.
Oh, if you haven't seen it, Hal's a large, strong-built man, and he also has a beard that's probably about almost pushing 2 feet long now.
Yeah, it's about the size of LeBron Mames. All right, so yeah, so we're at 65-27, and Supersonic, man, I hope you guys caught that on video, with a great hop through the inside, Wasn't really sure where she took off from or where she was going to land, but she pulled it off.
She kept those feet moving, which is what you need to do. I Am Pain coming in with some ferocity. I think she may have the star in her hand. She does. And when she gets up to speed, her physicality goes to the next level.
So Supersonic has been pushed out and calls off the jam. We'll see how many points she's awarded. I can't tell. 4? I need a ref. Yeah, 5. So she gets the 5. Thumb extended.
All right, that brings them up to 32 right now to 65, 13, 20
And again,
to go.
I'm sorry, Tom, but if you take away that 29-0, we're almost even Steven here with points.
Unfortunately, you can't take any points off the board, so they got to overcome that. But what we've seen so far proves that is very easily able to be attained.
Yeah.
The Mighty Ice is back there for Team Maryland. Hasn't been jamming this much. He's been kind of a curveball, change of pace sort of jammer. They're starting to lean on her today.
Yeah, not sure who's jamming for Ohio yet. I think it's Twin Pistol. Anyway, the Mighty Isis, who as everybody was kind of leaning on the inside, she eventually just pivoted out and came out through the outside. Twin Pistol is jamming for Ohio, got pushed back.
Right in front of you saw Holly Harley going to the bench. She had a word or two for the referee and for her bench, but she still got to sit down. You saw the Mighty Isis here come around, picking up her 5 points. Twin Pistol starting to get the weaves. Big shoulder into her by Jackie Treehorn.
Sophia Carmina Pirana, and I think that is Ice Ice Abby in the pack. It is. Also Nancy Skerrigan for Ohio. In the meantime, Twin Pistol has taken the star off, but hasn't gotten through in a forearm.
Yeah, them 2 big hits right here in the turn 1, which you saw. She got away, but unfortunately, I think the second one, she put her forearm on the player to get around. Now, Twin Pistol fighting to get through. Derek finally gets past the pivot line and is free with an opportunity now to score points.
Yeah, so it is a power jam opportunity. Jam clock at 49, so Twin Pistol has the ability, with Mighty Isis still sitting, to try to harvest some points.
Sophia comes in and just lowers a boom on Lady Kaboom.
Sophia earns herself a penalty for that hit. Sophia has been playing a very physical game, but hadn't had a lot of penalties. So again, Sophia's really playing well early on.
She's been the last line of defense. They're allowing her to be the last edge of the bridge, and it has been very effective so far. Okay, Twin Pistol took the star off. Fortunately, her pivot just took off from her. I think she was hoping she would stay a little closer.
At any rate, Mighty Isis comes through the pack. Comes out of the penalty box and then comes through the pack and puts up 5 points. The star now passed to Nancy Skerrigan, number 41, who is a double threat for Akron Roller Derby. Let's see if she can get any points. No, the jam times out.
There was a quick reset where the Mighty Isis is kind of slowed down on the back of the pack, and a lot of chaos with the offensive blocking by Maryland opened up a hole, and she just kind of glided through. This is the most I've seen her jam all weekend and probably even years past for the Mighty Isis, and been very effective for Team Maryland.
Yeah, has really done well.
She picked up 1 penalty. We got to keep an eye on that because she is a little physical and sometimes a little handsy, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and Ohio can get itself into some penalty trouble. Again, they had some early problems early in this bout, but then they've calmed themselves down. But we'll check at halftime.
Right now, Pain Train back on. Pain Train goes down hard. She rolls over. I hope she's okay. It looks like she's back up. LeBron Mames here coming into your picture up front. Oh, man, Pain Train. If she goes down, it must have been a heck of a hit, but down and back up and now out of the pack trying to put the pressure on LeBron Mames.
Yeah, Mames with a half-track lead. The pack setting itself up in the back straightaway. Fireball Phoenix pinned behind. So 4, I think, for Maryland. Yes, 4 for Maryland.
Betty TKO with the knockout literally on the outside, sending LeBron Mames, forcing her to call it off. But the 4 points were picked up. Rather fitting name, TKO.
Yeah, she plays for Ohio Roller Derby in Columbus and has been one of the MVPs for Ohio.
Yes, we have the official review. You can see that being called. It looks like being called by Ohio. That brings us to our first break, Kent. Action has been great, very physical. Go ahead and let's run down the Ohio roster real quick.
Sure, the Ohio roster playing today, number 2, Valhalla, number 3, Betty TKO, number 4, Coco Sparks, not playing, but on the roster. She is on crutches in the apex of turn 4, but she's okay. Number 10, Supersonic, whose name we've called a lot. Number 19, Chainsaw, one of the captains. I haven't seen Chainsaw out there yet. So
I have not either. She took a hard knock yesterday to the back. Yeah. Came back and played, but maybe she's starting to feel a little bit today. Hopefully she's okay.
Number 25, Ballistic. Number 41, Nancy Scarrigan. Number 187, Sophia, whose name we've talked about, who we've talked about a lot. 357, Twin Pistol. 429, Carmina Piranha. 513, Fireball Phoenix. 808, Sarah Problem Officer. Number 812, Karma Belector, who is kind of a dual threat, block and jam. We haven't seen her take the star yet. Ice Ice Abby, 1123. 3310 is Holly Carburetor, and the other captain, who wears a small CH and then some big zeros, Choo Choo, Pain Train from Gem City.
All right, we'll run down Maryland real quick. They're led out by their captain, Jackie Treehorn, number 101. Number 12, Off D Wall, 1217, Cherrylicious. 1618, I Am Pain.
I've heard of her.
1958, The Mighty Isis.
I've heard of her, too.
Number 2, Stabigail Adams. Number 23, LeBron Mames. 25, Eddie Kruger. 282, Dash Ketchum. 306, Pink Medusa. 34, Lady Kaboom. Number 4, General Chaos. Number 40, Axel Greaser. 415, Holly Go Hardly. 616, Dread Alert. And 67 is Slam Shine Alley. They're benched today by Bones and Hal. Back to the action, Kent.
All right, so yeah, we're at the 9-minute, 41-second mark. We will get a report as to what that official review was all about, but Supersonic takes all of about 5 seconds to get lead jam designation. General Chaos jamming for Maryland, gets by Ballistic. Supersonic now in the middle of the Maryland pack, takes an inside line, pushed out on the inside, calls it off. 2 points for Supersonic.
All right, I got the update on the official review. What was happening on the back track when we saw that TKO knocked out LeBron Mames, Ohio was questioning that she was out of bounds before the points were actually picked up. The referees who were on their game saw the foot was still on the track. She kept her left foot up, kept the right foot in as she was skating backwards, picked up the points, so loss of review for Ohio. Slam Shine Alley up there for Team Maryland.
And Valhalla jamming for Ohio. Nobody in the penalty box, so both teams at full strength.
Just got a rugby scrum working out. Oh, big shoulder thrown there by number 3.
Betty TKO.
Starting to assert her presence, but Slam Shine Alley gets loose. I Am Pain and Pain Train. A lot of pain going on there. Beautiful move by Pain Train to spin away.
Well, so Pain Train has a stripe under her. She's wearing the pivot and the jam stripe. Because, all right, so, she passed the star. Valhalla passed the star to Pain Train. Anyway, Holly Carburetor is in the box for Ohio, so this next jam will be 4-3. Pack advantage to Maryland. 87 for Maryland, 38 for Ohio. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in the first half. Ballistic jamming for Ohio. Is that
Dread Alert, it looks like.
Alert.
Oh, finding the inside line. Just avoiding Sophia. Sophia, I thought, was going to slam the door closed. She was able to get up underneath. Sophia turns the offense, gets Dash Ketchum out of the way.
Yeah, Ballistic jamming for Ohio. Pushed out on the inside. Ballistic takes off the star, re-engages with the Maryland pack. But, Dread Alert going up against Ice Ice Abby, Sophia, and Nancy Scarrigan. And again, Sophia, the brace. And then when Dread Alert gets through, she becomes the stopper and knocks Dread Alert out on the inside. Ballistic now coming around.
Jackie Treehorn just basically, it was funny. You saw that the pivot and the jammer got knocked out. Jackie Treehorn being a pivot just drove right into the inside apexes right in front of your camera here, sprung the hole open, giving the opportunity for Dread Alert to capitalize and pick up the points.
And Maryland on a bit of a run. They are on a, if my math is correct, 31-11 run over the last about 9 minutes of play. So again, Maryland finding their offensive stride.
There's LeBron Mames. I can see the hair flowing as their head
Yeah,
is moving all around, nonstop feet, so much energy.
And it is Supersonic jamming for Ohio.
Yeah, in the middle of that brace in the back, you got Pink Medusa, Cherrylicious, and I Am Pain.
Good defense by Pain Train to slow down LeBron Mames, but she is through.
Nancy Scarrigan just blew up that brace.
Yep.
Right now, losing the star is LeBron Mames. She has to retreat all the way to the pack, and right on top of her is the Ohio defense.
Yeah, that's the second time LeBron Mames has lost the star, and she's not lead. Supersonic is lead. I think when the start came off, even though she got out of the pack, referee did not give her lead. Supersonic got it.
It looks like that was 3 points picked up there by Supersonic. Hey, that's taking advantage of the situation.
Yep.
Mishap happened on the Maryland side. Supersonic does not hesitate, gets her 3 points, gets it called off as LeBron Mames was finally starting to come back around to approach the pack. I can see General Chaos standing tall there on the right side.
I can't tell you who the Ohio Jammer is right now.
We will in a moment.
Fireball Phoenix says KVD, our house announcer, who is positioned right next to the start line, so we'll believe that is true.
We'll believe. Sounds like you still don't quite have the faith, but right
there
now.
There it is. All right, now I've got the visual on Fireball Phoenix.
Forward brace by both teams doing a very good job. General Chaos trying to drive it forward, forcing the Axel Greaser here to have to bridge backwards. Fireball Phoenix working hard just to get to that pivot line. That's Holly Go Harley and Lady Kaboom, charm veterans.
Yeah, now Ohio switches from offense to defense as General Chaos gets through. Fireball Phoenix goes down, and I thought there was a penalty call, and there is, but it's on Jackie Treehorn. And
Jackie Treehorn and Holly Go Harley sent to the bench. So they're going to have to sit down for 30 seconds. Big hole opened up, so.
Yeah, so Maryland shedding blockers, and that helps get Fireball Phoenix through, but this is still General Chaos's jam.
General Chaos does not seem to have a ton of urgency. She's just kind of working her way around the pack individually, picking up points. Never got all the way through, but picked up each one individually to get all 4 points. Good wherewithal and understanding of where she is, who she's passed, and who she did not. Gotta like that, the patient approach. Sometimes people get so excited and start moving so fastly. Just kind of very methodically work the pack, understanding time was on her side since she was in the lead.
So, yeah, Ohio's got a 4-2 pack advantage as this gets underway. 3:55 remaining in the first half. Pain Train against Slam Shine Alley.
Slam Shine Alley, normally a blocker, gets underneath Pain Train, but Pain Train just moves Ian Payne out of the way. No! Looks like that's a penalty.
So an unfortunate turn of events there for Pain Train.
I mean, for me, in my perspective, it looked like she got a good side of the hip and a clean hit that moved Payne out of the way.
I think it was some very good acting by some a veteran Maryland skater because I thought it was a clean hit too. Pain Train clearly coming in with some velocity.
All right.
But I thought it was a clean hit. Nonetheless, it is a power jam opportunity for Slam Shine Alley and Maryland. Valhalla and Pain Train standing in Ohio. Slam Shine Alley comes around 5 in the sky, grand slam. The pack all stopped in the apex of turn 3, turn 4. Pain Train comes through.
Come on,
the
Ken.
jam.
Pain Train did more to come through. She just spun through the whole backside of the track. That was awesome.
It was very good. It was very good at the roller derbies, that Pain Train.
Oh, unfortunately, Holly Go Harley comes in to play offense, but the blocker went down. I'm glad everybody was okay here in turns 1 and 2.
Pain Train, again, dodging and slamming her way through the back of the track. She's on a scoring pass.
Yeah, I Am Pain getting mixed up again with Pain Train. Now she's met with her once again. Cherry Licious and I Am Pain drop Pain Train to the floor.
So again, the pack now comes to a stop right at the beginning of turn 3.
Cherry Licious getting sent off. I didn't see what it was, but she's getting sent off, so tough defender going down. Meanwhile, Slam Shine Alley, I believe, has passed it off to Holly Go Harley. Holly Go Harley now locked up in that defense in front on the far side between turns 3 and 4 of Ohio.
Yeah, Holly Carburetor out there, Betty TKO.
Big swing by Slam Shine Alley, who gave up the star, but Pain Train checked her speed and allowed her to fly right on by in front of her.
Yeah, so a lot of action in that jam, and looks like Slam Shine got 8 total, and Pain Train got 4.
Now, I don't know if some of them were for that star pass. Holly might have picked up a couple of those, but between Holly and Slam Shine Alley, 8 points one way or the other. We're sitting at 105 Maryland, 45 Ohio, 125 and counting.
And the winner gets Maine at noon. Again, coming up, Michigan versus North Carolina at 10 a.m.
The mighty Isis just blows through the pack, takes a big hit and shrugs it off, and right behind Supersonic, turning on speed, trying to catch up.
So 4-on-4 pack is
very interesting. Seeing I Am Payne come in right here in front, he was able to actually make contact and lift Nancy Scarrigan off the track. But Nancy Scarrigan, standing strong, got lifted up, but did not give up her point. Only 1 point given up, the Mighty Ices.
Yeah, good job by Ohio there and Supersonic to make that a competitive jam and end it with a push.
Yeah, I missed the fact I was watching the action in front. Supersonic used that speed and stole their own point to equal it out.
Valhalla jamming for Ohio, and that is LeBron Mames.
Ron Mames, off feet whirling. She's able to get them moving forward, which still today fascinates me. How much power comes from such a small package?
The pack now really condensed as it moves into turn 2, out of turn 1. Valhalla's got herself in front of LeBron Mames.
Yeah, that was a good
Until
job because
now.
originally she was in the back and then pushed the whole pack up forward. LeBron Mames still going. Last big hit, I believe that was number 41, I believe. Is that Nancy Scarrigan?
Nancy Scarrigan was out there. Sarah Problem Officer is out there, I think, for the maybe not necessarily the first time, but the first time I've at least mentioned her name.
That's one of the most original names I've heard in a while. That's probably my
she's
favorite
great.
one this week is Sarah Problem Officer.
Yeah.
All right, hey, there goes the clock. How is it already halftime? That was great action. We're sitting right now at 46 to 106. Great first half, Kent. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that Ohio came out, a little nervous, and again put up. Maryland goes up 29-0. Maryland's had a little bit more experience in this tournament, a little more success in this tournament, but Ohio found its stride fairly quickly, and I think, the pack play of Betty TKO and Sophia, mostly Sophia, sort of set the tone that Ohio felt like they could compete. And there was a period there in the first half where they were kind of matching point for point. But an awful lot of talent on the Maryland side that leads us to 106 to 46.
Yeah, I was intrigued. You mentioned earlier we don't see buyer's remorse out there for Team Maryland. They chose to sit her. It looks like they've shifted the Mighty Ices into their jam rotation. Something I haven't seen them do. Maybe they expected that big physicality from Ohio to choose to switch it up and get the Mighty Ices in there. Payne Train doing a great job jamming, but I like seeing her block. So it's kind of changed their situation up. I Am Payne and Holly Go Harley playing very physical defense, but there have been penalties on the Maryland side, and they have been known in the past to have that stream of 5-10 minutes where they can't keep more than two blockers on the track.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, we will do a penalty check for you at home and report back at the beginning of the second half. It'll be interesting to see if Karma Belector jams a little bit more for Ohio, but again, we're going to see what the penalties look like, and we'll come back with about a minute before halftime, before the second half.
Yes, indeed. Stay tuned. 13 minutes to go. I'm Tom Fuller. Here with me was
Kent the Politician.
We'll be back shortly. Thank you very much.
like when we get going on this, it'll be LeBron James and Supersonic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 1 of Battle of the All-Stars for day 4. You're watching the 8 a.m. matchup, which is Maryland in red versus Ohio in white. It is 106-46 in favor of Maryland. Maryland has led throughout. They started with a 29-0 run in the first 2 jams. And then Ohio kind of, calmed down a little bit, started scoring points, and did a fairly good job. Maryland pushed out that lead as the first half went on really quick because we saw a lot of penalties, or at least so we thought. Only one skater in penalty trouble. That is number 415, Holly Go Hardley, for Maryland. A couple other skaters have 2, but no one even has 3. So, Tom, what did you see out there?
I saw great fast-paced action. Holly Go Harley, naturally a very tough player, but unfortunately is penalty-heavy at occasion. We saw a couple stints where Maryland sent a few blockers to the box. That tends to be their MO. But right now, it looked like the jamming so far has overcome any blocking deficiencies they may have lost. But right now, don't forget, the winner of this game will be back here at noon, taking on Maine. After us will be the Michigan-North Carolina game. They were fighting for the right to take on Virginia, who unfortunately lost to Pennsylvania. When Maryland or Ohio takes on Maine, that team will then get Texas. So Texas and Virginia are just sitting in the wings waiting to get it underway later today.
Right you are. So we are underway. Valhalla on the jam stripe. No, she's not. It is Supersonic. Supersonic, again, we've got a tough view.
Oh, there, Pain Train just upending LeBron Maine, centering to turn 1, comes back around for another shot.
Supersonic goes around the outside again, slicing up the pack, calls off the jam, very quick 4 points. That's the ideal Supersonic jam. If she gets the pack spread out just a little bit, she'll quickly slice and dice and call it off.
Slicing is a perfect word. She hit that inside edge and then held the outside edge so well that her sharp cut right back in held so much momentum that it just blew by the rest of the pack. Ian Payne tried to pick up her pace on the inside to escape, but her point was already picked up.
Let me say who Supersonic reminds me of. Misty Maven. I think they're almost, like kind of 1 year behind. I mean, obviously Misty Maven, but the same style, the same kind of fast and very sure on her feet.
Well, definitely when she has both feet on the ground. Misty Maven rarely does, though. She's such a hopper and skipper and so many interesting things.
All right, so Karma Belector, as I wondered whether or not she would jam for Ohio, gets lead jam.
Yeah, she called that out right at the end of the first half. Slam Shine Alley behind her. Right now, Ohio on a scoring run. The offense flowing forward.
And we also got Chainsaw identified. Karma Belector pushed out on the outside, able to pick up 2 points. I mentioned during the Ohio roster rundown that we hadn't seen Chainsaw with the back that got a little banged up. She is bench coaching this one.
Okay, that's good feed. I mean, she had a great job yesterday. She fought back, came in, played later in the day after taking a hard shot to the back. I did have a brief conversation. She said she had some previous intermittent back issues, so it might have just kind of flared up with the big hit. We hope to see her, if they can pull through this, maybe be available later today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she'll take on Maine all by herself.
She'll just cut through him like a chainsaw. Pain Train in the back, dealing with the wall, shifting around to the inside. Oh, Lady Kaboom, able to get her off balance.
And somebody lost something. I think that's the pivot stripe for Maryland. Anyway, Valhalla comes through, but she's the pivot.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Pain Train got called for a forearm power jam, now going to Maryland. Oh, Pain Train, love to see her stay out there. We want to see them get back into this game right now. The offense helping out. General Chaos on the back stretch, working her way down, grinding against the Ohio defense.
Yeah, so this will be the first points for Maryland in the second half. General Chaos trying to go inside against Sarah Problem Officer. Ice Abby also out there for Ohio, along with Valhalla and somebody else. Oh, Ice Abby.
This recycle has been flowing consistently from Ohio.
Yeah, Betty TKO also out there. Betty TKO who had a really good first half. Anyway, Pain Train comes out of the box, so both teams will be at full strength for this upcoming jam. Those are the first points for Maryland in the second half. So our score now 110 for Maryland. They are in red, Ohio 52 in white.
Got to give credit, like I said. General Chaos got those 4 points, but by the end of the jam, all 4 blockers for Ohio were yet again back in front of her. okay, they gave up the 4 points, but they gave no opportunity for her to get free to even think about getting a second pass.
Yeah, and considering that was a power jam, that's a good job by Ohio. But again, Maryland gets on the scoreboard. Supersonic now going up against LeBron Mames.
LeBron Mames here grinding out in the front. Supersonic, look at it, good run at it. I Am Payne worked the out inside. I Am Payne one more time, tries to slow down, but Supersonic jets out the backstretch.
Yeah, LeBron Mames hot on her tail. These two both very fast jammers. See Supersonic kind of framing it up in her mind, gives Ohio a little bit of instruction to engage. Let's see. Yeah, LeBron, I think LeBron's going to steal some points. Yes.
Yeah, it was interesting. Supersonic chose to go outside. LeBron went in.
Right.
When it gets close like that, I think the safest bet is always just to stay in and hope that maybe one of the girls' hips are on the outside. You take them on the shortest path going around the inside.
Yeah, that was actually really fun to watch both jammers, Supersonic then make the first strategic decision and LeBron Mames make the second strategic decision.
I mean, there are small things you think about. If like, okay, I'm ducking out, you really have to register that very quickly to understand what to do. And she was able to compute that, go to the inside, able to pick up one. A lot of effort for a 1-1 jam.
Valhalla comes through in all of 7 seconds. Dread alert jamming for Maryland. She is still held up back in the pack. Ohio may have figured some things out at halftime because they've adjusted the jammer rotation a little bit.
Valhalla just broke open her own hole, splitting two defenders, sending them both to the floor.
Yeah, so Val is cleanly through. Dread just gets through now, so Val's got the ability for one more jam and call it off if, she wants to. So she's in the teeth of the pack and calls it off before Dread Alert was able to put anything up for Maryland.
That was 3 points picked up there. Great job. So far what I've seen, Ohio starting to pick up a little more lead jammer status, picking up some confidence. I saw a cut track being called late and see Jackie Treehorn sitting down.
Twin pistol also in the box for Ohio, so it'll be a 3-on-3 pack. 111 for Maryland, 61 for Ohio as we approach the 24-minute mark.
Jam 6 it is. There's Slam Shine Alley out there for Team Maryland.
Ballistic gets through.
Did you see the toe tapping? She was almost like a football player tapping the line, keeping the toes in as she used her core to prevent herself from falling backwards. Great job by Ballistic.
And a illegal procedure sends Slam Shine Alley to the penalty box. It's a power jam for Ballistic and Ohio. Ballistic kind of spinning through the pack and again keeps her feet inbound. Oh, Sophia
high
with
block,
the big hits.
That's I Am Payne who got sent to the inside. She's holding her right eye. Looks to be getting up very slowly.
Well, but she is up.
Yeah, she's up. It just kind of holding her face. I think she might have just taken a little bit of a shot. I don't think Sophia meant to do anything. She tried to turn and seal her off so that Ballistic could get free and just accidentally caught her high. I Am Payne, very tough player, a longtime veteran. Glad to see she's up. She's talking with her bench right now.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing there is that was a power jam and Ballistic had a full head of steam and was coming around for a second scoring pass. So that was a very promising jam for Ohio. Unfortunate that it was cut short. Obviously, you don't want to see anybody get injured. It's not my, it was correct to have the play stopped.
Well, it was great. What I see right now is over in the box, Slam Shine Alley sitting there having a conversation with Sophia, and Sophia, you could tell, clearly said, hey, I didn't mean that. It wasn't personal. And Slam Shine Alley, good friends with I Am Payne, said it's all right. We understand. This is I Am Payne is what you would call a derby professional. She's played it long enough. She understands things like that happen. She's been on the other side where she actually did something accidentally to somebody.
Yeah.
But now that we have that, I'm glad to see there's taking an official timeout at the moment since they have that going on. Let me run down some of our sponsors. We were trying to get to them in the first half, but the action was great. Let's give a shout-out to 187 Killer Pads. Also give a shout-out to Bont Skates as well as Moda Skates, Adam Wheels, Derby Famous Armbands, Juice Wheels, S1 Helmets, Sizu Mouth Guards, Roller Derby Elite, and of course got to give a shout-out to our host, the PA All-Stars and the Bunksmont Derby Dolls, and the rink here, Inline 309, who's housed us all 4 days this year. Can't say enough about them. We've been taken care of. We're simply just announcers. They've been taking care of all the skaters. We have our EMTs behind us who've been doing a great job as well. Thank you to all the volunteers.
Supersonic with the power jam start gets lead jam in all of about 3 seconds. So Ohio taking advantage of this. Ohio has actually started off 19-5 in the second half. So again, they've adjusted their jammer rotation and maybe a little bit of their blocking strategy. And Supersonic goes outside, then inside, and that is a quick 5 points. Slamshine Alley now out of the box.
Well, I'm glad to see that they were able to get a quick lead jammer status due to the unfortunate injury there to I.M. Payne. Able to take advantage, now get back on the scoring run is Supersonic due to the fact that the jam was called off. Slamshine Alley gets through the pack. That's her initial pass, but Supersonic turns around backwards, looks, continue to keep it going. She's got her eye on Slamshine Alley.
Yeah, she should call it off. Ohio is trailing, and, you know, we're sitting on 3 timeouts and 1 official review. We could stop the clock, but, you know, we're not in a position to burn time.
No, not there. That was unfortunate. Oh, Slamshine Alley does not have a good look on her face coming back to the penalty box. I saw Sophia on the ground. I don't know if maybe there was an accidental contact there late, but you're right. I thought for a second that the jam was called a second late. Holly Go Harley was trying to pick off a blocker by Ohio, but luckily it was called in time.
Pain Train with the no pass.
No pass, no penalty. For a second, I thought she was going to cross the arms. Glad Pain Train's still out there. And now she's looking to score points.
So, yeah, Ohio, when they realized they had a power jam opportunity, they pulled Fireball Phoenix off the stripe. They put Pain Train on. 74-111, Ohio crawling back into this.
Jackie Treehorn in the back there, slowing up Pain Train. Sherry Licious now trying to dig into toe stops. Sherry Licious with the knockout. Going back, a smile on her face.
Nancy Skerrigan playing good defenses. Slamshine Alley came back through the box out there in Ohio. Twin Pistol, Holly Carburetor, Sophia, and Nancy Skerrigan.
Oh, Jackie Treehorn tries with a big hit, but no. General Chaos comes in with the backup.
Down goes Slamshine Alley again, and a track cut on Pain Train.
Yeah, Pain Train did a great job avoiding Jackie Treehorn and didn't see General Chaos, who came out of nowhere and clipped the back of her, took her out. It looked like General Chaos may have went down. I didn't quite see since it was on the far side, but referees determined cut track. Power jam now going to Slamshine Alley. Slamshine Alley, though, still struggling on the scoring pass.
Yeah, I saw the back block call, and Slamshine was in the middle of it, and I wondered what we were going to have, but that goes to Jackie Treehorn.
Oh, finally getting free from the pack and losing her feet goes down. You can see Slamshine Alley on the middle of the track. Kind of grabbed her mouth there and took a look at the referee. I maybe think she might have accidentally got hit in the face. There were 4 points picked up by Pain Train before she went to the box. Pain Train currently standing.
And it's a 32-5 run for Ohio so far in the second half.
Yeah, phenomenal effort bringing her score up to 78. Maryland sitting at 111, just under 20 minutes. Plenty of time left in game to see how this dynamic unfolds.
Yeah, Maryland with a power jam start with LeBron Mames. And LeBron Mames nicely gets by Ballistic and hops through the turn 1 and gets lead jam.
There was barely any daylight. Ballistic was coming to seal it, basically trying to crush her in the elevator doors. Ballistic gets a good piece of her that time, slows down LeBron Mames. Valhalla doing her best to stay in front as well. But LeBron Mames gets free. Ballistic, one more run at her, and basically you could see there LeBron Mames picks her feet up almost like a running back style, trying to avoid that low hit. Gets free, gets the points, and calls it off. Like I said, you called it. Ohio's been flowing forward with the points, gaining momentum. LeBron Mames, okay, it was only 4 points, but they're hoping to stem the tide.
Sure.
Try to get things going back into Maryland favor.
All right, so 4-3 pack advantage for Maryland as we get underway. Carmina Pirana in the box. Looks like it is Supersonic.
General Chaos there now pushing. Looks like Ohio's been setting up in front a little more than Maryland has. The offense flows forward, trusting that 3 blockers can hold back Supersonic.
Supersonic, oh,
looks like steps out. Hey, new rules are great. You saw I.M. Payne put the sign up for cut track. Supersonic jumped right out in enough time. Oh, and Cherry Licious now bangs on Supersonic, knocks her to the outside. Supersonic has something to say to both refs as she goes by, but
Yeah, but General Chaos is through. Carmina Piranha now out of the box, able to give a little bit of offensive blocking, but General Chaos coming around. This will be Maryland's second scoring jam in a row after they were held scoreless for the last 4.
oh, I Am Pain using her jamming ability, snuck around the inside, caught Supersonic one more time. I Am Pain going to sit down, but she got the knockout, and now her teammates Dash Ketchum and Abigail Adams dragging back Supersonic.
So General Chaos has had enough of the Ohio pack, and she calls it off. But Supersonic had enough of the Maryland pack.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that at the end of that jam. General Chaos just kind of shook her head as saying no, and then called off that pack. She was done. Ohio was able to grind her down and minimize the damage. So that's what they have done a great job in the second half. They've not given up many big passes. You got basically had a 4-point jam, and that's about it from Maryland. Ohio's stiffening on the defensive side.
Yeah, and if Ohio gets a few more jammer penalties, they can be right back in this because they've clearly kind of adjusted both their mindset and their tactics. So Ohio's playing well, but again, 30 points separate these two teams. Valhalla coming through.
Tiptoeing through the tulips on the inside, avoided a big hit attempt there by Jackie Treehorn.
And again, Dread Alert has the star, but she's got the star in her hand for Maryland.
Pain Train with the hit on the inside, loses her footing, but luckily stays on her feet.
Valhalla able to chew up the pack. Now she's going up against a 2-wall. Dread Alert still dealing with her initial pass going up against Pain Train, Carmina Piranha.
Yeah, Carmina Piranha standing up tall. That was 2 times she just straight up denied Dread Alert what she wanted to do, just taking the space away.
Twin Pistol also out there for Ohio in the pack, as is Betty TKO.
Pain Train was able to upend Dread Alert, but wisely, Pain Train went down, so Dread Alert able to get free.
Yeah, Pain Train going to the box. She had 2 at halftime, so she's got at least 4 penalties right now. Not really in penalty trouble.
Dread Alert came up very quickly. I saw her on the outside. It looks like Axis with Stevel. Checking with his outside ref.
4 points for Dread Alert. Valhalla in control, but didn't call it off in time. Great job by Dread Alert to keep working.
It was, but I think it was just a lot of chaos at the very end. The call was trying to come in. I'm not sure if it got called off as soon as she wanted to, but Dread Alert, to her credit, stuck with it, got her for nothing jam at the end of that last pass.
Ballistic jamming now for Ohio. Is that LeBron Mames?
It is indeed. Getting swallowed up by that Sophia brace in the front, right in front of you here. Remember, Ohio in white. Little help comes from Slamshine Alley in red. Sophia closes the door on LeBron Mames, and what happens right there?
Yeah, Ballistic saw the opportunity and took it. Now LeBron Mames is going to chase.
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a call-off because you see LeBron Mames closing. Depends on Ballistic choosing to run it out with the pack moving. Ballistic, a Gem City skater from Dayton, gets 3 points.
Interesting situation here. Pain Train was released just from the box at the very end. One blocker was passed. I wasn't sure if they were going to give her the box point, but it looks like no. Just the 1 point. Getting lucky. Pain Train jumping out of the box just in time.
So, yeah, 3-1, and an official like there's going to be a discussion.
Yeah, it looks like that's Hal on the track in the red shirt down there talking to our head referees. Maryland in red just standing there at the line waiting to see what's going on. Looks like Ohio's huddled up at the bench going over what the plan is. 86 points already on the board for Ohio. They have started to get things rolling in the second half here, Kent.
Yeah, only 37 points separate these two teams, and Maryland has scored 17 in the second half. Ohio's put up 40. So again, Ohio's figuring things out. They've put Twin Pistol, who's a very athletic skater, and she'll play both ways. They've moved her to the pack. They haven't jammed her in the second half. Karma Belector, again, a more physical jammer with great footwork. She's come out. But yeah, they're relying on Supersonic and Pain Train and Valhalla almost exclusively.
And you didn't see Valhalla much in the first half. Just re-energize in the second half because she's had multiple pass jams already here in the second half. given a little bit of energy, and the confidence is growing.
Yeah, you've got some players for Ohio that definitely exude confidence and do it in a different way. Sophia in a kind of business-like sense, in almost a mean sense. Valhalla in a fun sense. But Valhalla's personality is nonstop in a positive sense, and so it's great to see Valhalla exuding that to her teammates. Anyway, we are back underway.
The Mighty Ice is back in line. We haven't seen her much here in the second half as of yet.
Yeah, this is the first time she's jammed in the second half, Tom.
That would explain it, and she just bulls her way to the front. There was nothing pretty about it, moving blockers by herself. Holly Harley goes down, but it looks like there's a penalty. That is on number 3, Betty TKO.
That might be her third. She only had 2 at halftime.
Oh, Holly Harley sits down, but, they pull her back out of the box. I was going to say, that's a concern. As you pointed out, 4 penalties already in the first half.
Some Mighty Isis, and again, Maryland now may have changed tactics because Mighty Isis helped get Maryland to a substantial lead, and this is the first time she jams in the second half. So perhaps Maryland adjusts tactics.
There you go. Valhalla, previously out there jamming, was the one to finally get the Mighty Isis off the track and forces the call off. Great job there by Valhalla. So the Mighty Isis changed things up just a little bit. Let's see if that sparks Team Maryland. They're still in the lead, 127-86. But Maryland's got to start to worry if they let Ohio hang around.
Yeah, Ohio's confidence will grow the longer they stay in this.
This is a time where Maryland's going to try to put the pedal down, see if they can get some more separation, maybe break the will of Ohio. And right now, Ohio's just trying to stick around, waiting for the opportunity to just jump on the throat of Team Maryland.
Ice Abby jamming against Slamshine Alley. Yeah, Ohio is 1 or 2 power jams away from making this room fill with tension.
All right, Slamshine Alley driving forward, getting a little separation. No pack is the call, and they all stop. Oh, man, I thought Ohio was going to bridge out, but they all stop. Slamshine Alley gets free. Oh, Sophia just drops Axel Greaser there in the middle of the pack, and there you go, getting free. Ohio and Ice Abby.
Yeah, Ice Abby with the star stash helped get her through. The pack now moving into the front straightaway out of turn 4, trying to speed things up, and Slamshine Alley gets a hit from Betty TKO at the end. 3 points maybe? I'm completely blocked out by a ref. I have no idea.
Yeah, it was interesting. It's something that is hard to see is when you see that jammer turn her back. I understand that you can't hit the back, but you always worry as the jammer's calling it off not looking. The accidental contact could catch a jammer unexpected, but looks like everybody's okay. LeBron Mames looks like she's crouched down there for Team Maryland.
That is Pain Train. But, yeah, 3 points there on that last jam for Maryland. 130, Maryland in red, 86 for Ohio, Ohio in white. And Pain Train got tripped coming out, clean play, got tripped coming out, and that helps get LeBron Mames through.
Oh, man, I thought Pain Train was through, and then she tripped herself up, and General Chaos was able to get back out in front of her, giving just that opportunity for LeBron Mames. I Am Pain sitting in the box now next to us. LeBron Mames comes up, hits the pack, and calls it off. Waiting for the officials to confer.
Yeah.
Axis of Stevel and Mary Chaos having a conversation on the far side between turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, trying to determine points for LeBron Mames, and it's 2?
2 it is.
It is 2.
Good job by Ohio standing tall since LeBron Mames got out pretty quickly, but putting the pressure on, forcing the call off. Once again, minimizing the damage. That's Ohio's MO this second half.
Dread Alert jamming for Maryland, and someone I can't, Supersonic, nope, almost made it.
She almost went Matrix style, the way she bent over backwards, but the back foot not able to stay in. Dread Alert, though, meanwhile capitalizes. Getting a good run at it. Good seal on the inside by Ohio blockers. Gets Supersonic free.
So Dread Alert trying to quickly harvest points and does a nice job. Ohio's pack got split into 2 sections of 2. And again, that's what they got to watch. Maybe that's a bit of the Maryland strategy that they're going to offensively try to split the Ohio pack.
Oh, great little moment there. We saw Sophia and I Am Pain sharing a moment. You can see Sophia said, hey, earlier, my bad. And then I Am Pain gave her a little pat on the back and a smile, understanding.
All right, so Ohio wisely uses a timeout. They have gone 4 straight jams without scoring points, so a bit of a mini Maryland run. It's 13-0 over that time. So Ohio wisely kind of just pulling things together. And, again, we wonder if the tactics will change for Ohio. Maybe they've realized, again, The thing that I just saw, and again, who knows if that was incidental or whether or not that's actually intentional, the notion that Maryland was trying to split the Ohio pack, and it seemed to be working.
Well, what you did see there was Holly Harley just gave her body up. She basically got bent over backwards, went down, but she was just able to stick herself to the one blocker, and maybe that's what helped separate the pack. But that's actually a very good strategy. They can get it separated, given hopefully seal one group of two and let the jammer deal with the other group of two. We'll wait and see. But right now, Maryland's got to start thinking. 11 minutes to go. They just want to kind of keep the clock running.
And the Mighty Isis wears the star again, second time in the second half. So, again, Maryland has seemingly adjusted their jammer rotation. Valhalla, you can see the smile.
I'm seeing some physicality coming in this jam. Valhalla and Mighty Isis have been jamming very similar. Just brute force working her way to the front of the pack. Off the wall, last blocker to beat, and Valhalla drives forward.
Yeah, Valhalla from the Ohio Roller Derby in Columbus.
Right behind her, you can see the Mighty Isis free, trying to run her down. Valhalla pumps the arms and legs. Coming into turn 3, coming in quick, calls it off.
Val gets 1, Isis gets 0. So good call off there, and good defense, frankly, by Team Maryland to speed up the pack, knowing that Valhalla was out in front.
I don't know if you got to see down there in turn 4, Valhalla went down to the knees, went right up to the front of the fans, and the fans kind of gave her a little high five, and she had a smile with them. Something only happens in roller derby. Basically went down on her knees, sliding.
All right, but time becoming a bit of a factor. We have dipped below the 10-minute mark, 136 for Maryland, 87 for Ohio. So, again, Ohio's going to have to continue to use those timeouts if they get on a run because they don't want to run out of time. Ballistic jamming for Ohio going up against General Chaos.
Cut track being called on Ian Payne. Ian Payne starting to wind up the penalties here in the second half. Ballistic with a spin right around Cherry Licious takes control of the jam.
So these three jammers, the jammers that Ohio's putting out there, Supersonic, Pain Train, and Ballistic, all for Gem City in Dayton, Ohio.
Sophia with a big hit there gets sent to the penalty box just as Holly Carburetor is released.
So, yeah, that a 0-0 jam.
Yeah, I am Payne standing in a box. Sophia sitting down. 2 big key blockers for both sides. What I like to see now, we have Pain Train out there. Maybe that's going to be a new strategy, too.
Yeah,
oh, she was as the pivot, and I thought they were going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, they take Betty TKO out. They leave Pain Train out there. It is Supersonic jamming for Ohio, I think.
LeBron Mames, I can see, is in there. LeBron Mames kind of skirts her way through the inside. Oh, and a reverse spin. Supersonic as well on the outside.
So LeBron Mames comes through about a half-track lead. Again, both of these jammers using their speed. See the pack speeding up and trying to position itself, and Supersonic's going to steal some points.
She is indeed. You saw I Am Payne just take off and hit the jets as she saw the jammer coming up, trying to pull away, not give up the point. What I liked you saw there setting up in turn 1 here as you came in, you saw Slam Shine Alley very early try to slow up a blocker. Holly Harley doing the same. They started their offense extremely early, and maybe that's just trying to start to frustrate Ohio. But it did a great job that time. 89-136, Maryland in lead with just under 8 minutes to go.
I think that is Fireball Phoenix. Referee Slamher positions himself perfectly between me and the jam line.
It's all about the calls. He wants to make sure you get the calls right. He could care less what we see. Dread Alert on the inside, stonewalled.
Yeah, so it is Dread Alert against Fireball Phoenix. Fireball Phoenix goes around the outside, and the Akron Roller Derby jammer comes through. Dread Alert still held up.
Twin Pistols and Betty TKO by themselves, now reinforced by Sophia.
Yeah, so again, Twin Pistols been used almost exclusively in the pack, and this is an Akron Roller Derby jammer. And so again, I think that's just to put a little more versatility in the defensive pack.
Interesting call off because Dread Alert had still not gotten free. Called it off, picked up the 2 points, which is good for them. But right now, they need to start capitalizing. 7 minutes and counting down. 91 points on the board for Ohio.
Yeah, 45 points separate these two teams. Valhalla going up against the Mighty Isis.
Sophia in the box again for Ohio. Dash catching them there. Look at them laughing at each other in the penalty box. Not supposed to enjoy your time in the penalty box.
No. All right. So, yeah, Mighty Isis, third time she's jammed, third time she's gotten lead jam in the second half.
She
Again,
definitely improved as she clapped her way out of turn one. Unfortunately, Pain Train sitting down. Ohio not getting in massive penalty troubles, but he just seemed to have one in the box all the time.
yeah, Ohio with 2 blockers in the box, and you can't hold off.
Jackie Treehorn goes down very, very hard on the inside. You saw in front of us, the Mighty Isis did report to the box, but Jackie Treehorn down. Her hands and knees get, and EMTs are coming out.
I didn't see what the penalty was on the Mighty Isis, but when she came through the pack the second time, Holly Carburetor, who's a very experienced skater for Ohio, looked at the ref, arms wide open, and clearly said something. And Holly's not the complaining type, so I think perhaps Holly saw whatever penalty was called against Isis.
It sounds like she may have been the offended. Maybe the penalty was
Perhaps, yeah.
She was the result of whatever was done that was illegal. Jackie Treehorn is back up, made her way over to the bench. That's good to see on her own power.
Yes.
She's talking with the coaches right now.
6 minutes, 14 seconds left. Time definitely becoming a part of the challenge for Ohio.
Opportunities now available to Power Jam. Since Isis went so late, they should hopefully get the full 30 seconds. However, Star Pivot, Pain Train in the box.
Yeah.
So no pivot in case things don't go right.
Supersonic out there for Ohio. You see the pack engage for Ohio. One to beat, and she does. So Supersonic.
Nice little look down at the blocker. She switched feet going backwards, looking down and getting out free.
Yeah, Supersonic, it just has she joined the Ohio All-Stars in the first year of the Ohio All-Stars, and she was, an emerging talent from Gem City, and Gem City was not a real strong club, and you just saw her confident and skill level grow, and quite frankly, now she's the best offensive threat in the state.
That she is. Great job. Oh, Mohawks around the outside, but no, a cut track. Come on. Looked like they were ready to wind one big jam up. Oh, and the Mighty Isis gets called for a cut as well, so that is a reprieve.
And she doesn't even realize it.
She doesn't realize it. Oh, no, she checks her helmet thinking the bench was calling towards her. Let's hopefully, I haven't seen any insubordinations called yet. I don't see anything, so that's good. It looks like there was hopefully just some confusion.
Yeah, I think the Mighty Isis didn't think that there was a penalty called on her, so she wasn't going to get the insubordination. I think she didn't realize the referee had made the call. At any rate, so this jam's going to run the full 2 minutes. That gets Supersonic through the backwards rotation through the pack. 5 on the board, a grand slam. Mighty Isis now out of the box. Again, abbreviated penalties just because they happened in rapid-fire succession.
Oh, beautiful job avoiding the big hit there by Cherry Licious. Does get knocked out, but didn't take the contact. Mighty Ice is persistent, free from the box. Still only her initial pass, and we only have 24 seconds to go.
Yeah, so this jam's going to run the full 2 minutes. Supersonic trying to harvest points. That will be...
Oh, the Mighty Ice is following Cherry Licious through the pack.
Yeah, so both jammers came through the exact same space on the track in right after each other.
Well, good thing you can't get a forearm call on your own blocker. She was hugging all over Cherry Licious, but who gets up? That is Supersonic hitting the jet stream, flowing down through the apex, picking up all 4 points to steal them late in the jam.
And again, Ohio sitting on 3 timeouts if you include the official review, and we are now under 4 minutes to play. Again, Ohio has cut into this. It's 41 points. But time is a factor here.
Yeah, it seems like Maryland's been able to stay right around that 40-point mark now for about the last 10 to 15 minutes. Right now, looking for the defense to stiffen on Ohio's side. Oh, big attempt by Pain Train, but General Chaos gets around the outside, controlling the jam.
Pain Train with the star pass. Pain Train was wearing the pivot, so that's going to at least minimize the Maryland run as General Chaos is now engaging with the Ohio pack. Blockers getting peeled off.
Yeah, that was
Val Hollow now playing defense. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tom.
No, I'm sorry. That was Ian Payne picking up one, Cherry Licious picking up the other, and just leaving 2 for General Chaos to deal with. I see 1 point already up for Pain Train. Great job getting in and stealing 1. Only 3 points.
Yeah.
That was a good job. They got 2 blockers picked off. The last 2 were able to stand pretty tall, minimizing the damage. Maryland will accept that due to time constraints.
We are under 3 minutes to play. And again, a good job by Ohio to pass the star and steal a point, but now you're dealing with 2 minutes, 45 seconds left in this contest.
Oh, here we got a new change to the action.
Sophia. Oh, call for the forearm.
Yeah, it looked like she just threw her weight to the front and was ready to put a monster jam down, and now LeBron Mames gets free. She's now lead jammer. She's going to guaranteed burn the next 30 seconds while Sophia sits now, counting down 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the game. LeBron Mames weaving her way, trying to find a solution around the three brace of Ohio. The whole offense of Maryland caught him in between 3 and 4 over there, not giving him much space to move.
Yeah, you see Maryland engage with the Ohio pack. Twin pistol Carmina Piranha, ballistic with the hit on LeBron Mames. Sophia comes through, but that would have been the initial pass.
They might have to call in the crime scene, the ballistics of that. She just dropped a howitzer on her, dropping LeBron Mames. But there was a little high five on way by LeBron Mames saying, hey, I appreciate your effort. I'm going to feel it later, but I'll give you a high five now.
Yeah, LeBron Mames may well be feeling that as she's going to play at noon against Maine. 1 minute, 23 seconds remaining in the contest. We are in potential final jam, possibilities here. This is the Mighty Isis, who again has been, I think, the difference maker in terms of the offense for Maryland.
In the second half, she has changed things up. All right, Supersonic flowing forward, but Cherrylicious and I Am Payne able to meet her, and the Mighty Isis gets free from the pack.
Yeah, so Mighty Isis comes through. Pain Train takes a seat. Pain Train perhaps approaching the magic number of 7, but not there yet. Supersonic pushed back by the Maryland defenders.
Yeah, that was Cherrylicious doing the laterals, able to just back right up to the line. And one more time, throws her hip into her, but Supersonic somehow stays inside the lines.
Supersonic with the star in hand now escapes the pack, but that is a 5-point grand slam. The Mighty Isis looking at the period clock.
Yeah.
She's taking her time. Again, she's in control. She has lead jam designation. She can run this to the end.
Yeah, right now it looks like just low risk, not trying to do anything.
Yep.
Trying to keep the arms down.
Smart veteran play, right.
Keeping the arms down, taking your time. There is no rush. Supersonic trying to get what she can, not giving up on this, getting some help from her friends there.
Holly Carburetor gives the offensive assist. Oh, Supersonic called for a track guide. I thought she had pulled it off. Mighty Isis with a period clock at 0 calls it off. That is our unofficial final, but the outcome now not in question, tomfoolery.
No, it was. Maryland able just to fight off every attack that came from Ohio. Ohio kept pressing forwards, but they were just able to. Maryland was just able to keep them at arm's length, right around that 30 to 40-point range.
Yeah.
But that's sign of a solid team. They knew where they were, knew what they had to get done. They rested Buyer's Remorse. I believe that's a rest. I don't know for a fact, but she did not play this game, so she should be fresher for the next one. We'll see what they have. Understandably, what we've talked about here, if you haven't looked at the schedule, so Maryland will play again at 12. We also have the Michigan and North Carolina game at 10. But both of those teams, if they win, play again at 2 or 4. If they win again, they have to play Sunday. So Maryland has the potential to play 4 games today if they continue to win. The winner of Michigan, North Carolina, that'll be their game. They still have to play another game just to get into the third-place game. So both sides of the bracket set up where the most you have to win is 3 or 4 games to get there. Woo!
Yeah, Sunday is Championship Sunday at 8 o'clock. But before that, it is all consolation bracket and the run to the third-place game. And, yeah, so Maryland, if they get there, they win. Now they've got to beat Maine at noon. They got to beat Texas at 4 to play for third place at 6. Michigan, North Carolina coming up. The winner gets Virginia at 2. The good news on that side of the bracket is they get 1 game off before whatever winner that is has to play at 6. All right, we need to have we see KVD coming over here. I'm gonna turn off my mic, and we're gonna have an MVP conversation. Could be any number of skaters. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come right back to you after we confer briefly on the MVPs for today's first bout, which was Maryland versus Ohio.
All right, most definitely. While we do that, don't forget Virginia, Texas waiting in the wings, resting up for the winners of the consolation bracket.
We are on.
All right, we were just going through it, Kent. It was no real deliberation. We saw clearly between us and the other announcers. What were the results?
Yeah, we're going to give it to Valhalla for Ohio. She was tremendous. I think you could have made an argument for Sophia, and it could have made an argument for Supersonic, but they've been prior MVPs, and Valhalla was very strong in that bout. The MVP for Maryland, I think, was the dramatic game changer that helped ensure the Maryland victory, and that MVP is?
The Mighty Isis.
Yep.
Because in the first half, she's the one who helped get them to the lead.
Exactly.
Not a normal jammer.
Exactly.
Normally we talk about the Mighty Isis for MVP defensive play, but she didn't jam much early in the second half, but once they put her in, she was a stabilizing force. Picked up a couple penalties, but was fortunate enough when she got loose, she was able to put points on the board.
Yeah, it had closed to 123 to 86, and then they began jamming the Mighty Isis. And who do they put out when they had, for the final jam of the contest, they put out the Mighty Isis. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun for an 8 a.m. bout, but usually the 8 a.m. bouts are fun. All right, I'm Kent Smith, a.k.a. Kent the Politician. Thank you very much for watching Battle of the All-Stars 4 from the Inline 309 in Pennsylvania.
I'm Tom Fullery. Stay tuned. Up next, we have Michigan, North Carolina. Enjoy the rest of your championship Sunday here at Battle of the All-Stars 2017. Good day.
And good morning. Welcome back to Hatfield, Pennsylvania. And this is Battle of the All-Stars, Day 4. This is where the rubber hits the road right here, my friend. Why don't you go ahead? We've got two teams in contention in North Carolina and Michigan for the 3-4 game.
Yeah, this is
It's going to be intense. It's going to be a really, really good, hard-fought game. And I tell you what, why don't you go ahead and give us an idea of who's rostered right now?
all right. So in this contest between Michigan and North Carolina, Team Michigan has got 008 Looks to Kill, number 10 Swift Justice, number 11 Thimbleberry Slam, 187 Slamlet, 193 Ringer, 2 Erase Her, number 24 Jadzia Smacks, number 28 Racer McChaser, number 217 Emma Pistol, number 31 Terror Ats, number 333 Your Captain Cookie Rumble, number 4 Michelle Obama, number 40 Kelly Janai, number 620 Laserbeam, 707 LO Hell, number 91 Sugar Pants, and your team manager for this will be Rex Manning. And by the way, they're wearing blue. Wearing red, North Carolina.
You can do it.
003D, number 10, D, Antichrist, number 2, Diesel, number 21, Cranked At, number 212, Buster Vicious, 22, 22, LaRue, Your Captain, number 252, Inflatable Lecter, number 31, Bricks, Hit House, number 315, Coma and Deucer, number 412, Mayhem West, 426, Honey, Boom Boom, number 43, Hawaiian Puncher, 57, Rosie, 6, Ava Gore, 750, Fanny, Pack-a-Punch, and Uncle Paul will be your coach for today.
That's right. That goes to show you that you, too, can be an auctioneer. And with that, the whistles blow. We're going to get this party started.
Looks like the Dimensional Diva 3D will be taking the line for North Carolina. I cannot see who's up there for Michigan. I'm also lightheaded.
My guess is Jessie Girl, based on the stance, but I can't tell.
You couldn't blame Michigan for putting Jessie Girl out there first. I would too.
Yeah.
She's had an incredible showing this weekend.
And North Carolina, nice job with a 4-wall up front. And no, that's actually going to be Ringer.
Oh, wow. Not a bad choice in the slightest there either.
And we are going to see Swift Justice sent to the box.
In this contest, whichever team wins here, their story will continue. The one who loses, their story will be over for the weekend. As 3D gets through, she's your lead jammer. Whichever team wins here joins Team Maryland in winning multi-ball in this tournament.
Yep.
They're going to have to play, I think, 5 extra games beyond what we actually have scheduled in order to try to get to third place game.
And we've got a lead jammer. It's going to be 3D.
5 points on the board here for North Carolina early on. This should be a fairly even matchup in skill level. We're going to see here at 10 a.m. who's got the most gas in the tank, and I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, we've had a star pass to Laserbeam. Laserbeam, just really a tenacious blocker, but a surprisingly good jammer for them. I shouldn't say surprisingly, but they put her in as kind of fresh legs, but she jams a lot better than that.
Absolutely, she does. Well, it's, you got to have your secret weapon, the person that you can give your jammer rotation a little bit of respite for, but you can trust to still do what needs to be done.
Exactly. Yeah, I always refer to it as your fresh legs jammer, and a lot of times that's somebody that doesn't really, that can jam, but doesn't jam all that, all at the same level, but you don't lose anything with Laserbeam when they do that.
That is so true. The packs have merged into one human being. I believe it's Mayhem for North Carolina.
And that is LOL, number 707.
And after 4 days, I finally figured out how to tell it's LOL. Number 707 upside down being what her name is based off of. Only took me 4 full days.
Well, that's okay. Would have taken me a whole nother year or two.
Looks like North Carolina finally through the pack, eligible to score. That's Mayhem West wearing the star for North Carolina in red, but no. Okay, that was just the whistle going off. I thought there was a penalty we missed.
Okay, so North Carolina with an 8-point punch, Michigan with a 6-point punch,
And right now we've got a score of 6-8. I want to remind you that if you're watching at home, Michigan All-Stars are in the navy and pink. The red and gold, of course, would be North Carolina All-Stars.
Diesel lining up for North Carolina. She'll be going against Terrorets for Michigan.
Michigan.
And Terrorets, who started out this tournament defensively, then got put into the jamming rotation, has been a staple in their jamming core ever since.
You've got to assume that not only, I mean, obviously she's earned her place, but I think she's going to hold that place for a very long time to come.
Yeah, and we've talked about this many times before. She's a lunch pail jammer. There is nothing fancy, flash, or dash about what she does, but you can't stop her.
No, she executes the basics perfectly.
We could sit here and try to break down what it is she does to get through the pack, and there's nothing about body style. There's nothing about how she approaches it. No. She just gets through.
Yeah,
and which is sheer power, really.
Yes, believe me, very not somebody I want to go up against myself, even if I'm not on skates. God, if I'm on skates, I'll fall over with her looking at me. Looks like 3D on the line again for North Carolina.
Yeah, at the point for Detroit, you can see we got Laser Beam, Racer McChaser, and Cookie Rumble. And there goes Swift Justice. Swift Justice, who just always looks so calm and mellow, is always in the right place at the right time.
Swift Justice forced to call that off as 3D Speed just kicked into high gear, and she passed her before they got back to the pack.
And Swift Justice, to me, because she was jammed so much in the very first game they played in this tournament, and then immediately put into defense, I've always gotten the impression that as well as she does jam, they like to save her to put her out into the pack. But she'll come out about every fifth rotation maybe, and contribute to the offense.
Well, that's the kind of big gun that you want to have. Speaking of big gun, you got Mayhem West, lead jammer.
Not only big gun, but that was one heck of an opening on the inside.
Looks that kill is hot on her heels, trying to hit the pack, forcing a call off. No points on the board for Michigan, but 3 for the girls from the South.
Again, a testament to, the teams have played each other once already this weekend, so they're going to be.
As you all know, if you've been watching all weekend, we are in turn 1, so it may take us an extra second or two to tell you who it is that's jamming on the line here.
The good news is we've seen these teams many times.
Yep. And we're starting to, the jamnesia between bouts is wearing off, and we're starting to recognize these people.
We're on a first-name basis with a lot of the skaters. They just don't know it.
Terrorets is through, just gets past Tutu LaRue. She's lead jammer.
Oh, look at that. That was Kelly Janai. Completely threw herself into that block.
Calling that one off before Diesel could get back around. 2 points on the board for Michigan.
I'm guessing that offensively it's very difficult to score points when you have somebody draped over you. I'm not sure how you teach that move, but that's exactly what Kelly was doing.
We're gonna need to get
There
Kelly
was
tonight,
no chance.
get her teaching some courses now.
Yeah. It'll be the next boot camp.
There you go. It is going to be 3D on the line again.
Going up against her from North Carolina.
And that is Ringer.
Oh, Laser Beam just working, trying to open things up.
Controlling the front of the pack, little offensive play by Laser Beam, trying to break that up.
Love Laser Beam's attentiveness to both sides of the pack there.
On track as far as figuring out her position. Little wrecking ball there. Yeah, bridging.
So there's definitely some people we haven't seen in the jammer rotation, by the way, as Ringer is lead jammer here. You got to wonder, are they holding back and resting some of their players?
No, you're right. I mean, both these teams have a long road ahead of them. But I don't know that I'm not quite sure about North Carolina. I don't think Michigan's bench is deep enough to actually take people off the roster. But you're right. They may try to play a couple people fewer jams.
I mean, we have not really seen, let's see, Racer McChaser out on the jam line. We have seen Swift Justice looks to kill, and Terretz and Elo Hell seems to be the rotation here.
Yeah, I don't think they've had anybody not rostered at all at any point this weekend. And Fanny Pack-a-Punch is going to get the star pass, and we're going to get called jam. Nice run there by Michigan, 9-0, and that's going to put them up 17-11.
Let's keep in mind that's 7 jams in, and that's all we have on the board.
Yeah.
And that's
One of the lowest scoring games that we've had, which is a credit to these walls.
and both teams, 3 on 4 in the pack right now.
Elo Hell and Ava Gore. Ava Gore's first jam of this contest.
Gore running into Cookie Rumble, running over Cookie Rumble, but Michelle.
Still no lead jammer established.
Oh, they are going to
Almost.
call it the cut track.
Oh, it means we've got a power jam for Ava Gore. Can she get through? Can she get lead jammer?
North Carolina.
And she does. It's Gore.
Ava Gore.
Elo Hell just couldn't keep she had to put the back foot down outside of turn number 2 to recover her balance. Was just over the line.
It's going to be 5 in the sky for Ava Gore.
You can have as a jammer, so looking to change the
Can't blame North Carolina for putting Ava Gore in. And talk about another jammer who's had a heck of a weekend. Here she goes to 10 on this scoring drive.
And of course, Ava Gore having so much success out there at the moment because the bench is filled with Michigan players.
That is very true. Definitely using that to her advantage. As you can see, Elo Hell becoming a blocker there for a moment.
Stop the momentum. Oh, an eraser popping.
You have to imagine Ava Gore's got at least, one more pass since Elo Hell is not eligible to score yet. North Carolina has taken back the lead, so
Yeah, Elo Hell was playing a little bit of defense, but it's important that she puts pressure. Yeah, right now that she puts pressure on her to try to make that pass. She does get through and calls off the jam. 3 grand slams. That's a good day at the office.
yeah, not bad at all. 17-26 North Carolina's favor. 19:30 left on the clock here in the first half.
That's not going to get you the corner office, but it's going to get you closer.
You may get a window.
Yeah.
At least window adjacent.
And your own stapler.
Better be a swing line. Terretz and Mayhem West at it again.
Kelly Janai, I tell you, has played so well this entire tournament. We haven't talked about her nearly enough.
Yeah, Kelly Janai.
No, she's that kind of blocker as Mayhem West takes lead jammer here that is just quietly in the backfield executing perfectly.
She's doing what she's supposed to. She's playing her role. It's not flashy. There's a lot of positional blocking, but it's a very smart player.
You know, those are the kind of players in other sports that absolutely always end up in the Hall of Fame.
Or help get somebody else to the Hall of Fame.
That too.
Mayhem hits it hard and just bulldozing them forward, loses her skates momentarily.
Here comes some offensive.
Looks like we're going to lose one of the blockers. I did not see what it was. North Carolina down. It's going to be a 4-3 pack advantage going. Sorry, 4-2. 4-3 pack advantage. I was right on that, but it's also a power jam.
Yeah, Mayhem
Wow.
West is going to sit down. That's going to release Terretz. And Terretz looking for some room on the outside. Going to tiptoe the inside. Oh, that has been Terretz's biggest issue all weekend, as has been forearms and back blocks. I think sometimes it's her style that gets her into trouble because she likes to go through the pack with her arms folded up into her chest. So I think there's times when it looks.
Yeah.
She's never, no, I shouldn't say never, but a lot of times she's not extending them.
Right.
Absolutely, that's the idea. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen players all over the country with that problem. Usually also when they've got that kind of height advantage over most players, it's really easy to pull back blocks.
And there we're going to get the call. She's going to prevent Terretz from pulling points. That's a 10-0 run. Last two jams, very, very critical for North Carolina.
Looks like Uncle Paul going out to have a little bit of a conversation, looking for some clarification there from Judge Double Wapner. And a timeout called by Michigan.
And it looks like Michigan's jammer was sprung right at the end of that jam.
So, yeah, if you, I'm sure, could hear Mo Chismo in the background there. That power jam was over right as the whistle blew. So we will have almost everybody out there. It'll be a 4-3 pack advantage when we get going again here in favor of North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, Juice Wheels. Don't forget Juice Wheels.
9 jams in. It's, 3 jams later, and we went from 17 to 11 to 17 to 36.
Thank you for the tournament organizers, Pennsylvania All-Star.
We want to thank the Bucksmont Derby Girls as well, and of course,
We'd like to say thank you to our sponsors. 187 Killer Pads. We've got Bont's Gates. We want to say thank you to Modus Gates. You know what goes really well with pads and skates? Wheels.
Yes.
I want to say thanks to Adam Wheels. The people at Derby Famous Armbands, Juice Wheels, S1 helmets, CISO mouth guards, and Roller Derby Elite.
Of course, there are the host leagues here, the Pennsylvania All-Stars and the Bucksmont Roller Derby Dolls here at Inline 309.
For North Carolina against Swift Justice.
This is the dawn of the final day, the second contest here in the all-or-nothing level.
Swift Justice up in the front is more of the grinding wheels of justice right now.
Cookie Rumble going to the penalty box. And we've got Swift Justice and Diesel tearing it up.
Diesel's being absolutely harassed by Racer McChaser. Yep. Racer McChaser falls backwards, and they're going to say it's because there's a back block on Diesel. She's going to sit.
But we've got a cut track called Swift Justice, so these will be maybe 2-second penalties for each one of them.
The good old jammer do-si-do.
Jam is all about 4 seconds long.
There's a little bit of confusion on the release there. Swift Justice making sure that she wasn't doing anything illegal there on the re-entry. She was good.
Gotta be happy about that face guard, I think.
Racer McChaser gets sent out for a illegal block.
With laser beam, and Diesel wants to reset.
Forcing the pack to go down the line with her. And we've got, I didn't see what the call was, 43 going down. Swine Puncher. Swift Justice has been served as she's coming around. No lead jammer can be established.
Cookie Rumble going to get called out again for a clockwise block.
Swift 5 points.
She's got a quick 2 or 3 penalties in here already.
We'll have to check and see what the penalties look like at the half, because as we are halfway now through the first half, quarter of the way through this bout, 4 points on the board for Diesel.
Don't really understand exactly what the thought process was there, but Racer McChaser came in hot off the penalty box and immediately just ran somebody over. She's back at the penalty bench for a back block.
Well, sometimes the best way is to just go out there and hit the biggest dog in the yard and make your presence known.
Well, it was going into the turn. The angle may have changed on her by the time she got there.
It's a 4-on-1 pack advantage. It's going to be the captain, Cookie Rumble, as her own 4-wall against 3D. You know, you don't want to give 3D only one person to block her, but if you're going to do it, Cookie Rumble's the person. 3D eventually gets through as lead jammer. Cookie Rumble getting a little bit of help now as the wall grows. Back block called on 3D. This is going to be a power jam for Looks the Kill.
So Cookie Rumble's defense paying off now.
And this comes at a really good time.
We're going to have another.
A little bit of confusion with Cookie Rumble and Judge Double Wapner there.
Seems to be the coin of the realm so far.
Looks that kill there, working her way on the inside, taking out blockers right and left. That's going to be fun.
Okay, 5 points.
Looks good kill. Maybe a little more urgency back to that pack to try to take advantage of as much of this power jam time as she's got.
3D is not somebody that you can sleep on. She's got power, she's got speed, she's got tenacity, skill. She really is a complete package. And you gotta think 3D's got to be in the conversation for MVP of the tournament.
And looks at kill. Didn't see what the call was. She's going to sit down. Oh, the blocking out of bounds call is our understanding. Power
3D.
jam, North Carolina.
No pass, no penalty there, so there's, wait.
But he's got 5 fingers in the air.
Okay. Looks like he originally had 4, but corrected that. So 3D with 5 points there.
Oh, he's the 6-finger jammer. Those always throw me off. Love those guys.
Hey, it's going to be great for North Carolina in the first half to get that extra point each pass. The elusive 6-point grand slam.
Yeah.
Picked up on the second pass by 3D, so that's an 8-5.
So much more confusing than just an extra toe.
The power jam has expired. Jadzia smacks.
Yeah, I mean, nobody sees that except for the people that fit you with skates. It's a little freaky at first.
Well, you know, Moda over there has their booth. They're the ones who get to find out. They know all the secrets.
They've got that extra toe boot. I better stop advertising things that don't exist.
And it is Ava Gore.
But if you have an extra toe, we still love you.
And look at this. We've got a jammer that we have not seen yet this tournament, and that's Jadzia Smacks.
Well, she actually had her moment in the spotlight last night. Final game of the night against Hawaii.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Jadzia Smacks was jammed. She was in the rotation probably every 3 jams.
Oh, wow. A skater I've been looking forward to seeing. I've heard some good things about her going into this, or about them going into this, sorry.
And I tell again, Jadzia Smacks, again, Michigan not really helping themselves on these power jams by strolling back to the pack.
I thought Ava got the lead jam, but the scoreboard disagrees with me. We'll see about that in a minute.
Still nothing here. 29-53 in favor of North Carolina. 10 minutes, 43 seconds left on the clock in the first half.
Terretz comes off the bench. That's going to help the pack for Michigan. But already we're seeing Ava Gore back onto the track, and Jadzia has been unable to get past North Carolina's defense. Oh, nice lateral move, some toes. Oh, Racer McChaser with the hello. Did somebody get the... I tell you, if McChaser had her number emblazoned on her jersey, so that it was engraved, she would just leave marks on people like it was a logo.
That is the truth. Man, you could have felt that one all the way at home.
You just make her number an ink pad, and you would just see 28 all over people.
Ava Gore, to her credit, immediately back up. I don't know that I can stand after that hit, and I didn't take it.
No.
You have to wonder if that translates to an offensive relationship like that, where they know sort of how to help each other out in a situation where, you know, Smacks was jamming.
Smacks from the Ann Arbor Derby Dames. Okay, so it's a 20-point game.
All right, here it's going to be Mayhem West
Jamming for
and Elo Hell.
Michigan, Mayhem West for North Carolina.
And Elo Hell.
No.
Oh, they're going to call it cut track. She got knocked backwards. She did step out of bounds. Apparently she did pass somebody in the meantime.
Mayhem West is perfectly fine with that as she takes lead jammer.
A 20-point lead, which is not much of what's been a pretty close game.
That just leans enough to make people think she might go to the center or outside. That takes advantage of the inside line that opens up.
Room there on the inside. Michelle
Mayhem West, so tall and strong, should be renamed the Mighty Oak.
Mayhem West was able to find that. Made it work. Tiny little.
She just forces, pulleys her way through the pack.
The power jam is over.
Does get knocked out.
On an initial pass.
Yeah, I tell you, the one thing we're seeing this morning, unlike previous days, is these girls are really starting to get tired.
I mean, they have to be. This is
They
day
played a lot
4.
of games.
Especially in this consolation bracket, the way it played out, it is brutal for the teams that fall into it.
Extending the lead to 30 now.
And the thing is with the consolation bracket, if you've been following the tournament, once you fall into it, you just kind of drop into it. The rankings don't, how you're ranked doesn't matter. Like Hawaii, every time they lost, they played a harder team.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Hawaii, though, God love them for just always having a smile on their face every single jam.
You could knock them down, but you couldn't knock the smile off their face. That's for sure.
And that wonderful halftime rowing drill they were doing during one of the games was awesome.
3D and Ringer out there right now. As you can see, both jammers locked up.
Awe-inspiring.
I don't know how Ringer has any toe stops left with the amount of pressure that she's putting on to bulldoze through.
And the master of time, space, and all dimensions trying to push her way through the pack. 3D trying to get lead jammer, but no, she's knocked to the outside of the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that's one of those packs that's so tightly compressed at the minute somebody kind of moves out of form, everybody falls in towards the center.
Yeah.
Making some room. Boy, Tutu LaRue, however, holding that inside.
Yeah, Tutu LaRue really doing a nice job. Oh, Ringer on that spin move. Her 1 foot is totally over the inside line in the air. Nice spin.
You know, I just realized who is missing from this lineup. Jessie Girl.
Couple of big hits.
You're right.
Not in the lineup at all for
How did
Team
we
Michigan.
miss that?
Slowly after that one.
3D is back up. That is good to see. It's going to be 3 to
No, 3 points for both.
3 to 3,
3 points for both.
3 to 2, 3 to 3.
Well, I do think the one thing about Jessie Girl is as the tournament has progressed, her jamming, I mean, she's obviously got crazy, silly skills.
Yes.
But her jamming, from a point standpoint, got stronger, stronger, stronger. And so you're right. That probably was the logical choice to rest legs if they could.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously need to win this game, and you need to balance out who are you going to play here as Diesel takes lead jammer against Cookie Rumble.
Or we may see her in the second half.
That's very true. If the score stays right here, 30-point spread, you got to throw everything at the wall at that point and see what sticks.
Another power jam for North Carolina.
Oh, a
Nice
power jam
job.
for North Carolina.
Turbo Diesel knows what to do with this.
Yeah, that's 11 jammer penalties so far.
And Diesel getting around that track in a hurry. As she's gonna look, she's gonna put points up, and she's gonna put a full pass up in there in about 6 seconds, probably.
A minute 1 left on this jam clock. 5 minutes left in this first half.
Michelle Obama is going to keep Diesel from trying to steal that inside line on this pass. And now the pack compresses and the strength contest begins.
And it's going to be Diesel trucking on through for another 5 points.
Yeah, Diesel now with 15.
I know it's early, but I'm still happy with myself for that one.
Cookie Rumble. Now with the
Diesel looking up, taking her time to call off the jam, and that is.
and with 4:16 left in this first half, what has been a pretty close game has opened up. North Carolina really starting to take advantage of the power jam situations.
Yeah, 19-point run there. That's why, you know, when you see the 30, 40-point spread, that doesn't matter. That's 2 jams. We've seen 29-point runs go up this weekend.
But and that, to my point earlier about urgency and getting around the track, there was a situation where we saw somebody really take advantage of that power jam time.
LOL, you know, got through there. Number 252 from North Carolina. Unfortunately, Flannable Lochter losing her footing there. LOL ate that for breakfast.
Kelly Janai.
Oh, man. The hit from
Yeah, that was a
someone.
hit, and Mayhem felt that
Coma inducer.
she does recover,
Duh.
The insight is tremendous.
Flannable lecter and coma inducer just.
That was one step further than she falls.
Mayhem West through now. I believe finally eligible to score.
and now
Almost a minute in.
she's going to take a look.
And
That's what she's
yeah,
gonna do.
LOL's going to try to tire Mayhem West down. Mayhem knows it's happening and
don't
says,
think
nah,
Mayhem
we're going to take a calm
I
stroll
don't
around the
think
park.
she's planning on doing it. I think she's just waiting. In fact, at that point, and again, you know, time plays into this always, and better served to call that jam off right away, knowing that you're not going to let her into the back anyway.
And you
Lose
see,
about 10, 15 seconds.
yeah, absolutely. And you see Uncle Paul walking out there, appearing to to call an official review, though it looked like he was throwing up the sign of the diamond cutter if you're an old wrestling fan. I'm not sure what happened. Thankfully, the officials knew. And the sign of the donut, because it's still early, is being thrown. We have an official review for some reason. We will find out. Don't worry. Because here in a moment, we will send super producer Adam Baum.
Well, because Adam wears black and white,
Yeah, he just kind of blends.
and he's got kind of that ninja skill where he moves. He gets up and leaves and walks around. You don't really notice exactly where he moved to.
He moves like the wind.
He just kind of silently sticks his head in there.
Actually, this is just a hologram of him sitting right next to me. He's actually already in the watering hole. That's how good he is. Master of technology, this man.
Yeah, big props to Adam Baum. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have any formal broadcast set up this weekend.
No, we'd still be holding
We're
up a
like,
7-inch
Adam,
tablet.
how'd you like to call some games? And by the way, bring your stuff.
Yeah, and by the way, that means you're no longer calling games because we're short on announcers.
We
And
love your announcing, Adam. And by the way, could you bring that suitcase full of gear?
we love your announcing. By the way, can you just produce? We don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and then the poor guy's got to be here a half an hour before everything starts, and he's there a half hour after everything ends. That's a good 15-hour day.
Yeah, it doesn't get to call a game at all till 4 o'clock. And if Texas wins that one, then
Yeah.
and if Virginia wins theirs, then he and I will be on the call for 6.
That's right. And if my aunt was my uncle, I'd not have a niece, something like that.
the consolation bracket after this round will finally be somewhat manageable looking.
Yeah. No, and as much as we joke about this, Adam Baum really
Yes.
came in and bailed us out. Very grateful, as well as all of you at home that are able to watch this.
I mean, it was literally 0 hour the morning we're all traveling to get up here that Adam said he could do it.
This tournament would never be able to take place.
And it's going to be the Dimensional Diva 3D for North Carolina. I cannot see.
Michigan skater in turn 2 of the last
I have no idea who it is jamming for Michigan. They've disappeared completely.
Anybody's been sent to the box, so I assume that the review was denied.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, so it sounds like they were questioning a low block. They did not overturn the call. Nobody's been removed from the track.
All right.
And Racer Chaser with a nice spin move coming out of the scrum. She's going to be her lead jammer.
First jammer appearance for Racer, and she's making it count. 3D chasing her down. 3D goes into that third dimension as she hops the apex, and I think she sneaked away 4 points.
I tell you, Racer Chaser went to the outside, and all of a sudden, bang, that closed up in a hurry. 3D came shooting through. I think Racer McChaser is still trying to figure out where that block came from because it did look like she had an opening.
46-89
It's
after
kind of
that.
like running full speed and then having somebody slam the door in your face as you get there.
Justice's last appearance, she got lead
Like a Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote there with a fake tunnel on a wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, oh man, Mayhem West and Swift Justice brutally just slamming into
There we go. I tell you, Swift Justice, her lead jam percentage is through the roof. There's only been a few times all weekend that when she has jammed, that she hasn't gotten lead jam.
Just as fast as she is strong, using her shorter stature, her lower center of gravity to her advantage, and just knocking people down as she blows through.
So she's going to get she got the full 4 on the pass.
57-56.
Right now, if Michigan can, if they can take one more jam here, nice little bit of momentum going into the halftime.
50-89, North Carolina still in lead.
You know, as a coach, you always feel like if you can close this within about 30 points, you start to feel the confidence and the momentum swing.
Michigan definitely looking to change fate here.
Racer McChaser having to step over falling bodies. There you go. As Racer McChaser does, when she came into roller derby, she had lateral movement and footwork unlike very many people. So you can only imagine 9 years or so later what she brings to the table.
Wow, I had no idea she'd been playing for that long.
Yep. Probably 9 or 10 years.
Well, it definitely shows in the skill set here as she brings up 5 more points. She gets through, knocking people down left and right, calls that one off. Looks like another 4 points on the board.
That's a nice little finish.
Exactly
for
30
Michigan.
points.
And that's really what they needed. They got to feel pretty good about that. Now, AK-40 ounce will talk to them during a halftime, and if they can bring that urgency back to the second half that they just showed us in the last 2 jams, that's going to really work to their advantage.
Looks like we're at halftime now. Michigan 59, North Carolina All-Stars 89.
That's right. From Hatfield, Pennsylvania, this is Battle of the All-Stars. I'm Bob Noxious. I'm sitting alongside KVD. We're going to let you guys take your 15-minute break, as we will as well, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
All right.
And welcome back. This is Bob Noxious. I'm sitting alongside KVD. We're in Hatfield, Pennsylvania. Battle of the All-Stars. We're just coming out of halftime from the Michigan All-Stars versus North Carolina All-Stars game. And Michigan looking a little lethargic early on. Nice finish, though, the first half. It was, in fact, not that I like to pitch myself as a great prognosticator, but as I said, if they could get it within 30 points at the end of the half, they have to feel good. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah. I was talking with Mo Cheesemo, who's one of the house announcers for this one during the half. It's interesting to see the tail of the tape here that North Carolina they have less lead jams than Michigan, but they have more power jams, almost 2-1.
Yeah.
And that is what has really hurt Michigan.
It's been a penalty issue for sure.
Michigan with 2 of their jammers sitting at 3 and 4 penalties so far, respectively. Looks like 3D is going to be the one coming out for Michigan with the star, and Swift Justice looking to be served.
Well, Swift Justice taking the line for the start of the second half in itself kind of tells us that they might be concerned about those penalties, because she only jammed a couple of times in the first half.
Yeah.
And she's been so effective. The flip side of it is she's been so effective all weekend that if they really are going to sit Jessie Girl for the entire game, they may need to jam her more often because she's a lead jam machine.
Yes, she is. Absolutely. 12 seconds left till we get the first whistle to get us back into this contest.
There you go.
Or not. It's some timey-wimey thing. I don't know what happened. It's fine. It's going to be 59-89 here in favor of North Carolina. We're getting started now.
Third place spot, absolutely. Okay, 4-on-4 in the pack.
Get a little bit of an adjustment here on our camera. 3D almost through the pack, but getting through there cost her balance a bit.
A forearm penalty.
Swift Justice,
Almost 30 seconds gone by in the jam.
you can just see how she gets it. She dips that one shoulder down, and then she kind of just pries things open like she's got a crowbar.
You know, I know the rule set has changed a little bit. Is it legal now for Swift to just push the entire pack around itself and score?
Unfortunately, only if she's at the front side of it.
And she is lead jammer Swift Justice. Michigan starting off with a bang here in the second half.
She's one of the few jammers that you can put in there and just basically feel like you're going to count on the fact she'll get lead. She's been that effective.
She's also a points machine here. Another 5 in the sky for this girl this weekend. Bringing it 64-89. You know, we knew that this was going to be a good, close contest. Very well matched skill sets with both of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. On paper, this is probably one of the best matchups of the weekend.
Very, very true here as it looks like Tutu LaRue going to the box here. Swift Justice through 5 points.
Well, and luckily for Swift Justice, she doesn't have to deal with Tutu LaRue on that pass, as LaRue has been quite the force up front. Swift Justice gonna get a little help from her. Is that Racer McChaser?
Tutu LaRue, by the way, all smiles all the way to the penalty box. Happy to hear her name called by us here on the call.
That wasn't Racer. That was Kelly Janai that was out there helping with some offensive blocking for Detroit.
14-0 run, by the way, there to open this one up for the second half. 73-89.
Let's just see what we can do about that.
You got it. 4-3 pack.
Well, once again, you talk about momentum going into halftime in every sport, and it's no different in roller derby.
No.
The team that goes in with momentum a lot of times brings that back out. And there we go. We got another lead jam. It's going to be LOL.
For Michigan fans, as LOL grabs lead jammer Mayhem West following her.
Mayhem West right behind her, maybe 20 feet it looks like by the tick marks. Throws the hips back, try to get as many points as she can, calls it off, and it looks like both get 1 point. So we moved the chains a little bit, but the spread between them is the same.
Yeah, pack wasn't stacked in LOL's favor. Her own team was at the back. So she really had to scamper to get up there fast.
Did you see skating by there on your screen? Hashtag verbal sucks. Join in the conversation. Racer McChaser.
And the thing is, you know that she's being blocked very hard to the outside, but she's so strong. She's pushing that block back in. She's not dodging it, she's actually countering it.
Racer McChaser gets 4 points, hits it and quits it. 78-90.
Like
Shipping
it.
away.
Really, really like it. I like the sense of urgency that they were a little lethargic during the first half. Really showing a sense of urgency right now. Who do we have on the line back there?
It looks like 3D for North Carolina. And
that's
Ringer.
Ringer. Okay.
All right.
Ringer, who was in the rotation pretty heavily the beginning of the first half, hasn't jammed in a while.
Looks like Michigan went into the halftime break, threw back some 2 liters of Faygo, and came out with some energy here as Ringer forces her way past North Carolina. Number 31, by the way, Bricks Hithouse getting sent to the penalty box.
They got the pack split there. They had to let her go. And Ringer going to find all sorts of room on the outside. I hate to say it, but I could have run through that gap, and we know that would have not have been fast.
Michigan looking to run this jam.
Interesting idea. They are trusting their
Is that
Yep.
is that electrocution, by the way, that said the Diamond Cutter ha line earlier? Am I reading that right? She's watching this?
They opt to continue here. They're going to trust the defense to hold back, and it works. She doesn't call it off and take the safe 4-0. They let the defense hold, and she pulls 5 more points out of that run so far. And she's through again.
Oh my God! And that's
That's
going
an
to
absolute strategic chance that they take. And you know they talked about that at halftime because you just don't put your defense to that kind of test without a warning.
No, and since Jam 7 of the first half, we have our first lead change here.
Yep.
Michigan now 92. Oh my God, right at the end, 3 points for North Carolina. It shifts again in the middle of the jam from 92 to 93. North Carolina back in the lead by 1.
That's incredible. That was really, really a gutsy move. But it'd be interesting to talk to AK after this to find out if they were waiting for a certain jammer that they felt they matched up better against, or if it was just that's the time they decided to take it.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's pedal to the metal. It's everything or nothing. You go home if this is done.
Yeah.
They actually
And
forcefully
although
remove you from the building.
I would
No, I'm kidding.
imagine there's a few girls that'd be okay with that.
That's probably true. I may have talked to somebody who got eliminated last night who was very happy that at least they got to go enjoy some of the wonderful beer that we've got from one of our beer sponsors here. We have a team timeout currently going on for North Carolina, and yeah, I see it. It is electrocution on the stream watching us here. Q, hello from us.
Sorry, I don't know if there's anybody from Connecticut here today. So
And we are getting started. Our start in favor of Michigan. No pressure to you, Swift Justice, as 3D, the Dimensional Diva, serving a timeout.
There it is, lead jam again.
Swift Justice going to take back.
Kelly Janai going to get sent to with an illegal block. She's going to sit.
Looks like Coma Inducer and Hawaiian Punch have something else to say about whether or not Swift Justice can serve up an extra point here. She needs 2 to try to bring this back home to Michigan.
Now both the jammer and the blocker sitting in the penalty box for North Carolina, back out on the track.
Track cut on Swift Justice. Swift Justice is going to be going to the box. Power jam for the queen of all dimensions, 3D.
Well, then it's Sugar Pants. She's also gonna pull a penalty. All of a sudden, things are stacked in North Carolina's favor. Oh! I wasn't sure. I thought she was gonna be able to hold it. She had her balance and lost it just at the last moment. And 3D, I tell you, the defense doing a nice job. Right now, there's only 3 players out on the track for Michigan. As we see Swift Justice come out, they can finally put some offense up.
Got another 32 seconds left in this, you know. Yeah, I mentioned Electrocution, watching the game at home. Electrocution was a key player last year at Battle of the All-Stars for Team North Carolina, and she's got to be proud of this team right here. They've done such a great job.
Swift Justice came off the bench, and as has a tendency to happen, just kind of snuck through without anybody realizing it. So right now, she's actually at a 5-5 tie with 3D.
Still a 1-point game.
So Michigan able to stave off the power jam defensively.
I don't know that my heart can continue to take these close bouts I've been fortunate enough to call. The Virginia-Maryland one was 1 point.
I'm really hoping it can, because I'll tell you, I wouldn't know what to do. I can tell you what the result's going to be, and I'll be really sorry. I'll be like, God, I hope he's taking a nap.
That, by the way, my eulogy.
Yeah. Oops, he wasn't sleeping.
LOL.
That'll be your epitaph.
KVD, voice of Virginia. Oops, he wasn't sleeping.
Yeah.
Died loving what he did. LOL Mayhem West in this. LOL, your lead jammer, and puts up enough points to, at this moment, take back the lead by 1 point. Initial pass is completed from Mayhem West. The packs are racing.
LOL, yep. I think they were looking.
103, 101, 105, 101. Is Mayhem West going to get anything on that one?
They sped the pack up. I think they were willing to take a chance at maybe some more points again. But the minute LOL hit the floor, she did the thing that made the most sense, and that was just a call off the jam.
Looks like our jam ref from Michigan was bolting over to the scoreboard to make sure that we got the score correct here, and it looks like it's going to be 105 to 101. Michigan in the lead, putting up Racer McChaser versus Diesel. That is a hard one to say.
When I was checking penalties earlier, the NSOs were telling me a lot of similar numbers on these two teams, so some confusion there.
And Racer McChaser is Racer McLead Jammer.
Yeah, I tell you, she danced the outside line through the first 2 turns. Wasn't quite sure she could be able to keep her feet in. She does. She's going to get the 4-0 run.
With just under 20 minutes left in this contest, Michigan has tasted human flesh now, and they are ready to hold on to this lead.
Yep. No, they just look totally re-energized.
It's that Faygo, I'm telling you. That pure sugar soft drinks they got up north. The pop, I'm sorry, up north.
Oh. You got to get a little further north in Wisconsin before you start to hear pop than where I'm at.
Skaters called the mitten kittens. So, yeah, there would be a precedent for that.
And it's going to be Cookie Rumble going back to the box here, joined by number 40.
Oh, Cookie's out. Kelly Janai just drew a blocking penalty as well.
Fanny Pack-a-Punch with the star now.
And she's got the lead jam, and she'll pull her own 4-0 run.
Bringing the score 109-105. Michigan still in the lead. 18:44 left. Midway, Mayhem West. It is too early for me to be this tired on the call. There's still another 30 of these games to call today. Who is that? That is Swift Justice for Michigan.
Laser beam not able to hold Mayhem West up for very long. Of course, they've got two blockers sitting down right now. They're going to get Cookie Rumble back. Here comes Kelly.
Mayhem West was so happy to see only two blockers when she came around to the pack. And they begot another and begot another.
Yeah.
It was like reading early Bible there. It's just this person begot this person. They kept growing.
I think, and when you take a look at it, that's really how Michigan has been able to stave off some of these, what could have been big runs.
Yes.
Is that they don't miss many blocks.
No.
And they get somebody close enough to one of either the in or outside line. They land that block. That's just enough time. You know, it's another 10 seconds to recycle yourself.
Yep.
And they've been able to overcome these penalties so far. Racer McChaser, nice move to the inside. Lead jammer.
Racer McChaser hoping to hold on to this 109-107 lead here. 17-13 left on the clock.
3D, who's been a dominant force this game, having a little bit of trouble getting through the back this second half. And
Racer McChaser got eyed up by number 57, Rosie. And Racer didn't get a whole lot of Rosie.
It's a 7-point game at the moment. No, incorrect. Another 4 on the board there as 3D looking to try to get a couple points. As an apex jump in the second apex. She gets it 4 points on the board for North Carolina, bringing it back to a 5-point game. And another 4 points answered by Racer McChaser.
And as 3D comes up, they start to speed up the pack. Nice job of being able to trap her.
Ann Arbor right now saying that they love LOL.
What's not to love? What's not to love about this Michigan team right now?
Yeah, amen to that. 125-113. Michigan back in the lead and holding on ferociously.
The execution has just been so crisp.
Almost halfway through this second period.
Fanny Pack-a-Punch coming up to the line for Michigan.
And she'll jam against LOL. We've got 4 on.
LOL, Fanny Pack-a-Punch, 15:46 left. Sorry, 15:40 left.
LOL with a nice little skip jump. You get herself by. She's going to be your lead jammer.
You know, putting Fanny Pack-a-Punch out now back in the jammer rotation, you know North Carolina is putting the hammer down on this one. They're ready to give it everything they've got.
And Kelly Janai just everywhere in this game. I mean, she's been, every jammer's had to wear her like a bad suit.
Yeah. Kelly Janai's been blocking in games she's not even on the roster for.
Ryan Puncher pulling her all the way back, in fact. Now she's up against Puncher and Tutu LaRue.
Boy, Slamlet in the pivot position for Michigan has really guided the
Look at her. You can see her right now. Still all over Fanny Pack-a-Punch.
Tutu.
Oh, and there.
Pulling L back once more.
Yeah, that's a low block. That almost looked like the classic kids thing where you kneel behind somebody, then the guy in front pushes. That's that was one of those low blocks where you don't fall like chair size.
It looks like we had a star pass in that, and it's a power jam for LOL.
LOL with a little air in the third turn. 15-0 run.
Be a power start here for Michigan as the Antichrist will be the jammer of record for North Carolina. Timeout called by North Carolina. You can't blame them. They've got to break this momentum and try to slow this back down to their pace that they want. And if they can dictate that, they can get back in this game easily still.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I've said this a whole bunch of times, but as a coach, you're generally comfortable in about that 30-point range. When it gets beyond that, you start to get uncomfortable. They're sitting at 27 points, but they've not had momentum in their favor the entire half. I think that's a really good use of a timeout. And sometimes it's just a matter of reminding everybody, stay the game, play your position, Stop chasing people. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, you don't need heroes, you need role players.
Yeah, that
And
is very true.
sometimes you just need to bring the adrenaline down a little bit. Don't overthink it. Just be where you need to be.
Exactly. Control.
Yeah,
Control
'cause
is what's
they
going to
know
win
they've
this.
got the ability. There's no question about that. They're not overmatched.
Not at all.
And that will put.
An official review or official timeout.
Either that or the shortest jam I've ever seen.
Back between turns 3 and 4.
So it'll be Racer McChaser from Michigan against Dia Antichrist once we actually get.
Oh, Racer giving somebody a little corrective advice, I think. I love Racer. And I tell you, there are people who when they, a lot of people when they get mad, they lose their game. Racers goes up about 5 notches.
So what you're saying is she turns green a little bit and you wouldn't like her when she's angry?
Oh, man. I mean, I've watched Racer McChaser skate for a long time. And when she gets mad, the whole team gets mad. And when they get mad in Detroit, they don't lose.
No, so true.
Not sure what that was about, but I see no changes.
Yeah, nothing has changed at all. So I believe this official timeout was just
Officially ended.
Yep, making sure that everything's good to go. A little bit of confusion at the end of that jam.
Racer trying to get through Tutu LaRue.
And Racer McChaser is the lead jammer now.
Yeah, shuts her down for a moment, but not for long. She crashes right through number 57.
Just
Rosie.
breaks through Rosie, knocks through number 22, Tutu LaRue. Track cut called on Racer McChaser.
I don't know if she came back in too soon. That almost would have to be the situation.
If you're North Carolina, this is the time that you want to raise up and take back this game.
Not lead jammer. Had Racer grabbed that? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Racer McChaser was the lead jammer.
Non-lead power jam.
And we have a back block called on D. Antichrist.
Yeah, she hit the eject button when she came in. Just turned around backwards to try to minimize the damage, but yeah. The air brakes weren't on.
Yeah, no, that was one of those momentum things. She knew it was going to happen when it got called. She didn't waste any time, go right to the penalty box. No pass and go, no $200.
It's an interesting way to use your body. I gotta say, pulling a call like that is a tricky thing to do.
Which honestly is very smart for D. Antichrist there. Get to the penalty box as quick as possible to get it over as quick as possible. This one's going to go all the way. 5 points on the board for Racer McChaser. It's a 10-point run for her so far.
Well, and of course, now we're getting to the point, too. As we get down to about 10 minutes left, time becomes the other enemy. And, if they can continue to pull lead jams and have jams like Racer's pulling right now, casually moving the track, putting up a handful of points, but killing 2 minutes at a time, it's going to make things really, really hard. And it looks like North Carolina's going to talk about it one more time.
Yeah, wait, are they? We thought we had a timeout. Maybe? Maybe not.
It was signaled. No, maybe it's an official timeout.
Ah, yes, we have the bicep curls being shown by Team Flamenco. It looks like everybody is out of the penalty box, so we're going to have an all-skate, as Kit the politician would call it. It's going to be Mayhem West and somebody. LOL. We're going to be your jammers coming back on this. Speed versus strength. Two different styles here to the jammers. We're going to see which one is more effective in this case. This one jam. Jam, lucky number 13. 159, 116, clock frozen, 12:05.
That's when you know I've had one too many pina coladas.
Oh boy, the AARP Pina Colada. Is that a special that I'm going to learn about in a few years?
That's my thing.
So throughout some of these timeouts and moments, we normally read our sponsors. We've read our sponsors. We love our sponsors. They're all over the archive. Some people who have not gotten enough love, though, would be the NSOs and the refs, not just the people who are wrangling them, but just all of them.
Yeah.
And we finally have a list of all of them.
These crews are skating so many games in a day.
Oh, man, especially day one, Thursday, which was hard for a lot of people to get off work to be out here. So we had 2 ref crews going flipping, flopping all day, and it was an 8-to-8 day for that one too. Like and half, actually, this crew out here has been here since day one.
Yep.
With very little change up. People like our tournament head NSO, Wendy Blessing, Frau Blücher, the apprentice NSO. Oh, yeah, that joke's not lost on me.
No.
Let's see. Aggie Batteries, our crew head NSO. We've also got Ben Waub. Chemical Restraint. I haven't seen half these names yet. Down in Jersey, Mistress Grimm, Toxic Narcotic, our crew head NSOs. Got Accidental Doll. Beck and Hatcher. Beck and Hater, sorry. Bruise, Cupcake, Decrypt Keeper, Derby Sanchez, Dr. Brew. I own that. Chill Sergeant, Judge Dreads, Lady Amelia, Lightning Broad, Loki Doki, Lucille, Mara Cowbell, Midnight Justice, Miss Hyde. I'm still trying to get through the NSOs here. Sin Ickle, I'm assuming I'm right on that. Slammerous, Southern Esquire, Stat in the Hat, good friend of ours. I love that guy. Track Gremlin, Veronica Scars, and Woomerine. Oh God, it's one of the things I love the most about Derby, and I hope it never goes away. Stay kitschy, Derby. That's straight from Scald Eagle. I was able to interview her a couple of seasons ago. That was what she said. Her advice to Derby: stay kitschy, stay yourself. I think we're going to get started again. So we're going to bring you the rest of this list as we go throughout this game.
Mayhem West going to get run to the inside. She's going to have to go back to the back of the pack. LOL, look at that verbal assault right there, just watching where those toe stops are dropping. She stays inside the track. She's going to get lead jam.
You know, if I hadn't have been here to witness that right in this turn, I don't know that I would have believed it. That was insane toe work.
Ducks to the outside, and she's clean for 4. She's going to call it.
4 on the board for LOL. She calls that one off wisely before North Carolina could get back around. 163, 116, 11:22 left on the clock.
47 points.
Yeah, this is where North Carolina, if they're going to pull this off, they're going to have to dig down pretty deep and do it pretty fast. Now we're approaching that. We start approaching that 50-point range at the kind of time we're at. Certainly enough time to do it, but it's got to start with this jam.
Oh, absolutely. We have seen bigger leads
And
change.
with that, there you go. Diesel already your lead jammer. Ringer, Tutu LaRue. Give her a lot of credit throughout the tournament, but particularly in this game. She has just been, talk about sacrificing your body. Number 57, Rosie. And Rosie's played so well. But man, the minute she gets those shoulder blades in you, she just eagles and lets you push her.
You know, I'm so glad that whole play happened right in front of the camera for you at home, so you can just witness the beauty of Tutu LaRue's blocking. Diesel trying to push around Swift Justice, decides to just try to push through her. Not something you could very easily do.
Well, you're not. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you get through her, you're going to get racer. And no, I mean, it's not a win. I think that's a situation where she has to step back and give herself a running shot at it. The minute your feet are stopped like she is right now, there's nowhere for her to go.
No. Ava
They-
Gore.
They've got her to a dead stop. They either need to help her offensively, or she just needs to do a U-turn and approach it again.
Looks like Ava Gore had just gotten back in and immediately sent to the penalty box again. Tutu LaRue also going to be joining her teammate here.
I think mentally, North Carolina is starting to feel defeated.
You know,
You just the look on the faces and everything else is starting to change.
you know, LOL going up against 3D, two of the preeminent jammers here in this contest. LOL getting a lead jammer, 180 to 119 with 8:52 left on the clock. If you got to have somebody to try to change the momentum, it's going to be 3D, who's, like we talk about, consummate performer here. She realizes at that moment, LOL's coming back to the pack. I can't be jammer. I have to play some defense real quick, and then right back to offense.
And of course, right now it's a penalty issue. 3D just doesn't have enough blockers out on the track.
Nobody
to
enough
make
to get
this
her
work.
a hole for this one. Winner of this one's going to be going on to face Virginia in just a couple games.
Virginia, a really good team. Right now, it's looking very much so like it's going to be Michigan. Really, probably the biggest factor. The two teams that should match up very well. Biggest factor is just going to be rest.
Yeah, Michigan only, assuming that they do win here, they're only going to get 2 hours off. Virginia has been rested since yesterday at 7:30, 8 o'clock when the game finally dropped.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that all of Virginia has even shown up at the arena yet. They're trying to get that extra little bit of rest that they can get. Oh, no, we're going to have a power start in favor of North Carolina. 7.5 minutes left on the clock.
At the same time, you take a look at that and you go, that's really maybe the only semi-critical mistake that we've seen out of Michigan the entire half.
Yeah, oh, yes, absolutely.
I mean, it comes at a time it's not going to be critical, but, a power jam that probably could have been avoided.
Yeah, Michigan's really come out like a totally different team. Just so much energy and control of their own, controlling those power jams that killed them early on in this contest.
And while you are there, check out our in-store vendors, our venue vendors as well. Moda Skates, Apex Skates.
All right, so like we said, most likely here it'll be Michigan versus Virginia at 2, but Maine versus Maryland, part of the multi-ball win here for Maryland earlier. They'll be the next game at noon. Maryland has also only had 2 hours to rest, and that's all they're going to get if they want to get all the way up to the third place game. They're going to get 2 hours in between each one, and they've got to win out or go home. Texas will also be in the 4 o'clock game. 6 will be our third place game in championships at 8.
And Mayhem.
Forearm called on someone.
And she'll also be called off for skating out of bounds.
I think that's the call that's for number 820 from Michigan. I'm not 100% positive on that one.
In the penalty box right now, power jam and lead jam for Mayhem West.
Mayhem West happy about being the lead jammer here. That's 6:44 left on the clock. Mayhem West trying to take the inside of the first apex. Looking back to make sure she didn't track cut. Does get 3 points on that one.
LOL did get the low block. She came in. She didn't even really come in that hot. I think the jam had the whistle had blown. Just one of those mistiming things. She had to slide to come to a stop, and she undercut one of the North Carolina players.
You know, if you're Michigan right now, you got to hope that these penalties don't snowball into a potential lead change here. North Carolina, they may have thought they were down and out, but they see this, and you can just see Buster going out there. Buster Vicious, a little bit of a change, some fresh legs, as you call it. She gets through. She's lead jammer, looking to change this momentum. There is mathematically still time in this game for North Carolina to rise up and take this.
There is. She's telling her blockers to offensively charge, and they didn't, and they need to. They don't have the time for her to fight this by herself.
No. This is time management is going to be
right. There was
one.
15 seconds that was spent with them standing on the sideline. Their jammer not getting through.
Now, granted, they are able at the moment to control LOL, but LOL not one to be controlled for very long, ever. Tutu LaRue is your brace there as we have a star pass on Michigan. Buster Vicious gets through, 5 points on the board. And a penalty assessed on Michelle Obama. She'll be taking that star all the way to the penalty box. Here's the snowball effect happening. Just penalty after penalty at the jammer spot.
Yeah, but I think, quite honestly, I think at this point Michigan's defense is just too good.
I mean, yes.
I just think North Carolina's too tired. Again, why wait for her to come through? 4 people to get to you when you're on a power jam. They should have mixed it up and created an opening for her.
Yeah, the man on coverage.
It's got to be click, 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 click. She's got to be getting through that fast, and they're not setting up those scenarios for her. And which when there's no defense to be played,
right?
Is just going to kill you.
It's 2:03 to 1:35 at the moment. 4:09 left on the clock in this contest. 3D is going to be on the line here.
I tell you, if you really want, as you watch this tournament, New York is a team that you really want to watch when it comes to flipping that switch from defense to offensive blocking.
Oh, yes.
It's probably been one of the best examples I have seen in years.
New York, I don't want to try to prognosticate what's going to happen in that championship bout, especially because I'll be calling it in-house, but the people who are definitely going to win are going to be everybody here and at home who gets to watch that first-place game. It'll be the 4th matchup of those two teams here. PA's won it all 3 years so far. 3D trying to push through the pack here. 3D, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, so to speak, right now for North Carolina. She's their only hope.
Yeah, and as people get tired, I think that zone of engagement gets to be pretty long.
Oh yeah,
we've seen some jammers that are still engaged quite a ways out. Racer McChase are going to get a black block. And even though they're shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to the offense, it's not going to matter with 2:49 remaining.
Now we are most likely able to call this one now fairly safely, that it'll be Michigan moving on 2 hours after this game to face Virginia to get into that 3rd place game. North Carolina, no matter what, still pushing hard all the way throughout this. That is a state that can be proud of their representatives here.
Well, you know what? If you strap on the skates and you come and play, you've got everybody's respect.
Absolutely.
I mean, plain and simple, that's all there is to it.
Clearly, I'm not doing it. I'm calling. There's a reason I am not on skates playing Murda or wearing stripes. You see William Skatespear right there and Schuler in your screen. 5 in the sky for North Carolina. They're at least going to close this lead, 2:03-140, in what is at least most likely our penultimate jam, if not the last one coming up. Mayhem West will be wearing the star for North Carolina.
It's almost a different team here coming into this second half. North Carolina still playing very strong.
It is a power start as Racer McChaser is standing in the penalty box currently. That power start already over as Mayhem West is lead jammer.
And good for Mayhem West. Lead jam. She's still out there. She's still out there bringing it.
She is another one of those instrumental players this contest, this whole weekend.
I mean, she is jammed so many times. There's a fair chance. No, seriously, there's seriously a fair chance she's jammed more than anybody in the tournament.
I cannot disagree with that. That's a very good chance of that one.
I mean, she has worked so hard.
North Carolina going to send up Buster Vicious again to the line.
And we've got our game clock down to 33 seconds.
This is it. Unless we see timeouts or official reviews thrown with a drop before, this is most likely the final jam of this contest. Which means, you know what, give it all if you're North Carolina. Let's see what we can do here. Don't let off the gas at all. Let's end this on a high note.
Well, I mean, there's always a moral victory to finishing up if you can pull 15-0 run or something in that last jam.
It's going to be Ringer with the lead jammer. Period clock expired. She sees it. Wastes no time calling that one off. It's going to be a 60-point spread.
So the interesting thing really being, Michigan gets through that entire game without having to play Jessie.
Yeah, that's true.
So even though they were down, they didn't put her in the second half. She may not even be She may not even be suited up. Maybe they didn't even want to tempt it. But Jessie girl, who has been, if nothing else, the most fun jammer to watch all weekend, just because of the way she jams.
Oh, she's just been solid, and you can't blame them, knowing that there's a potential to go on to face the Team Virginia. You've got to save.
Yeah.
You got to save the biggest bomb, so to speak, for that one.
So as the teams take their respective victory laps, we want to congratulate Team Michigan. They will move on. They are still alive for the 3-4 game, and they will play Virginia in a couple of hours. And we want to say congratulations to the North Carolina All-Stars for really a very successful, very good weekend. And to the rest of you, we want to say stay tuned. We've got more Derby action coming up in just about 20 minutes or so. And for KVD, I am Bob Noxious. And with that, we say adieu from Hatfield, Pennsylvania.
See you soon. Haha, just kidding. I'm KVD, voice of Virginia, if you're still playing the game at home.
It's 11:30 a.m.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. We had people from New Zealand watching us a couple days ago. They're just going to town here. We're still got to find out the MVPs here. Sorry, it is early in the morning, and we were a little punch drunk on that. It's day 4 in this endurance run for everybody here in this tournament. There's 89 of you still on there. We're going to find out the MVPs here in a moment. There's so many here that, as we're not just looking at MVPs for this game, we're starting to have the conversations about MVPs for the tournament, and that's something I'd like to see you guys start to talk about in the chat room for the rest of the tournament. Who do you think are not just the MVPs for the individual games? Who do you think should go home MVPs with that $400 worth of merchandise for the jammer and blocker MVPs of the whole thing? Last year, it was the Mighty Isis from Maryland for blocker, and it was Wolf from Virginia for jammer. Not sure what's going to happen this time around. We got your MVPs here in just a moment. It looks like, so it's going to be Kelly Janai from Michigan, and you can't really argue that one. It's going to be Coma and Deucer for North Carolina. She'll be your MVP there. So, yes, as Bob Noxious said earlier, I'm the voice of Virginia, KVD, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to Inline 309 and the 2017 edition of the Battle of the All-Stars. I am Gretchen the Axe.
I am Tom Foolery. We have got a treat for you right here. Maine taking on Maryland.
Oh, yeah. I mean, among other things, you've got the theme of lobster and crab, two of my favorite seafood. Crab, of course, Sprinkle Sprinkle, Old Bay, Maryland All-Stars. And Maine, of course, known for lobster.
Just dip it in butter.
There you go.
All seafood tastes better in butter. But let's tell you how we got here. Maine, day one, took on Virginia. Virginia ran through the bracket until they ran right into Pennsylvania. Had a great showing. We'll see them later today. But then Maine was able to stand up. They took on Rhode Island, got a win. And yesterday, I thought the most impressive thing was seeing them come together and really get a decided win or decisive win against Massachusetts.
Against Massachusetts, and strangely enough, Maine has always competed well against Massachusetts. And of course, a lot of these skaters know each other, especially in such a contained geographical area as Maine and Massachusetts. But Maine really made a statement in that last game, and they've gotten some rest now. They played that game at 2 p.m. yesterday, and they've been able to rest until now, whereas Maryland had to play earlier today.
Correct. So originally they took on Rhode Island themselves, won originally on Thursday, took on Virginia on Friday, lost to Virginia, which was a very shocking, almost drama-filled bout where it was only 1 point basically at the end of the game. But then they also came back, were able to stand up, get a win against Virginia, and then this morning against Ohio. So a lot of effort already spent this weekend. Let's hurry up and run down our rosters. We got about a minute to go.
The skaters are anxious to get going. For Maine, Nurse Heartless, Head of Flame. She'll be the captain today. Siren, Hard Dash, Rosie Rotten, Assassin, Frida Rocket, Spry Bergeron, Sketchy Louisel, Obnoxus, Jumpy McGee, whose birthday it is today, Beth Saltz, Zell Dangerous, Kissy Kicks, Hans Yolo, and Meow 'em Down.
They also have Head Brewer and Barbaruski, you'll see periodically on the bench helping them out. For Team Maryland, their captain, Jackie Treehorn, Off the Wall, Cherrylicious, Buyer's Remorse, I Am Pain, Stabigail Adams, Lucretia McEvil, Bourbon Bruiser, Eddie Kruger, Carbomb Kelly, Lady Kaboom, General Chaos, Axel Greaser, Holly Go Hardly, Dread Alert, and Slamshine Alley. They have Bones and Hal calling out the calls, making the official reviews today. Here we go. They are lined up right in front of us.
Locked, stocked, and loaded. Maine versus Maryland. Here we go.
We can expect a very physical bout. You saw Maine grind their last one down. They kind of played a different style, a very fast style earlier in the weekend, then against Massachusetts, grinding down. And we always know Maryland, you got to fight for every inch. There's not a lot of speed on the course when they're out there.
Yeah, it's Meow 'em Down now. Coming to the front of the pack, jamming for the Maine All-Stars. She's the first lead jammer of the contest. Buyer's Remorse jamming for Maryland.
Byers takes off the star, gets knocked off to the inside, now being dragged back by Zell Dangerously.
Maine just really maturing as the tournament has progressed. They've played better progressively in each game. This is a scoring pass now for Meow 'em Down, and Meow 'em Down dangerously close to a track cut, but a low block is now going to be the call. So we have a power jam, Maryland.
Star pass to I Am Pain. She's building up space coming around the outside. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Cherrylicious reported to the box. Hard Dash and Meow 'em Down for Maine. 5 points already up for I Am Pain.
Okay, and it's a 3-2 pack as penalties getting assessed early. I Am Pain just leveled Zell Dangerous in turn 2, but that call is a forearm on the play, so it'll be a switch in power jams. Here comes Meow 'em Down. She was already standing up, so I Am Pain will be out for a sizable amount of time.
Cherrylicious there on the outside with the knockoff. What I like to see in Hard Dash was released along with Meow 'em Down, came in, played the offense. Meow down, fights through. That's her first scoring pass for 5 points.
Holly Go Hardley is now released from the penalty box for Maryland. Yeah, we have seen a hard dash for Maine really display amazing track awareness throughout this tournament. She's in the pivot right now. Okay, I Am Payne has been released from the penalty box. It's 5-on-5.
Comes in hot, big contact there in turn 3 and 4. Ooh, I Am Payne goes down at the very end.
That
But
was Zell dangerously again.
looks like I see 3 points up there for red, 3 points up there for black. Of course, Maine wearing black, Maryland in red.
All right, we got a tie game, Tom. 8-8 after that action-packed jam.
Starting over again with 27 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I see General Chaos crouched down with the red star on her helmet.
And Nurse Heartless jamming for the Maine All-Stars. Nurse Heartless has just been a force of nature so far in this tournament for Maine. Here she goes, splitting the defenders, lead jammer Maine.
Yeah, basically she just dug in. Oh, look, I Am Payne. We could see this all day long. She's been pivoting. Now in the open, Maryland chooses to pick up the pace, trying to get away from Nurse Heartless. But Nurse Heartless turns it on. One more to beat. Cherry Licious knocks her out.
Well, a outside pack referee was the recipient of Nurse Heartless's block there, but Nurse Heartless alertly calling off the jam, picking up a 3-0 advantage. So now we've got a 3-point Maine lead. Maine sending Kissy Kicks to the jam line.
That's Dread Alert right next to her. Dread Alert setting up closer to the inside line. Kissy Kicks right in the middle.
Boy, Dread Alert has had a great tournament for Maryland.
Yeah, Dread Alert runs right into that wall, right in the middle. Jumpy McGee, the birthday gal, clogging things up, working her towards the inside line.
Oh, and we've got a brief opening on the outside of turn 1. Kissy Kicks takes advantage of it. Lead jammer.
Hard dash meets. Dread Alert sends her off, slows her up briefly. Kissy Kicks jumps right into the line, goes down.
She is calling off the jam from her knees. Boy, Maine, their head is in the game in the early going.
They are. That was 3 points earned the hard way, but it was interesting. She made contact with Jackie Drehorn, went down, and at least fell down forward, got the hips in front. You saw the inside blocker take off to survive their point, but the damage for 3 was done. I see Slam Shine Alley standing there, and Meowin' M down.
Yeah, with nobody in the penalty box, 4-on-4 in the pack. 14 Maine, 8 Maryland, 25 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this first period.
Getting a run on the outside. Meowin' M down, getting by I Am Payne.
Slam Shine Alley bulling her way through on the inside straight. She's out through the pack. I Am Payne swinging a miss on Meow 'em Down, but Meow 'em Down's going to call off the action.
It looked like a swing and a miss, but she just kind of accidentally caught that back step, which forced her to go all the way to the out, not allowing her to pick up all the points. The effort was there. I'm glad there was no low block. I'm glad she was able to spin it out and get her points and wisely called it off.
Yeah, that actually was a defensive stop. If we had a replay, I think you are correct on that note, Tom. Ooh, and a low block may have been called at the end of that jam against Meow 'em Down, because this is a power start for the Maryland All-Stars.
You know what's unfortunately sitting right next to the box with her is Assassin. Oh, great jump to get over a hard dash.
That's
Buyer's remorse. She was not in the last game. It looks like she's making up for lost time.
Yeah, Maryland's got a goat right now on the main defensive end and taking advantage of it. Buyer's remorse puts up a quick 5, and it's a 2-point game, 15-3 for Maine. Hard dash with a nice stop there.
Yeah, a little kick out got Buyer's remorse go down, but Buyer's remorse was perfectly set up to get back in and accelerate on the inside.
Okay, the power jam is over. Assassin trying to make some offensive room for Meow 'em Down, but Buyer's remorse just will not be stopped in this jam.
She has a perfect knack of capitalizing on just unexpected chaos. Right now, the blockers got bunched up by Maine, and she took advantage. That's 4 more points. Buyer's remorse stalking 1 more pass. Turns around, looks at the jam ref, and calls it off.
Maryland taking the lead now, 22-15.
There
Wow.
it is. Second lead change of the
Well,
game.
one of the
23
great-
minutes to go, too.
One of the great things about so far, we're seeing very intelligent and creative play by both teams. They're seeing the situations as they appear, and they're reacting positively, and they're making really cool plays.
Oh, most definitely. Cool heads are out there, but that's because the game is still early as it starts getting more intense as the pressure ratchets it up because everybody's looking to stay alive right now.
General Chaos jamming for Maryland. Nurse Heartless for Maine, and General Chaos is awarded lead jammer.
Spun out there briefly by Assassin. Assassin's been a big defensive stalwart all weekend long.
Nurse Heartless completes the initial pass. Scoring pass now for General Chaos.
General Chaos making some contact, moving a defender. Luckily, no call made. Steps off the track. Only one great stand there by Maine.
Maine really setting up their defense effectively, and this is the kind of game where each jam could become a critical piece of the puzzle. Every point is going to count. Right now, Maryland with an 8-point lead, 23-15.
So far, no real big jams in the game. Kissy kicks with the blonde pigtails hanging down. I see Car Bomb Kelly waiting patiently at the line as well.
Pivot line start. Jackie Treehorn
Bracing up in the front,
working the Maryland defense. Cassie Kicks having a tough time. Holly Go Hardly holds her off on the outside.
It's interesting. You had Holly Go Harley and Lady Kaboom dual bracing out in front. You don't see that too often.
Ooh, Kissy Kicks looking outside, and Maryland is right there. Well defended.
Okay, mixture up there. First, you thought Kissy Kicks was free. She resets, but getting out first is Car Bomb Kelly. Holly Go Harley, last one to beat, sticks the leg out. Low block is the call.
But it
I'm
did
sorry,
slow down Kissy Kicks.
Professional penalty from a veteran. I don't think she intended to do it, but took advantage, gave the opportunity there. 1-0 there for Maryland. They'll take that.
Yeah, 1-point jams may be, they're going to be hard to come by the way these teams are defending right now. Dread Alert rolling to the jam line for Maryland.
It's Meowin' M down, up right next to her. But yes, I said what we've seen, the pace of the game has been slow. There has been a lot of fast jammer action out there, multiple passes or anything like that. Waiting to see if this opens up. It may, or we may just continue to grind this one out. Dread Alert going in.
And in a game like this, too, one power jam could make all the difference. So you just never know. One thing we haven't seen so far from Maine is hard dash on the jam line.
But she has been pivoting, so she has been ready to take the Stark, and she did a lot of that against Massachusetts, taking the Stark. I Am Pain with a strong shoulder knocking out, meowing him down.
That's right, and Dread Alert getting bounced around in the back by the Maine defense. Boy, we are 35 seconds into this jam and no clear advantage. Just as I say it, Meow him down gets through for lead jam status. Maine All-Stars.
Dread Alert trying to play a little defense, took the star off, but she unfortunately goes down, and look how fast the bridge work comes from Maine.
Yeah, captain of this game, Head of Flame, directing traffic for the Maine defense. They're letting Meow him down, work on her own, but here comes the offensive help now. That's Frida Rocket, excuse me.
Correct. Frida Rocket it is. Came up and helped, but right now you got three strong veterans out there. You got Abigail Adams, I Am Pain, and Holly Go Harley grinding out the toe stops, trying to wear down, meowing them down.
Well, Maine has Maryland in a little bit of a quandary right now. They are focusing on defense, but Dread Alert really needs some offensive help as well.
Holly Go Harley kind of started to track back. Oh, and the opportunity opened up. Dread Alert getting a little pushed by I Am Pain.
Meow him down, got 5 points. She worked very hard for them. That takes Maine to 20. Now it's a 4-point game. 18 minutes and 55 seconds left in this first period, and it has been a grinder, Tom.
It has, and what I'm intrigued to see as this game goes on, it's been grinding it down. Who has the endurance to keep those muscles moving, because these jammers are just getting worn on, and we'll see what happens. Maybe the jammer rotation will expand as the game goes on, or somebody's going to step up to the plate.
Well, Maryland has already played one game today. They played against Ohio, won that game at 8 o'clock, but they're not showing any signs of fatigue right now. Buyer's remorse, lead jammer, Maryland All-Stars.
Well, that is one jammer who did not play earlier, so maybe that's the advantage. Jackie Treehorn closes the door in between turns 1 and 2. Cherry Licious going back.
Yeah, that's Nurse Heartless getting rolled back to the start line for Maine, and now she's going to be upended.
Back block is a call on hard dash. Jackie Treehorn goes down hard, crawling off here to the left.
Jackie Treehorn was underneath Nurse Heartless when Nurse Heartless went down there. Fortunately, Jackie Treehorn able to regroup and get herself back into play. Buyer's Remorse has 5 points, and she's playing with house money now as it's a power jam, Maryland.
Getting low and getting up underneath hard dash, avoiding it. Here's one of those bigger jams. 5 more points for Buyer's Remorse, icing the jammer in the box. We have Zell dangerously standing along with Nurse Heartless.
Yeah, and a big pack advantage for Maryland, 4-3, and a power start. Does that look like General Chaos on the jam line, Tom?
It most definitely looks like General Chaos, because it is. It's interesting. General Chaos is one of the few jammers who actually stands tall before a jam, but now she's crouched down. Maryland spread out. Here comes the offense. Holly Go Harley, Lucretia McEvil up in front now. But Assassin holding the inside line. General Chaos streams on by.
Okay, the penalty box has been evacuated. Nurse Heartless furiously working on an initial pass, though, as General Chaos into the pack on a scoring pass for Maryland.
Locked up in the teeth. All 4 blockers right now set up their pyramid in the back. Oh, General Chaos finds a hole on the outside. I see a forearm call. I Am Pain going to the box again. That's starting to get a little worrisome. That's our second or third one already.
Check the penalty count at halftime. That's one of the things that you were saying about as far as fatigue at the end of a long tournament is that a lot of times with skaters that are in such good physical condition, you're not going to see a diminution in their gameplay, but you are going to see more penalties. So that's something we do need to keep an eye on.
That it is, and that's just the nature of the game. Tournament-style play. If you win, you tend to have the day off until the following day. If you don't, well, you have the consolation game to play, and you have to fight twice as hard to get back into it.
Well, and whoever wins this game is going to have to play again fairly soon. So, something to think about, too. Here's Kissy Kicks now breaking the drought for Maine. Maryland was definitely on a roll there for quite a couple of jams. Kissy Kicks it quickly on a scoring pass right now. Carbomb Kelly still looking for the initial pass.
Yes, Carbomb Kelly now knocked out once again. Hasn't really made it past the pivot line yet.
Eddie Kruger doing a nice job holding off Kissy Kicks at the front of the line.
Yes, one more time. Eddie Kruger getting extended out, grinded down the jam the best it can. Now here it looks like the offense coming back to help.
5 points for Kissy Kicks. Still an initial pass for the Maryland Jammer. Kissy Kicks tries to go low. Eddie Kruger says, not on my outside. Boy, nice defense by Maine, just locking down Carbomb Kelly at the front of the pack. Kissy Kicks has her own deal to contend with in the back.
Yeah, she got out very quickly, but since she's been working on a scoring pass, she almost got free twice and recycled back.
Yeah, she's got 5 in her back pocket, and she definitely wants to try to close this gap, but she is expending a lot of energy right now trying to get this second scoring
there,
pass.
And then looked at I Am Pain and Slam Shine Alley extending back. Oh, we have a penalty being called, forearm being called on Carbomb Kelly. This is exactly what Kissy Kicks would like to take advantage of here.
That's a very smart play right there for Kissy Kicks to call off the jam. She's going to take 5 more points to the bench. That gives Maine 10 on the jam, and now they can put fresh legs out there in the name of Meow 'em Down.
Most definitely. So that was a great thing because right now she was out there for about a solid minute. You could tell she was getting ground down.
Oh, Maryland was just, just in her grill, basically, on that second scoring pass. Kissy Kicks was essentially getting nowhere. It was a break for her to be able to call that jam off.
And a perfect opportunity because then you get the power start, gives her a chance to get fresh legs back out there. Right now, 8-point game, just under 14 minutes to go.
Kissy Kicks from the Rock Coast Rollers up in Rockport, Maryland, the host league of a very entertaining tournament.
Rockport, Maine.
Yeah, Rockport, Maine, excuse me. The host league of a very entertaining tournament, Coastal Chaos.
I've heard you've been there. You've had announced
Coastal.
over there, helping out the fans in the Northeast.
I tell you what, Maine Roller Derby is a really burgeoning sport right now. Started off, of course, in Portland a few years ago. MRD, Maine Roller Derby, has been in there for quite a while, but now we've got Bangor, we've got Rock Coast, and we've got, I'm going to mispronounce the name, Shoreham as well. Great people and good derby up there.
Most definitely. So that was Team Maryland who called the timeout. Now the power jam starts, and Meown M down, gets free. Just under 10 seconds into the jam, now looking to score.
Meow down, slight of stature, but very strong driving strides. She's able to make it through and pick up 5 points, and now it's a 3-point game.
Obviously, if Meow completes his pass, we will have our second lead change, but we don't really count lead change.
Second scoring pass now. The power jam is over. Here comes Carbomb Kelly for Maryland.
Yes, Carbon Kelly in the back, pushing forward, not having much success on the first time. Now hoping she can get free and put the pressure on. She gets a run out, and going around outside. Hard dash comes up big and blows her up. But unfortunately, hard dash goes down, so Carbomb Kelly is free.
It bought a couple of seconds. 2 more points picked up by Meow him down, and we got a 1-point game, Tom.
1-point game, under 13 minutes to go in his first half. But right there, Carbomb Kelly took that breath, assuming she was free, and hard dash did not come up. Got a big piece of her. Unfortunately went down, but Carbomb Kelly next time is going to have her head on a swivel.
You know it because in the pivot position, hard dash, very dangerous.
Buyer's remorse up there. That's looked like who it is.
And it's Nurse Heartless jamming for Maine. Nurse Heartless, a little break in the action. Slamsham Alley trying to hold her off. Nurse Heartless now going inside. Buyer's Remorse is lead jammer, but it's a foot race as Nurse Heartless is right behind her.
Yeah, she looked over at the bench. They're saying to keep this going. We got some skaters in the back. Slamshine Alley got bottled up, and it looks like that's Zell Dangerous as well. Or no, I'm sorry, that was Siren. Look at that, hopping over a down skater. That was Buyer's Remorse. Picks up 3.
2 on the back end for Nurse Heartless. Amazing speed by both of those jammers. Pack was picking up speed as well.
Yeah, it was. We had one blocker go down. So at the end of that jam, we had 2 blockers report to the box for Maine. One is Jumpy McGee. The other one right now is 265, Rosie Rotten. 2 stalwarts on the defense sitting down, waiting to get released.
General Chaos. She's going to immediately obtain lead jammer. Kissy Kicks now fighting a 4-person defense.
Jackie Treehorn locks down the inside, gets a brief knockout, but Kissy Kicks in so fast. Oh, now they're organized. I Am Pain going back. 5 points on the board for General Chaos.
General Chaos with 5. Now the reinforcements are coming for Maine.
Oh,
Kissy
I Am Pain
Kicks
came up with ill
completes
intent.
the initial pass.
Oh, Kissy Kicks getting sent off. Double check the penalty. I missed out what it was, but getting sent off. General Chaos now 5 points on the board on the power jam.
I believe it was a forearm call.
Good call by you.
This is what Maryland needed.
No, wait, turn of events. What do we have here? General Chaos going around the outside.
Well, she's going to sit down with at least 10 points on the jam. There's 57 seconds left on the jam clock, so neither can stop it. Here comes Kissy Kicks, 4-on-4 in the pack.
Most definitely now just grinding on the back. Ooh, Ian Payne goes down, and look at that. Kissy Kicks pushed through right that hole that was made by Ian Payne going down.
Oh, Jackie Treehorn called for out of play. Kissy Kicks is off to the races.
Still initial pass, so now finally able to score. We got 30 seconds running down on this jam.
Ooh, Kissy Kicks going airborne. She's going to have to reset. Didn't quite stick the landing.
Ian Payne made a little contact with her as she landed, so I don't know if she already picked up the point, so I'll have to keep an eye for later.
Well, one of the things that you said earlier, Tom, that I think we're going to see, if I'm not mistaken, as this game wears on, is that the teams are going to have to go deeper in their jammer rotation because this is so punishing on jammers. A track-cutting penalty goes on General Chaos right as the jam clock expires. So the good news is that's 15 points for Maryland on that jam, 4 for Maine. The bad news is if you're a Maryland fan, it's going to be a power start for Maine.
So it was Hard Dash who darted back to get the power jam pulled. Sorry, it was on the far side, but then I didn't see. She got credit for getting the power jam by getting the cut track, but now Hard Dash is sitting next to us.
Okay.
Me, Allen, am down, driving on toe stops, goes down, back up, dealing with Holly Go Harley. Here
Nice.
comes the offense, and Cherry Licious now, the last line of defense.
Meow, I'm down, fighting off some pretty furious defensive efforts by Maryland. It's 4-3 pack advantage for Maryland. Phew, another big-time shot.
Interesting there.
Jackie
Frida Rocket played
Treehorn.
the offense and kind of, I think, maybe blocked the jammer from seeing Jackie Treehorn, and as soon as she came around, Jackie Treehorn just stood her up and put her down. But
Oh,
who
Meow,
won the final?
Meow, I'm down, making it through. That is a 5-point pass on one skate, her outside skate, actually.
Great job. She got the last laugh there. Jackie Treehorn was the last one she passed, getting them points, earning them the hard way.
General Chaos does complete the initial pass. Meow 'em Down is lead. Meow 'em Down has a couple of seconds to try to get a couple more. She will call off the jam. And
right now we got a score of 56-50. We'll wait and see if there's any changes. 7.5 to go. At the near the end of the jam, we had Assassin, one of the MVPs earlier in the tournament, for her blocking, sitting down, so they're going to miss her on the next jam.
yeah, it's a 4-3 pack advantage for Maryland.
I see Dread Alert back there.
7 minutes and change left in an action-packed first period. 6-point Maryland lead.
And it's impressive, 50-56. That's a relatively low-scoring game for this weekend. I believe that's Nurse Heartless driving in on the inside.
It is, and Dread Alert jamming for Maryland. Dread Alert's going to get lead.
Oh, just getting a knockout at the perfect time. Ian Payne and Slamshine Alley working together. Remember, only 3 blockers out there for Maine.
Scoring pass now for Dread Alert. She's bumped out by Head of Flame, and that is a very important defensive stop, giving Nurse Heartless a chance to complete that initial pass.
Nurse Heartless able to get that toe to stop right on the rope and then resets and fires around the backside, trying to catch Dread Alert, but Dread Alert calls it off.
This will force the call. 3 points, though, for Dread Alert. And I tell you what, the way this game is progressing, 3 points a jam, anybody would be happy with that. We got 16 jams in, and it's only 59-40. So we're not scoring a lot of points, but we're getting a lot of hits.
You made a valuable point saying that a power jam could be a big difference. We've actually had a couple, and the teams defensively have ground them down, burned them down, and got their jammers free. So power jam may not even be that big a difference to jump into the lead. Buyers Remorse working one side, Kissy Kicks working the other.
Yep, and on a rollback by Maryland, Kissy Kicks is going to have to reset. Buyer's Remorse is your lead jammer for the Maryland All-Stars, and on this particular jam, Kissy Kicks is having a very difficult time with the Maryland defense.
They just took her back to the turn 4, taking her way back behind her jammer line where she started. And now the Maryland line's gotten brushed right up onto the back of Maine, and switching to play defense to offense, Stabigal Adams gets Buyer's Remorse free.
Kissy Kicks working the front of the pack now. Both teams with 1 blocker in the penalty box. Now they're going to shut down Buyer's Remorse up front, but Kissy Kicks is getting no bargains from the front of the pack.
Not at all. Stablegal Adams and Cherry Licious doing the defense. Buyer's Remorse trying to extend. That Zell Dangerous up there in turn 1. Kissy Kicks does get free.
And right now it would appear that Maryland's going to roll this jam. Maybe not a bad idea.
Well, they're waiting that box to clear. Jackie Treehorn got released. They still have Stablegal Adams in the box, so that was a good call. Looked over at the bench. They said keep it going. Somebody paying attention. That's what coaches do.
Time management, such an important part of the game. This will be a pack advantage for Maine when we get rolling. It's a big jam, though, for Buyer's Remorse, taking Maryland up 69-50.
Yeah, that looked like about a 13-point jam. That might be one of our largest jams so far. 4:15 to go. We send Car Bomb to the line, and hard dash.
Here's the game changer that Maine needed. They were holding back with hard dash as a pivot, and now she's wearing the star. They need to make something happen right now. This Maryland team is just too well disciplined to let them get too big a lead. And here comes hard dash, a quick 5-point pass for the Maine All-Stars.
And what they do, they pass the star right over to I Am Payne. I Am Payne has been a jamming legend in the past for Maryland.
Oh, and this could be a new jamming legend in the making. 5 more for hard dash. She's got company, though. I Am Payne in hot pursuit. Hard dash calling it off, and that was a big jam for Maine.
The only thing is don't limit hard dash as a jammer. We've already seen her pulling the cut tracks, being aggressive. She is a great all-around skater, and her whole portfolio of attributes has been on display all weekend long.
Nurse Heartless ready to jam for Maine. Slam Shine Alley for the Maryland All-Stars. It is a 5-on-5 roller derby.
Back to a single-digit lead. This is the way I expect it to continue. Slam Shine goes to the inside. Nurse Heartless went to the out, now recycled to the inside as well.
Nurse Heartless has been so effective all weekend long. But this game, Maryland really has defended her quite effectively.
Slam Shine Alley trying to get around Zell Dangerous, gets lead jammer. Now, Nurse Heartless has not been bottled up for too long in this game. She's now driving on the front of the pack, dealing with Jackie Treehorn.
One of the things that we're seeing here, Tom, and Slam Shine Alley taken down hard. She's able to come back up, both teams losing blockers. One of the things that we were seeing, though, Tom, to go off the action for a second, is if there is an advantage to one team over another, other than the score currently, it appears that Maryland has more pivots who can take the star than does Maine.
That's true, but actually hard dash and a couple of players right now for Maine, they've been kind of setting up, and I don't know if both teams have that plan to minimize the damage, to always have that out there. But Slam Shine Alley has been pivoting. I Am Payne, who's a monster pivot's been out there. And as soon as you say that, Maryland's going to lose their pivot. It looks like Bourbon Bruiser going to the box.
Well, Maryland doesn't need to pass the star. Slam Shine Alley has lead jammer and 10 points in her pocket. Here she comes into the pack.
But wait, hold the phone. I see Mary Chaos, the referee right in front of you here, putting up the cut track sign, and she was pointing to, oh no, that was the pivot who took the star. That is number 39, Sketchy Lou Weasel.
Yeah, without making any critical comments, but that was exactly the point that I was making. Maryland has more legitimate pivots with jammer experience.
Correct.
Than does Maine. And in a game like this, where if you don't get lead, you have to look for the star pass, that is an advantage for the Maryland All-Stars. 23 points ahead right now.
All right, Assassin getting sent down.
Penalty.
Speaking of pivots, Assassin, one of the lead blockers, getting set down. Buyer's Remorse working on the back. Jumpy McGee doing a great job.
Okay, Buyer's Remorse still not through the pack, though. This is a good defensive stance and penalty kill for Maine. Head of Flame takes a shot, but Buyer's Remorse ducks it. She's lead jammer for Maryland.
I don't know, this is a coach's nightmare. Maryland's wound up one big jam. Now they have the advantage going to this final jam. Period clock coming down to about 10 seconds.
Yeah, and a track cut is called immediately.
That was Sketchy Louisel, who was the previous pivot who took the star. Now this is just a great opportunity for Maryland to
if you're
extend.
Maryland, what you want to do right now is get a couple more points and call this jam again and keep the poor gal on the track.
I don't know if you can hear Hal, the coach over here, bench coach, telling her to call it. Did they get it in time? I see Sketchy Louisel standing.
Yeah, and well, it's halftime, so yeah, they will get they'll get a power start to start the second period. It's been a really exciting first half, and with another period to go, Maryland with that 31-point lead. Maine's got their work cut out for them. Now, the silver lining in all of this that we've talked about is that Maine has not played yet today. Maryland has played one game. Will the conditioning hold for a second period of play? That is going to be the question that the Maryland All-Stars are going to have to answer.
That is the perfect question. I'm glad you brought that up because all day long that's going to be an impact. Now, I believe Maryland has extended it to the largest lead so far. I could be mistaken, but it's one of them at 31 points. But understand, getting a fresh air for Maine may get them reset, whereas Maryland, this is their third period played within the last 4 hours. They're going to have a heavy test to hold on because I have a feeling that energy boost from Maine coming back is going to be maybe potentially the difference. They're definitely going to put a punch coming on early in the second half.
Maine is
trying
not
to
going to
eat
lie down. No way, no how. Maine is not going to lie down. We will have the second period back here with you in 13 minutes and 30 seconds.
right, welcome back to Battle of the All-Stars 2017. Gretchen, where are we?
Hi, fans. Well, we are in the middle of a tough knockout game right now. Maryland, it's do or die. The winner moves on and gets Texas in a semifinal match for third place. The loser becomes a spectator for the rest of the tournament. Right now, though, we would like to thank some of our sponsors. Take a moment with this break in the action. So much action in that first period. The clock almost never stopped. But we would like to thank 187 Killer Pads, Bont Skates, Moda Skates, Adam Wheels, Derby Famous Armbands, Juice Wheels, S1 Helmets, Sisu Mouth Guards, and Roller Derby Elite for making this wonderful tournament and broadcast capability possible.
Also want to give a shout out to the PA All-Stars, Bucksmont Derby Dolls who are volunteering, and Inline 309 who's housing all of us, doing a great job taking care of us, the skaters, and all the fans.
Oh, it's been a great weekend. I think everybody is really enjoying themselves. Even the folks who came the farthest, the Hawaii All-Stars, who had a tough run in the tournament and got eliminated last night, they are having a great time, and there's so much spirit and love in that Hawaii team, and that's just really been a theme for this whole tournament.
It is. You see so much joy coming from so many teams, coming from all over the place. There's no ranking, nothing on the line other than just feel-good pride. I forgot, we have to give one more special shout-out to our friend Adam Baum, who's sitting next to on my lap.
Absolutely, from Assassination City.
He has put up the feed for us. He's been keeping it under control all weekend long. I hope you guys are enjoying it. We're trying not to butcher things too bad. We're doing the best we can. But thank you for staying tuned and watching all your favorite skaters this weekend.
That's right. Adam Baum is making it possible for me to make a fool of myself, but we're ready to roll for the second period. Everything's setting up quite nicely if you're a Maryland fan. This will be a power start for Maryland. Buyer's Remorse ready to jam for the Maryland All-Stars. Maryland in red, Maine in black.
And that's Sketchy Louisel, who was previously the pivot, who took the star, who took 2 penalties, getting released from the box, jamming for Maine. There you see her coming in. Buyer's Remorse now on a scoring run. Ooh, gets dropped very quickly. I believe that had to have been by Sketchy Louisel behind that pack.
Either that or friendly fire. One way or another, though, it's a scoring pass for Buyer's Remorse, and she resets, picks up 4 points. Sketchy Louisel still pushing the front of the pack, and she's getting held up by the Maryland defense.
Yeah, that was I.M. Payne ushering herself to the front. She has been a pivot, it seems, all day long, and I'm trying to figure out her helping out her jammer earlier with the offense was more important, or her just simply locking it down.
Well, now's Buyer's Remorse punching it through for another 5 points. And Sketchy Louisel takes the pivot star off. She's looking for Hard Dash. Hard Dash is the pivot for Maine in this set.
It was, but wisely done by the veteran. Lady Kaboom saw the hat come off and knocked off Hard Dash, so she was out of bounds. And then I.M. Payne reset up to catch Sketchy Louisel.
And while that defensive effort is going on by the Maryland All-Stars, Buyer's Remorse on her own, picking up additional points. She now has 14 points. Now Hard Dash does receive the star, but Buyer's Remorse in the driver's seat will call off the jam.
There you go. That brings our score up. Right now, Maine still sitting at 60. Maryland now up to 111, 51 points. That is the largest jam. I don't know if you heard Kent in the background. He is our statistician. He's doing a house call, but 51 points. Biggest jam. And Buyer's Remorse was the one on the track to end the first half. Double action starting and extended the lead now to the largest it's been so far.
Maryland's going to want a cushion as this game progresses because they will, they are now playing their second game of the day. Slamshine Alley jamming for Maryland. Nurse Heartless wearing the star for the Maine All-Stars. Defense is the name of this jam so far.
Yeah, it is. Now Jammer finally makes it to the pivot line. That's Nurse Heartless now driving on the front, trying to work her way out of turn 1.
Head of Flame doing a nice job rolling back Slamshine Alley. The pack is extended across both turns 1 and 2.
Cherry Licious comes back. Oh, Knock to the outside, slam shine alley.
And we have a lead jammer for the Maine All-Stars. That's Nurse Heartless coming around now into scoring position.
But once again, credit's got to go to Head of Flame. She was the one in the back controlling the defense.
Nice work by Jackie Treehorn holding off Nurse Heartless on the inside, and now that gives Maryland a chance to reset the defense. Nurse Heartless on a scoring pass. Now Slam Shine Alley looking to pass the star.
You picked up on it in the first half. Pivots might be the difference of the game. Okay, yes, Maine did get out front. I Am Payne gets the star, puts the pressure on, and dumped there in turn 3 behind everybody was Nurse Heartless. She's just fixing her pads and getting to her feet.
She called off the jam, puts up 5 additional points for Maine. Maine on 65 right now, but Maryland with 111. And the way the points have been coming in this game, that's a pretty large bulge in favor of Maryland right now. 35 plus 11 is 46 points Maine needs to make up.
On the fly, Gretchen coming up with the numbers. Dread alert at the line. And Meow and I'm down. She had a huge first half and looked like now to build on it and get Maine back into scoring ways.
Yeah, she's picking right back up where she left off. Maine locking down Dread alert for now. Meow Emmon down with a 5-point pass.
There was a knockout on the outside, but Dread Alert able to get in very quickly. Meow and M down. Coming up on the Piak. Meow, meow, out in front. Calls it off. 5 points.
Oh, boy, that is 10 quick points for Maine, and that now cuts that lead considerably. Maine All-Stars, they're not anywhere near done in this game. We all know that. We've seen them play all weekend long, and they're a very strong team.
Hey, they've rested since midday yesterday. They have plenty of power. Now, what we've seen, you'll see her going around the backside. Hard Dash likes to kind of creep up on the line. She doesn't like to stand there stagnant. General Chaos at the line. Boom! Hard Dash jumps into the back of the pack.
It's General Chaos, though, pushing the front of the pack for Maryland. Oh, here comes Hard Dash on the inside. And she was the secret weapon for Maine on that start. We'll see how she does. She's lead jammer. General Chaos through as well.
There you go. General Chaos is through. We had a blocker report to the box for Maine. Hard Dash spun out to the inside. Only looks like she picked up 1, maybe 2 points. We'll wait for the numbers to come in.
2 is the official tally on that one. Hard Dash calling it off from her knees. She had to because Chaos was coming in fast.
That she was. That brings Maine now up to 77, 111 Maryland All-Stars, 24-28 to go.
4-3 pack advantage for the Maryland All-Stars.
14 seconds remaining in the contest.
Okay, Nurse Heartless, the jammer for Maine.
Carbomb Kelly up there for Maryland. Carbomb hasn't had as much success as she has in previous days, but that's because that defense right there, that is Jumpy McGee holding the outside line, not letting her through.
Happy birthday to Jumpy McGee, by the way. We mentioned it once, but it bears repeating. She's doing a great job holding down that defensive end right now. Ooh, that's going to be a penalty, however, on Frida Rocket.
I like how she real quick checked with the defense before she went off. Didn't do it too slow to get an additional penalty, but made sure that the defense was set.
Nice work by Carbomb Kelly. She got some offensive help by Holly Go Hardley. That sprung her from the pack. She's lead jammer. Nurse Heartless has completed her initial pass.
You mentioned it earlier, the power she has. Holly Go Hardley, one of the jammers, uses leverage very proper, and Nurse Heartless got up underneath her and just moved her wherever she wanted to go.
Well, a big shot was dealt out by the birthday woman on that one. Jumpy McGee slowing down Carbomb Kelly, forcing the call off. Carbomb got 3 points, though, on that jam.
That she did. That brings us to 77-1. Maryland just barely inching back ahead a little further. Just under 23 minutes ago in this second half. Winner, as you said earlier, takes on Texas. You got a tall drink of water to take on after this with Texas.
That'll be at 4 p.m., so they don't get much time to rest. Meow M down now, jamming for Maine, gets out in front, lead jammer. I Am Payne takes the star from the pivot position and is in hot pursuit.
Must have been a pass on the underside. You didn't see the actual pass happen because it was behind all the blockers, but she took off. So you had to assume she had the star.
Meow Emmon down. Great move there, calling off the jam. She did pick up too, and that's something I always wonder, never having played the game. If you're a jammer in a tight pack like that and you need to call off the jam and there's no room to get your arms up, what do you do? And Meow Emmon down just showed us that you swing those arms out anyway, and you make your own room.
You tap what you can. They say tap your hips, but you just get them arms moving and just hope to get the attention of your jammer ref, and that's what she did.
Okay, General Chaos jamming for Maryland. Hard dash, but she's called off. It's a forearm penalty. Power jam Maryland.
There you go, General Chaos looking for some help. You heard Holly go Harley calling to the end, trying to play offense.
Okay, Maine has to kill this penalty right now. Very important. Nice move by Assassin.
Assassin closed the door on the outside and pushed back, so General Chaos had to go all the way back. Right now, 17 seconds gone on this jam. General Chaos working on it, trying to drive forward, and Assassin once again is the one in control in the front.
Head of Flame takes a shot. The power jam is over. Here comes Hard Dash, but General Chaos now lead jammer.
Yeah, Hard Dash still has to make that initial pass. General Chaos taking her time, slowly stalking the back of the pack.
Well, time is on her side at this point. Ooh, another penalty on Hard Dash, a forearm this time.
And General Chaos got her points, called it off, so going to send a fresh jammer to the starting line for the power start. Right now, I think that 4 points brought Maryland up to 118-79 Maine All-Stars.
Yeah, boy, Maryland really playing a smart game so far. They have to. This is their second game of the tournament, or not of the tournament, of the today's gameplay. So, and they are going to want another one. Of course, they're not done. Neither of these teams want to sit down just yet. The winner gets Texas. The loser, unfortunately, gets a seat to watch the rest of the gameplay.
You said second game of today. This is their 5th game in the tournament. So that's something to be said. If you start playing multiple days of multiple games, and now you have the potential of keep going today. Meanwhile, while we were talking, the official review was requested by Maine. Not sure what it is. We hope to get that deliberations and what the final result is in a minute.
Yeah, with 20 minutes left and the score being what it is, Maine has all 3 of their timeouts. So, it's not super critical at this point, but obviously they believe they've got a case to plead here.
Yeah, and I can only guess, and this is just me making a wild guess, is that Hard Dash got sent back to the box. If I was a coach, I would like to do anything to try to get her out, stem the tide here where the momentum has started to shift slightly back towards Maryland, because Maine had a big jump where they had 2 or 3 jams in a row where they kept Maryland off the board.
Yeah, the issue has been laid out for the referee crew now, and the referee crew will be deliberating. Adam Baum, our crack producer, is going to get us the information as quickly as possible. This gives us an opportunity to thank some of the people who are so important in making this tournament happen. It just simply couldn't have happened without them. And we're going to get to all of them throughout the rest of the day, but I want to start right now. Our tournament head NSO is Wendy Blessing. Our apprentice tournament head NSO is Frau Blucher. Our crew head NSOs are Aggie Battery, Benoit, Chemical Restraint, Down in Jersey, Mistress Grimm, and Toxic Narcotic. Here's some of our other NSOs that we want to thank, Tom.
We got Accidental Roll, Beck and Hate Her, Bruise, Cupcake, Decrypt Keeper, Derby Sanchez, Dr. Brew, Lone Dat, Jill Sargent, Judge Dreads, Lady Amelia, Lightning Broad, Loki Doki, Lucille, Mara Midnight Justice, Ms. Hyde, Sin Ickle, Slammerous, Southern Esquire, Staten Hat, Track Gremlin, Veronica Scars, and Woomarine. Now here you got some updates.
I got an update from our referee announcer, Mary Chaos. Maine was asking for a low block on the Maryland blocker, which would have precipitated the forearm penalty and negated the forearm penalty from being called on the Maine jammer. However, the no call will stand on the low block. Therefore, Maine will forfeit their official review in the second period, or they will use it.
All right. Maryland goes right to their power jam specialist. They have I.M. Payne, first time jamming in the game, has not jammed at all yet today.
Power jam is over. Here comes Hard Dash with the star in her hand. She's looking for Dangerous.
That's Zell Dangerous, but I.M. Payne gets through. Now she has points on the board.
Star pass is successful, and I.M. Payne's going to call off the jam.
Right now we got a score 127-79. Maryland extending the lead for a little bit at the moment with 19:20 to go.
Yeah, nobody in the penalty box right now. Time becoming critical for the Maine All-Stars. One of the things I like to see on the Maine bench, however, is I see smiles on the faces of the skaters. That means they're enjoying themselves, and that means that they know what they have to do, and they have their wits about them. Ooh, Assassin being called off now on.
That's been several already in this second half. So Dread Alert at the line getting knocked out to the outside, and Nurse Heartless there finds the line on the outside.
Nurse Heartless ducking low, getting lead jammer for Maine. That's just what they need. Through the pack on an initial pass.
Only two blockers now out there for Maine. Even though they got Nurse Heartless out, not going to be able to give too much offense since they only have two blockers left.
Well, Nurse Heartless really putting the Jets on, and she gets through that pack. She's going to roll the jam because Maine wants to get their reinforcements out.
And then also you have Head of Flame over there slowing up Dread Alert, giving enough time for Nurse Heartless now to get another run. So that means then maybe they can get their four and now call it since they got the box emptied.
They do have the box empty. Nurse Heartless does make it through. Maine decides to roll this one, trust their defense, and try to make something happen.
They definitely do. They like their odds with the defense against Dread Alert. And right there, Assassin on the outside line once again. Head of Flame braced with her.
Nurse Heartless taken to the inside by Cherrylicious, however.
Cherrylicious and Slamshine Alley in the back, but now guess what? Head of Flame doing the same thing. Dragon, Dread Alert back.
Oh, nice work by Dread Alert, though. Head of Flame takes a shot at her, but she's not going to knock her off her skates.
Credit has to go to Head of Flame. We have seen her use so much energy, not give up. Granted, they have plenty of reserves since they've been off since yesterday. Maybe they're going to start trying to grind Maryland down. As you said, stamina could be an issue.
Maine with a 3-point win on that jam, still a 45-point lead for Maryland. The way the scoring has taken place in this, most of the jams are 3-4-point jams. Very tight defensive battle right now. Maine's got to get a big jam.
Yeah, after that first jam where Byers Morse put up a big number, it is settled back down just like the first half. And speaking of Byers Morse, she's back out there. We're still waiting to get a good eye. Oh, that's Meowen M. Down for Maine.
Meowen M. Down has had a breakout game here against Maryland. She has the best stats against this tough Maryland defensive team.
Yeah, because definitely she's driving forward. She's interesting, as you pointed out, a very darty, like basically just gliding style about her where she kind of darts in and out. And right now, Maryland has basically dug in, got the trenches drawn here in turn one.
Oh, penalty going against
Lady Kaboom, it looks like sitting down.
Yeah, that could be the break in the action that Meowen M. Down is looking for. It is. She's lead jammer now, and Byers Remorse being held back by the Maine defense.
Yeah, well,
she's looking to pass the star to I.M. Payne. Ooh, Meowen M. Down, nice edge work holding on. Byers Remorse now completing the initial pass. Meowen M. Down gets her 5, calls off the jam.
I think you made a great point. It looks like it's been proved. It takes all 4 blockers to hold up meowing them down. Once one slipped off the track, she found a solution to the defense. Interesting to see.
Okay, 40 points is the difference. 15 minutes left. It's going to be a small pack for Maryland. They have 2 blockers in the penalty box.
Still sitting at 135-95. Maryland in control 15 minutes ago.
Here comes hard dash for Maine. She's wearing the star. She takes down her own blocker. And it is Carbomb Kelly wearing the star for Maryland.
Yeah, I was worried about a back block and realized that was her own blocker. Came in really hot. I'm glad to see she was okay due to the friendly fire, but hard dash still driving on in front of the pack.
Well, she's dishing out the pain to those Maryland blockers. Now she gets through. Lead jammer for Maine. Nice rollback. Head of flame just really locking things down. Oh, and that was an immaculate star pass right there.
Yeah, you could tell Slamshine Alley was standing just in front of the pack with space so nobody could catch her, and a long arm extension was able to get it to her. Just as you called earlier, pivots playing a big role, ending that jam right there.
Well, one of the great things there, too, Carbomb Kelly, one of the taller jammers in the Maine arsenal, and that extra height makes that star pass more passable, or more possible.
More passable, that's definitely true. Right now we have General Chaos at the line. I believe that's Nurse Heartless back there as well. She's standing a little further back behind.
4-3 pack advantage. This is Kissy Kicks now. No, it is Nurse Heartless. Excuse me.
It's definitely General Chaos. That I am sure of.
Yeah, Nurse Heartless got drawn back a little bit into turn 4, but now readjust, pushing her way forward. General Chaos in the front, dealing with the 3-wall. Now Assassin playing a little bit of offense, trying to help out.
You know who's really impressed me in this game for Maryland is Cherry Licious. She has been just, very solid on the defensive end for the ladies in red.
Yes, she is. Been a long time Charm City girl. She actually skated with the LA Derby dolls on the bank track for a while, so she's got a wide variety of experience, but she's very stout in her stance. And right now, can we talk about stout? We have Frida Rocket locking down Assassin, and Zell Dangerous not allowing Jenner Chaos to even get out of turn 1.
Well, lockdown is the name of the game right now. We're already a minute into this jam and no clear advantage for jammers. Oh, here comes Nurse Heartless, though, finding room on the inside. Oh, and we have an injury stoppage as I Am Pain goes down between turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's just off to the right of your camera here.
She's
crawled
holding the chest area. Appears that she took an impact blow. We don't know that for sure, of course, and the medical staff getting to her very quickly. We'll have more information on that for you as things occur. Hopefully, of course, that she's going to be able to pop back up, get back into the action. 135 to 99. Boy, just 36 points now. The difference, 12:55 left. Plenty of time for Maine to put on a charge.
Yeah, it is. I mean, under 13 minutes. But I Am Pain for a long time has been one of the veteran leaders of the team. So hopefully it doesn't shake him up too much. We all, of course, hope she's okay. But let's give a shout-out to some of the other people who helped made this weekend happen while we have some time.
Absolutely. Our officiating crew has been on top of the games, and they've been working so hard. And, not only working so many games, but attempting to interpret and apply a revised rule set. I Am Pain is getting up under her own power right now and getting a round of applause from the crowd. Let's go ahead and thank, however, Dirk Shearer, who's been an NSO and a referee, Pinky and the Brawn, an NSO and referee, Rule Booker, an NSO and referee, Sam Refwell has been the tournament head ref, Axis of Stevel has been the tournament co-head ref. Crew head refs are Admiral Mayhem, Big Mean Daddy, Davey Darko, Dogfish Hunter, Jason Singer, Judge Double Wapner, Matthew Blessing, Refa Vyson, Stray Taco, Verbal Assault, and William Skate Spear. We'll have more shout-outs to the referee crew in just a little bit, but we're getting ready to get back to live action.
Correct. So we did see I Am Pain get up. She sat there, just took a few deep breaths, maybe got the wind knocked out of her, went back to her box. already lined up at the line. And we have Buyer's Remorse, and right next to her, Me Allen M down.
4-on-4 in the pack. Official timeout still in effect. We want to thank Blues Clueless, Mary Chaos, Most Ref, Peaches, Pete in the Pool, Professor Murder, Queen Victoria, Sir Lancelot, Slam Her, Steel City Kitty, This'll Be Painful, Tights McGee, Topper Bottom, Track Gremlin, Wifopathic Signals, and Recordian for being the crack officiating staff at this 2017 Battle of the All-Stars.
And we don't give them enough credit. We're talking about how many games the teams have played. They've been playing all weekend. All the officials doing a great job keeping things under control. Our hats are off to you.
That's right. Fortunately, there is a holiday tomorrow for President's Day, and maybe some of them at least can take advantage of that. We're back to the live action and back to some defensive lockdown. Oh, what a nice move by Slamshine Alley, but she can't keep herself in bounds. No lead jammer, however, for Meow and down.
Correct. So Buyer's Remorse did take the star off her helmet, so that means we're going to go 2 minutes. I'm not sure all of a sudden we have a lead jammer status given to Meow and down. She did get knocked out by Slamshine Alley, and then Slamshine Alley went out.
Yeah, 4 points picked up by Meow and down, and that lead jammer designation more important in some ways at this point because that's able to reset. And now only a 32-point difference between Maryland and Maine.
That it is just under 12 minutes to go.
2 Maryland blockers in the penalty box. Hard Dash doing her slow walk up to the jam line. She gets out on the outside, lead jammer Maine.
What I like seeing about that, she basically pushed the 2 blockers by Maryland right into the back of her own wall. They had no room to move, and she went right around the outside. Gets around Lady Kaboom. Cherry Licious, big swing, but a miss. All right, this looks like this could be a big one here for Maine.
Okay, Eddie Kruger has the star now for Maryland. She's digging down. She completes the initial pass. Hard Dash looking to score quickly. She does. That will be 9 points now. So Maine making their run. It is now a 23-point Maryland lead.
Cheers to both Frida Rocket, and I believe I thought that was Zell Dangerous at the end, or at least one of them two helped seal that inside line, got the very quick pass, got the quick call off. 10 minutes ago, Maine is on the march.
4 to 3-pack advantage for Maine as we start this next jam. Nurse Heartless wearing the star for the Maine All-Stars. Dread Alert for Maryland, and Nurse Heartless finds room on the inside. Lead jammer.
Beautiful outside fake and dart it right to the inside. Dread Alert at the line took the star off.
Nurse Heartless now finding those toe stops, dancing on the outside line. 5-point pass. Dread Alert passing the star in an immediate takedown by the Maine blocker. Nurse Heartless on another scoring pass.
Cherry Licious was in the box, now released back up in the front. Dread Alert trying to back her up with Jackie Treehorn, but Nurse Heartless doing the damage, finishing that pass off with another 4 points. I think the point you made earlier, once again, starting to rise back up. Maybe some wear and tear from the previous game starting to creep in.
Could be. It's a 14-point game with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Now the penalty box is empty, so Meow and down will be jamming for Maine, and that appears to be General Chaos wearing the star for Maryland.
General Chaos had a lot of success in the first half, but I think Maine has figured out how to make some adjustments. She hasn't quite been as successful as she was in the first half, but right now pushing on the front of the wall. Down him down gets finished off by Lady Kaboom, but Lady Kaboom goes out and right on through.
Oh, and an improper pass. We've got another 2-minute jam as a star pass to Slamshine Alley gets Maryland through on an initial pass. Oh, and a back block is going to be called on Meow and down. Power jam Maryland.
Yeah, big smile on Sam Shy's face, but she had to hit the Jets to get away from Assassin, who was trying to put her down in the meanest of fashions. But yes, this is a great opportunity for Maryland to at least maybe get a little bit of points in their pocket, because meowing them down right now has been literally mowing down the points.
Well, if you're a Maryland fan or a Maryland skater, you certainly want a little more of a cushion than 19 points as we go into the last 8 minutes of this game. And that is a veteran move by Slamshine Alley, bumping inside, going to the outside straightaway.
Yeah, she had 2 to beat because Maryland did a good job sealing off the third blocker. Back in the pack, you should see coming on the backside. That's meowing them down.
Yeah, the power jam is over, and now we've got a roll back by Zell Dangerous, meowing them down, putting points up for Maine.
Uh-oh, now everybody's coming back. I don't know why Maryland started to come back, but that allowed Maine to go back even further, and meowing him down caught him off guard.
5 more points for Maine. This is going to bring the jam score to 9-10. Nice move by Slamshine Alley, though. She gets through. She gets 4 more. Still 13 seconds on the jam clock. Meowing them down puts up 4.
Yeah, hopefully one more pass here, or at least Maryland's hoping for one more pass. Coming in, time counting down, 3, 2, 1. Meowing them down, not having enough time to catch up for more.
3 more for Slamshine Alley. It's a 17-13 jam. Wow, 18 points now. The lead for Maryland All-Stars.
Yeah, that brings up 152 to 134. 7 minutes to go. If you have a seatbelt on your chair, you better strap yourself in. Hard Dash taking a long creep around the backside. She always does.
Hard Dash
Force at
likes
the line.
that slow roll, and here she comes. The jam is underway. Buyer's remorse jamming for Maryland. Quick penalty called on Lucretia McKeeble, but a jammer penalty on Hard Dash. It's a forearm, and we've got another power jam, Maryland.
That we do. The great teamwork up in front, but can only hold Buyer's Remorse for so long. Buyer's Remorse now out as lead on the power
Maine
jam.
with 3 in the box right now. Buyer's Remorse looking to nail this thing down.
Jumpy McGee able to get a piece of Buyer's Remorse. No pack is called, but the damage was done. She slowed her down long enough. We have Hard Dash now standing in the box.
Well, I Am Payne and Jackie Treehorn did a really good job of reforming just quickly enough to make the pack where they wanted it to be.
Little bump and run there by Buyer's Remorse, making contact with the first blocker and then extending out. Oh, great job by Hard Dash. She whipped off of Jumpy McGee and pulled herself around. Not necessarily Pegasus completely with a spin, but pulled herself around and pulled herself back into the track.
Pretty close, but Maryland getting to the front on defense. 47 seconds left in the jam. Buyer's Remorse playing with house money. She is the lead jammer, and she's already got 10 points.
Yeah, she's shifting hips around. Looks like she's trying to figure out each blocker, trying to pull up each point individually. Hard Dash now jumps into the pack to play defense. This is still an initial pass
for Hard Dash. She passes the star to Head of Flame, so the initial scoring, or the initial pass completed. Buyer's Remorse holding her hips up. She's going to call off the jam. Two more points.
It looked like it might have just been out of view of the camera. She had her hands up. She jazz-fingered very clearly, so they knew she was going to call.
Okay, and now walking into the infield, we have Hal Metzler, the professional beard for Maryland, and he's having a word with the officiating staff. There is a timeout now being called by Maine. Smart time to use one of those timeouts. That's the first timeout that Maine has used, so they will still have 2 more. No official reviews, however. Maryland has 2 timeouts and their official review.
I wouldn't expect to see Maryland use too many timeouts unless this game gets flip-flopped, because right now Maine's only 30 points away. They want to keep the clock stopped, whereas Maryland's hoping to just maybe grind out a few long jams. If they can match as many points as they can. Right now, Hard Dash sitting in the box. I missed where that happened. I don't know if you saw that, Gretchen, but she's sitting over there. Hard Dash, hats off to her. Been an impact player this whole entire game.
Well, she's leaving it all out on the field of competition. There's no doubt about it. She had passed to the star which is the good news. So Nurse Heartless will be jamming as we get underway. The bad news, if you're a Maine fan, is that there's a 4-3 pack advantage in favor of the Maryland All-Stars.
But if you want reinforcements to come from the box, defensively, Hard Dash would be one of them. But now it's up to the 3 blockers out there. I see Assassin, I believe that's Frida Rocket, and Zell Dangerous. They're looking to try to kill off this power jam.
Well, one of the things that's really great about this game is that both teams play, Maine's probably a little bit more, free-form style than Maryland, but in their own way, they're a very disciplined, smart team, and so is Maine. And Nurse Heartless jumps over the inside, picks up lead jammer.
Yeah, I misspoke with saying it was a power jam, but just basically trying to hold back Car Bomb Kelly with the 3 blockers, and that's exactly what they did. Lady Kaboom holding the outside line. Oh, Holly Go Harley going back on the inside. Nurse Heartless calls it off just in the right time.
Well, it's a scoreless jam, though, and that's a win for Maryland at this point in the game. Clock winding down, will be under 4 minutes when this next jam starts.
Yeah, 164-134. 2 timeouts still in the pocket for Maine. Slam Shine Alley back behind the line. Meowin' M down, slowly entering the track.
4-2 pack advantage for Maine. Hard Dash is standing up in the penalty box, so she will get back on the track shortly. Slam Shine Alley makes short work of the short pack. She's lead jammer for Maryland.
Yeah, she took advantage of the fact there's only 2 blockers out there. Zell Dangerous sitting in the box now. Oh, my gosh. Big hit, head of flame.
Meowing down, completes the initial pass.
That was head of flame, got a big piece of Slam Shine Alley. That basically ended that jam because she went back.
2 points put up, however, for Slam Shine Alley, and she's going to have a bruise for each point after that one.
All right, looks like we have some replay going on here. Great job by Adam Baum. She gets dropped in the hardest of manners, but Maryland will take that. Time is still running. 2 points. It barely extends their lead. Head of Flame did get the jam ended.
Here comes Nurse Heartless now. She'll be jamming against General Chaos.
Still 2 blockers out there. Maine having a little bit of blocker problems here, staying out of the penalty box.
Yeah.
And twice now, Maryland has taken advantage.
Oh, that is a wonderful stop for Eddie Kruger. It's going to send her to the penalty box on a low block, but it slowed Nurse Heartless. Nurse Heartless still on an initial pass.
That was Holly Go Harley doing the damage the second time around. Spins out Nurse Heartless and then reinforced by her friends.
Boy, General Chaos, a nice option for the Maryland All-Stars to have. Not a full-time jammer, but very successful jammer in the late going of this game.
Well, so far, I mean, I'm not saying you're incorrect. So far, they've used her more to jam this year than block, but when she gets in her block, she's a multifaceted player.
Okay, 4 more for Maryland. Maine calling for a timeout. This is getting to be the critical situation for the Maine All-Stars. 41 points, 1 minute and 57 seconds. You got to think you need 2 jams. Okay, how do you do that?
Well, first you got to hope that you can get a break where your defense can really lock somebody down, maybe be able to pull a penalty on the other jammer. But what we've seen, as you pointed out many times, is we've not had a lot of big jams. Got to figure out how to get that offense really going, get a good seal, maybe hopefully get Maryland to run into some penalty trouble.
Yeah, Hans Yolo is in the penalty box and will be when this next jam starts. Now, she is standing up, so she's not going to be in the box for long. She'll be able to rejoin the Maine defense within, 8 or 9 seconds, most likely. However, Maryland will be starting this jam with a 4-3 pack advantage, and they've done very well in that situation over the last 10 minutes or so. Meowing them down will be jamming for Maine. Buyer's Remorse will be jamming for Maryland, and here we go.
Oh, that's Frida Rocket there, bracing down the Miami defense. Maryland's kind of spread out. I see Holly Goharley, I.M. Payne, Cherry Licious, and Jackie Treehorn, a big charm line.
Okay, Hands Yellow is back into the action, currently playing offense. Head of Flame working on Buyer's Remorse. She passes her off to Assassin.
Holly Goharley getting sent off, so one blocker going off now for Maryland. Buyer's Remorse driving on the arms, hands up in the air.
Do it. Given the right set of circumstances, Buyer's Remorse has this game in her pocket with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the jam clock, and as lead jammer, she now scores 4 points. If she stays on the track, she has the fate of the Maryland All-Stars in her hands.
Yeah, only a 3-second difference between the period clock and the jam clock. Right now, Buyer's Remorse just trying to stay clean, don't want to give anything up, slowly working on the pack. Charm's defense, or excuse me, I'm Charm, oh my gosh. Maryland's defense doing the job,
Well,
slowing
there's
down.
certainly an element of Charm City in this Maryland All-Star team. Here comes meowing them down now. But Buyer's Remorse is pushing against that Maine defense. She, is being careful at this point. It's more important, as I said, to stay on the track than to score points.
Yeah, normally she's kind of shifty, working the outside. She's staying in the middle right now. I am Payne up there trying to help her, but only so much. Oh, a little skip there. Buyer's Remorse gets free. That's 5 points.
Well, that's the cherry on the top of the sundae right now. There's 13 seconds left. We have a star pass to Assassin, but Buyer's Remorse now holding the game in her hands. She gets 4 more points. Period clock expires. 2 more on the jam clock. Buyer's Remorse calling it off, and Maryland taking away a 50-point win. Great game, however, by both teams. Big jam at the end. Big couple of plays for Maryland in the last 4 minutes. That's the difference.
Well, it's interesting. You say big jam at the end. Who was the person who ended the first half? Buyer's Remorse. Who was the person who started the second half? She built a lead, and then she was able to ice it at the end. Buyer's Remorse didn't play the last game. We know why she played this game.
And the prize for the Maryland All-Stars, and I do not say this sarcastically or facetiously, the prize for the Maryland All-Stars is in 2 hours and 30 minutes, they get to take on the Texas All-Stars. And that's why you play the sport, is to play the top teams. And Texas came in as the number 1 seed, shocked to some and many by New York yesterday. Texas now, they of course are going to want to come away with 3rd place, but so is Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland's come away with 3rd place every single year. Texas is looking to take over their spot. Now, my question to you is, how much did Maine take out of Maryland? If you want to give us a moment, we're going to talk with Kent the politician to figure out who our MVPs are going to be.
Well, why don't you do that, Tom, and I will continue to describe the action here at Inline 309. Maryland is taking their victory lap, and the crowd is on their feet wishing them well. Maryland just showing so much stamina, smarts, and drive, winning that game because Maine gave them all they could handle. The insane Maine Maniac posse now giving the Maine All-Stars their lap of love. We want to say happy birthday once again to Jumpy McGee for the Maine All-Stars. She had an excellent game, and she's going to get a chance to enjoy herself the rest of the day now, as Maine will be in the spectators' seats for the remaining games. Next up at 2 p.m., we've got Virginia versus Michigan. Tom, what do we have for most valuable players?
I can't say they were 2 players who didn't deserve it anymore. Hard dash is our call for Maine. Well-deserved, playing both sides, pivoting, jamming, blocking. She did it all. And then for Maryland, we pointed out Buyer's Remorse came up with the key jams when they needed to. if it wasn't for her, the game would be very close. She put up probably about those 40 or 50 points that separate these two teams up on 3 big jams. Plus, she was also consistent throughout.
So our most valuable players for the Maine All-Stars, Hard Dash, and for the Maryland All-Stars, you cannot argue against buyer's remorse, picking up that MVP. Great game, a 50-point win for the Maryland All-Stars, but closer than that throughout the majority of the contest. Maine knocking on the door, making that charge up until about the 6-minute point in the second period, when Maryland just dug deep and found that extra something inside that winners have.
Most definitely. I mean, it's a very veteran team. A lot of players been playing a long time. I mean, I can't ask for any more. This is Championship Sunday. This wasn't for the championship, but if you win third place, you're going to feel like it. You have to go through Texas. Meanwhile, we got Virginia and Michigan still on the other side of the bracket waiting to get their piece of flesh out of the next team coming up.
That's right. That's coming up at 2 p.m. I'm Gretchen the Axe.
I'm Tom Foolery. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, and we will be back with more coverage of the Battle of the All-Stars 2017 right before 2 p.m. with Virginia versus Michigan.
gonna cuddle in so that way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another game here in the final day of Battle of the All-Stars
Oh my
4.
gosh.
How tired are you, by the way?
I'm exhausted.
You just refed that last game.
So Bucksmont is glorious. They are the best league ever. They brought us tacos.
Yes, show that to, there
I
you
have tacos. I'm so happy. And they have pizza coming late. Like, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Like, all Herbalife and healthy living, but when you ref 9 games in a weekend,
Yeah.
plus announcing like 8,
Something like that, yeah? Yeah,
I
I'd
can't
imagine
wait
you're...
for the after party.
Well, this is going to be Michigan versus Virginia.
Yes.
Winner of this moves on to the third place game.
Yeah. I can't imagine being Michigan at this point because, I mean, I think I'm tired. At least I'm not getting hit by people.
Yeah, Michigan had an incredible bout earlier, just a couple hours ago.
Yeah. All the games today so far has been loser bracket games. So it's essentially like, you won! Congratulations! You get to play in 2 hours.
Yeah, I was referring to it earlier as the multi-ball
Yeah,
that they hit.
multi-ball, yeah.
I mean, it's just, if you want to make it through, like Maryland is going to be playing in the next game, and in order to make it all the way to third place, they've got to fight every other bout today. That's insane.
Yeah, it's yeah, I think they have to play Texas next.
Well, assuming, let's see, let's double check because these brackets have been
Yeah,
insane.
haha, I was right.
Yeah, because Maryland, yeah, man, Maryland
They've
going up
already-
against Texas, and
They've
then
already played twice today, and now you have to play Texas?
now keep in mind for that one, that's the next game, by the way, after this one here. The winner of that immediately has to play the winner of this.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead to the track and find out what is going on.
It looks like Wolf and Racer McChaser are our first 2 jammers.
And Wolf almost out of the pack. Number 40 here from Michigan getting out in front of her.
She's able to get through on the inside. She'll be your lead jammer.
Racer McChaser sticking it on the outside line.
Wolf knocked to the inside.
Ooh, look at that hit from Wolfbox to force her way out. 4 points, I believe? 5.
This first jam is definitely one of those get used to the floor again kind of jams, it looks like.
Wolf here, the lead jammer early on. You know, Virginia coming into this one having had an entire day off since they played at 6 o'clock last night. So they're the closest thing to a fresh team that is going to be playing anytime before 8 o'clock tonight.
Right. Well, Texas played.
Yeah, they did. They
And
were
it's
last
gonna,
night.
It's gonna even out, I think.
Yeah.
But so, but that's the great thing about being not only ranked higher coming in, but also winning that first game is, you know, you get those longer periods of rest.
Exactly. 28-38, still on the clock. It's early on, 10-0 here in Jam 2. And it is Country Jam on the line for Virginia.
And LOL for Michigan.
Yeah, we got Country Jam out there for Virginia.
LOL.
Wow.
Matrixing her way to lead jammer.
For Michigan of this contest.
You know, it took me until the game earlier. Oh, man. Miller. That was a penalty on LOL.
Yeah, it was a forearm.
Oh, but they're going to trade him out immediately. A little do-si-do here. This Country Jam also gets a penalty called on her, and they both serve it almost immediately before I can finish the sentence. But, you know, it took me until earlier this morning calling the Michigan bout to realize the easy way to tell LOL by her number if it was upside down. Like, man, 3.5 days. 3.5 days of calling all of their bouts.
It's all right. It took me 2 days to get Sarah Problem Officer.
Oh, my God, I love that one. I told her that that's the one that keeps making us all laugh.
And LOL having a hell of a time this jam. She is back in the box, this time for a low block. I'm not quite sure why she took a knee, but she did a 2-knee slide right into the back of the legs of a white blocker.
Country Jam capitalizing on that, getting 5 points on the board for Virginia. It's a 10-point spread so far. And one of the multitude of reasons that I love calling with Mary Chaos is the fact that she knows infinitely more about the rule set than I do. It absolutely helps.
I'm sure there are some people in the crowd from the last game that would argue that.
There's always people who will always argue against refs. Death, taxes, and screw you, ref. How dare you? The three most assured things. No, honestly, we've had such great
This
reffing.
tournament's been phenomenal, just overall.
Yeah. I mean, it's the best of the best as far as skaters are concerned, as far as NSOs, referees. It's amazing. It's kind of nice to have the extra day of it this year. Not going to argue. I'm looking forward to my own bed tonight.
I will still say that 3-day tournaments are the perfect length.
Yeah, well, you know.
I love seeing everyone. Don't get like this has been great, but oi, 2 tracks next year. What? That's please. I love you, Inline 309, but please.
Let's get Inline to just go ahead and expand. I'm fine with that.
Some derby hugs at the front of the pack with Kelly Janai, and it was 2012 from Pepe from Virginia.
And that is River Styx Phoenix.
Who is a very good jammer from Charlottesville. Did a lot of damage in the D2 playoffs this year.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Styx is you can put her wherever you need.
Yeah.
She's good in every position. She's a track general when you put the stripe on her. She's insane. She's insanely good.
Virginia's 3 syllables right there, so watch out. That's why they don't let me pronounce that one. Nikki Towner on the line.
Oh, we got Nikki Towner from Mother State wearing the star for Team Virginia.
Everybody should bring a ringer, right?
For those of you who don't know the legend of Mother State, this is a team that is known for showing up with less than 9 people and
Yes.
still winning.
For Michigan right now.
It's their training regimen that is legendary, at least down south in Virginia. There is, as Nikki Towner takes lead jammer here, they will go to practice together and then immediately or right prior do CrossFit together.
Hits it and quits it. Think she got 2?
Multiple times a week.
That's what we're going to say.
2 going up for Nikki Towner on that one. Ringer doing a great job of breaking out of the pack quick. Wasn't able to steal any points, though.
As we were talking about earlier, Michigan got to dig deep into that
All right, that's
that
number
Fago cooler and get some more energy in their bodies here.
I'm sorry. Wolf, rather, for Virginia.
Did you say Fago?
Absolutely. Every friend that I have from Michigan still drinks it even in Virginia. And gone. There is Wolfbox.
Swift Justice. Swiftly out behind.
Oh, nice hit. From number 40 on Michigan, that's Kelly Janai.
So I think it's cool that she's got Wolfbox on her jersey. She skates for Philly. At least the last time I checked, she was still
Yes.
skating for Philly as Wolf. But when she was on Charlottesville, she was Miami Beatbox.
Yep.
3 points scored by Virginia.
So this year, going by Wolfbox, yet another name. Because why not?
Because why not?
the best of both
It's
worlds.
just Derby.
Jam on the line for Michigan.
It's not quite like Lammy from Mass, where this is like the 3rd or 4th tournament I've called her in, and every single one of them she's had a totally different name.
There is looks a kill. Finding room on the inside line and just stepping through. Country Jam not too far behind her, though.
Country Jam, no matter what, never too far behind.
No.
One of the fastest skaters that Team Virginia has, and that's saying a lot considering it's a lot of speed on that team.
She takes her own skater out in the mix, but that's still legal.
Yes.
So
Yep, they did.
And she throws up 4 points there before it can get called off to the 2 for Michigan. It's 11-32. Virginia looking to put this away early.
She had the space. And then unfortunately, teams are just lined up backward as hard as they were.
Virginia might be looking to put it away early, but I have a feeling Michigan ain't gonna let it go too easily.
Oh, God, no. No, Michigan hasn't made it easy on anybody. You would have thought, looking at the first half, that North Carolina would have put Michigan to bed, and they thought wrong as Sticks takes lead jammer here against LOL. LOL going to the penalty box again. This will be, I believe, at least her third penalty here already here, Jam 7.
It's strange. She is usually not penalty heavy at all.
No,
She's usually
no.
very clean, very precise jammer.
Back block called on River. Sticks, Phoenix.
Didn't see the infraction, but it is a power jam right now.
Coach giving some encouragement here to LOL as she's released from the box. Looks like Ray Gun, Bangarang, Psycho Julia, and I can't see.
Yeah, that was a jammer.
Oh, Lilu Dallas multi-smash. They're going to make up the line for Virginia on this one.
I love that name.
Nice
Lilu takes a dive towards LOL, is unable to catch her.
and she's going to get her first pass in.
Phoenix using that nice combination of edges and toe stops to go right into the Michigan blocker and sit back down for a back block.
Jammer not able to enter easily.
That's the thing about this floor. There are times that you you make contact and you expect them to stick, and the floor just spits their wheels out and they go down.
I think that's how it reads.
Phoenix is another one who is typically a very clean jammer.
Right there, yeah.
Oh, definitely. Oh, looks like we lose the pivot here for
Yes,
Michigan.
that
so
was Cookie Rumble.
captain as well. 4-3
Yes.
pack advantage for Virginia.
Chase are gonna get
Right
that
where
tight
Virginia
shake
wants
up.
this to be.
You're going to see LOL's going to be stuck inside that triangle.
Phoenix
defense,
so good at
but
ping
she can
ponging.
go through that. That's gonna be a
People
fine
hit her and
point
she's
run.
able to control that momentum and just put herself exactly where she needs to be.
Now, I think it's
LOL 10 points so far on this run to Sticks is 5.
and,
You can't even get that on satellite.
Good track awareness there on LOL's part, knowing that the time awareness, I should say, knowing the clock was about to go out. There's no point in chasing.
Yeah. No point.
I will assume that we'll be talking about that later. Anyway,
That is going to be Nikki Towner again for Virginia.
for L, 5 points for Sticks
You know,
on that. And we're
from
getting
a
swift justice for
Yeah.
Michigan.
and
I don't like. There is no real reason why Phoenix had to do the jammer on jammer action, but what a way to get into their head.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but there's swift justice. This absolutely phenomenal.
Swift Justice had an incredible game just a couple hours ago today.
Yes.
Swift justice hits it and quits it. Looks like she got 2 points.
Very, very smart jammer.
And you can hear AK-40 ounce yelling.
23 to 39 currently, 19:28 left on the clock. Looks like we got about 100 of you watching here, and the chat room is starting to go live. Don't worry, we will be doing shout-outs. Yeah, it's 4-hour endurance practices, according to River Strong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that's hilarious. we'll leave that. I don't want to repeat
Hey,
that on air. But
People hear that we have 3.5-hour practices at Tampa, and they're like, "Whoa!" I'm like, in a half hour that's off skate, so it's.
And a Wolfbox gets through. Lead jammer one more time here.
As Wolf breaks out to the front.
Yeah, nice job by Wolf. Everything
Making Philly proud.
side of the track. She's
This
able to
Pennsylvania audience very happy that they can root for her again now that she's in the consolation bracket.
stop right there, getting through the back. The force of actually exiting it.
Oh, yeah, we each have one.
We have that. I've been looking over his shoulder trying to read numbers and names because although I can identify people by their faces usually, across the track going, wait, who's 24? But we both have
And we have a star
rosters,
pass to
so.
Smacks.
Speaking of number 24,
Yep.
star pass here.
I see Wolf looking for the
Jazea
ball from
Smack,
her bench,
right?
but they're gonna keep on
Uh,
going.
Jazia Smacks.
Jazia
Any of you Deep Space Nine fans out there?
And a forearm going against the Virginia captain.
Gets ejected into the infield.
Whoa. All I heard was Wolf gets ejected, and I got really
Yeah.
scared for a second.
Yeah.
But it was into the infield. Into the infield. so.
I don't even know how she'd possibly be ejected. She might be one of the cleanest players in the game.
Yeah, derby happens sometimes.
That is true. That is true.
2-to-1 ratio here.
We've seen literally everything happen in the last 3 days that could possibly happen
Don't
in an
don't
average
challenge
tournament.
me.
In an average tournament.
Okay. I was gonna
Country
say,
Jam out there.
Botus will take that and say, "Wait, hold my beer."
Cookie Rumble going up against Country Jam. Cookie Rumble out as lead jammer. Reason right there. One of the many reasons she's captain here for this team.
Cookie Rumble's first jammer appearance today. Of course, she's team captain. for
Michigan already reaching deeper into their jammer rotation. I've seen Cookie Rumble jam a couple times, but usually she's that relief jammer. That hang on, let's get our stuff together. Let's give the jammers a break and see what's going on. Or they might just be playing around still and seeing who sticks.
I mean, at this point, yeah, throw everything at the wall. Even
Yeah.
I mean, these teams have never faced each other, so.
Speaking of sticks, there's River Sticks Phoenix. Ha ha ha.
And somebody, honestly, I have no idea. I can't see.
I
just
believe it was Ringer.
Good. As soon as I started to see the numbers, she bent down, and I couldn't see her anymore. Darn.
Sticks is jamming for Virginia.
Yep.
Ringer and Phoenix.
Going to be going to Ringer.
Ringer trying to work through that triangle. The problem is when
Looks
you get
like
through, you meet
putting
Miller,
sticks out
and
there as many
that's
times as they have.
customer
Michigan
care.
starting to feel her out and figure her out.
Yeah.
Problem for them is that Sticks is also feeling them out right now.
Come through, make the collision.
Michelle Obama just came through and bombed that triangle of Virginia blockers.
Ringer's your lead jammer.
You got a star pass there for Virginia.
And that's going to be
This is
Miller, I believe.
Miller now with the star for Virginia. That one getting called off before she can get back to the pack.
Should have grabbed 3 points on that jam.
Yeah, 3 points for
Over
Michigan.
Virginia scoreless once more. 34 to 52, trying to close that gap.
Almost halfway through here, the first half, 34 to 52. It's a pretty darn close game.
And Jessica Smacks going to step up to the line, as is Nikki Towner.
Oh, we've got Jazia Smacks on the line for the first time.
Ox is clear right now.
and
full personnel
Nikki
as the
Towner.
whistle blows.
Smacks
is
obviously
outpaced
having
a little
taken
bit
the
by
star
Towner,
pass a
but
few
Towner
jams
still
ago.
got
Yes.
3 in front of her.
I guess we're going to see now if that legendary Mother State endurance pays off as Nikki Towner just fights through this pack.
I mean,
She looks just as fresh as she did the first day of this tournament, so maybe there's something to their training regimen.
Nikki Towner, nice move, finds just a sliver of it, of daylight on the inside.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone would ever argue that that kind of training schedule would not help.
Yeah, you know, it's been kind of weird because we're always used down in Virginia, really used to Mother State always being that 9-person team. And this last year, they finally started expanding and growing. They've got a B team. I actually called their first ever black versus gray game.
Wow.
It was weird.
A couple years ago, I remember hearing that they went up to Rage City in Alaska, and it was a 6 versus 5 game because Rage City is another team that will Iron Man their way through. Like, man, that's
And LOL
incredible.
and Wolf's gonna step
I
up.
could be wrong on the exact
Respective
numbers
teams.
there, but I remember going less than 2 packs per team.
That sounds about right.
So
little last minute
it's certainly not unheard of from either one of them.
Speaking of Mother State, another Mother State skater on the line is Ray Gunn. Although she's kind of a skater from everywhere. I think everybody I've ever met in Derby goes, "Oh, you know Ray Gunn? Oh my God, I love her."
Up there in the front, trying to break things up. Virginia a
And
little bit.
LOL, yesterday's Michigan MVP.
LOL.
It's true. Ray trying to fight open a hole for Wolfbox here. Wolfbox finds it, but LOL gets through first. She's lead jammer.
Really strong upper body strength.
And
She's always able to use those shoulders.
Yeah, to get
138, the big bangerang going to sit down in the box's pivot for Virginia.
forcing her to call it, and that was a goose eggs on that one.
That one called off super quick. No score either way.
Number 193, it is Ringer. That's going to step up for Michigan.
And that sticks out there for Virginia. 13 minutes left in regulation.
Stick's going to go right into the heart of
River
that
Sticks,
four
Phoenix,
wall.
and Ringer
Ringer
Splits
back
the
on the
offsides
line.
in the front.
And it's going to be Ringer out as lead jammer.
Machete getting a forearm and responding with an appropriate level of eye roll.
Ringer doing a nice job of that right there.
Machete named because she is very literally just a giant blade with legs, wearing derby gear. As soon as she takes the helmet off, she is just a giant machete.
On the board.
And Styx has escaped the
Styx is
gravity
through.
of
She's
the
eligible to
Michigan
score here.
Revenge the Nerd, Big Bangarang, and Miller are holding her up, not letting her get too many points on that one. Only 2, which means that she only passed 1 set of hips because there's box point.
on return points.
Maths.
I remember the days when Toast
You can still math this late?
Jammer roughing.
4 days of this?
This morning, the Maryland Ohio bout.
Yes. Got the feels like yesterday.
I was OPRing, and it got to be to the point that the jam refs realized that because I also jam ref, that they could like confer with points. So at the beginning of the game, it wasn't happening, but by the end, like every other jam, my refs were. What did you see? It's like, oh God, I've got to do that too now. Okay.
Cookie Rumble gets through. Lead jammer against Country Jam here.
Speed Junkie headed out for a forearm call.
Yes, back block going against Blue 2. That is Eraser.
Looks like it, yes, indeed.
You're welcome, Natasha.
All right,
Thanks
so
for that
it's
Silent
five
Hill
matches,
image.
correct? And,
The
you know,
machete just being a
that's
literal
5
machete.
or
With
6 jams held scoreless for the Virginia All-Stars.
Well, we call that announcer math. It's kind of math-ish.
It's the new math.
Yeah, it's math-ish. It's got a base in numbers, just no logic.
shaking some things around here. Make it a little easier for us to be able to read your
I
comments.
couldn't realize. I couldn't realize. Wow, words are hard. Yeah, we've got a lead jammer, Nikki Towner with LOL on her heels.
Yeah, it's going to be a
And a mess going on in the back of the pack. Lilu Dallas multi smash and Michelle Obama
but was it in time?
getting mixed up, but Michelle responds with a jammer takedown.
Pretty hard there. Doesn't look like she
I
actually
passed her
it,
earlier,
but
Michelle
she knocked
Obama,
it.
and just
And,
I was in my stripes, so I couldn't say too much, but I just tapped her and went, I like watching you hit people. I just walked away, and she kind of did a double take, like, oh, okay. That's a pretty good
Kept
compliment.
replaying that in my mind, and I still couldn't really get a call on it.
Somebody's sitting all the way in the back, ready to jam here for Michigan. I can't. Number 28, it looks like that's Racer McChaser going up against Wolf, and that is now Racer McLeod Jammer.
She's just going to bulldoze her way through that inside line.
She's got the power to do it, but Wolf, man,
Racer's
she is
one of
quick.
those
I've seen her
legends
chase
of
down
Michigan.
jammers a couple of times now, and she does it again.
Oh,
I'm
she
not-
was
I
so
don't think
busy
Racer
trying
usually
to
does
wrangle her skaters faster that she didn't realize Wolf
keep your eyes on
overtook
so
her.
fast in that situation.
Yeah, Racer's
Can't
got
sleep
that
on
long-
Wolf.
She's got
No.
that long, steady stride.
She does.
Wolf really hit the jets.
Yeah.
Looks like we're starting to settle into a jammer rotation here for Virginia
Wolf here. She's a quick
as
one.
Country Jam back out on the
All right,
line.
number 42 out there for Virginia. That's Country Jam.
Let's find out. Hold on. Come on, house announcer.
I know.
I'm relying on you. Cookie Rumble.
Rumble.
Haha, scoreboard beat you.
Kind of a
Well done, penalty lineup trackers, because
Cookie Rumble, nice.
Yeah.
She's gonna use,
The unsung heroes.
Cookie Rumble actually got
Yeah.
past it. Unfortunately, lost her balance.
did not stick the landing.
No.
Great job.
Country
Virginia
Jam
pulling
trying
all
to
the
push
back
her
to the
way
jammer
past.
line.
Well, it was just 1 or 2. Now it's literally everybody.
And she's
Cookie
through.
Rumble.
Lead jammer. Not by much.
both jammers emerging from the.
Giving
Jeez.
chase.
Pulled out of line.
And now the pack is picking up
Cookie
speed
Rumble was so happy to get out of the pack. Looks behind her, sees Country immediately behind her, and goes, ah! And bolts.
Yeah, I wish we knew that a little more.
We've got Emma Pistol going to sit down in the box.
One of these days.
I'm a pistol with some of the best war paint I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh, and that is simplistic for her.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh, You should see the array of makeup she's done. That she was a teammate of mine on Dutchland. She always comes with this marvelous war paint.
Wait,
It's terrifying.
You were on Dutchland at one point?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. I had no idea. Sticks is gone.
How do you think I know all these Virginia skaters?
I guess that makes sense.
Ringer fighting, trying to break that wall apart.
Sticks gone. Just gone. Broke through another 5 points on the board. 14 Virginia, 45-66 with 7:14 left.
Ringer almost able to swing around using
Forearm going against someone. The Pack did one of those, we're not quite sure what happened to it things.
Yeah, then you can even
Forearm on Psycho Juia.
Is it just me, or Michigan, who should be getting more tired, seems to be getting better with every single bout they
Yes,
played this weekend?
they've figured out Virginia. Michigan's been one of those teams this weekend that the first couple jams are always a little wonky.
71 to 45.
And then they go, oh yeah, Derby.
Yeah, they figure, I mean, they
I
definitely
don't
break the
know if
strategies every
right,
time.
I don't know if it's that they're filling out their opponents or if they just all need a couple jams to get their head back in it, or if this floor is as terrible as it felt like while I was skating, or a little bit of everything.
Oh,
Forearm
track
going
cut.
for
Judges couldn't tell. We knew it was close. But
Nikki Towner.
Oh, we're just going to trade him out.
Yeah, so Swift Justice got a track cut. Nikki I feel like they're playing
both out and they're both going to return.
not Simon Says, but the like repeat,
We're 20 jams in.
where I do something and you repeat. That's been the jammers during this game. I'm going to get out of the pack. Well, I'm going to get out of the pack.
It's so
I'm
true.
going to the box. Well, I'm going to the box.
And the box emptied before we could even figure out what had actually sent
God.
everybody to
I'm
it. It
glad
was so
I'm not
quick.
an IPR this game.
Right?
And she will not be no lead jammer, of course, but she
Because
is
the pack is always
jammer that's
there.
out in front.
But it always,
Hacking at her
you just gotta kind of gotta go, where is it?
to Virginia's pivot.
Oh, it's Swift Justice.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate, not just as announcers, but also just for you at home, that it seems like this whole weekend, the pack likes this first Apex a lot.
Yes.
They really, all of the teams like to stay right over here.
Nikki Towner going for another forearm. Oh,
No, we had a
big
pass.
bangarang. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I didn't even see the star pass happen.
Me either.
Sneaky. I was gonna say, she came back towards me. I'm going, what's that, Nikki Towner?
A little taller.
Before the second turn here.
She was looking
But
for
one is
something on the
1-3, the other's
inside that
1-3-8.
just wasn't there.
So I couldn't. The armbands were deceiving.
Oh, makes sense.
Back block being called on one of the Michigan defense ladies, number 31, Tara.
Terrorettes, that's who went to the box. I was starting to read my numbers and words, and then the house announcers distracted me. This is. I'm sorry for everyone at home. This is probably my worst stream call ever.
Scoring pass for both of these.
Oh, look,
Only 3 points picked up.
I am
That's-
exhausted myself. I'm right here with you. Let's see. We had a question about number 95 on Virginia.
Jam.
That is a machete, by the way,
Yes.
Natasha.
The toughest jams, the ones
One of the
that
coolest parts about calling this tournament and calling anything with my friends up north at Nerd Derby, I love the social interaction side of it that we get to do here versus some of the other streams.
Right.
It's something I kind of hope eventually makes its way into the higher echelon of
You
Derby
know,
streaming.
that social interaction happens a little bit, but
Bills here, Bob. Big thank you to the following
this is a
sponsors.
little bit more of a fast and loose kind of
Yeah.
free-form
Skates.
kind of tournament. So,
Derby famous armbands.
Juice wheels.
like, you can't use the hashtags all the time when you're announcing upper level. But I would love to see that more. I would love to see
Oh,
more
yeah.
more interaction with the friends at.
And of course, Inline 309. Food trucks are outside, still dishing up some
Okay.
tasty grub if you're interested in such things. Go check them out.
So Virginia is coming into this seed 6 and Michigan seed 5. It's one of the things that changed this year. I mean, obviously we added several teams.
Right.
Virginia went out 4th place last year, but because of the new seeding, it all is totally different as we're fighting to try to get into 3rd. The seeds were pretty accurate.
Yeah, because so the teams voted on the seedings. The teams they kind of went old school with the MRDA style. I'm not exactly sure how the voting proceeded, but I remember hearing, oh, yes, well, we can't go on with scheduling the refs until we figure out the seeding and the teams haven't finished voting yet and all that. A lot of these teams have taken advantage of the opportunities at State Wars.
Right.
Virginia has not been there. Michigan was. So I think a lot of teams might have looked at the performances from State Wars for Michigan and gone, okay, well, that's part of the reason maybe put them here. And Texas got the 1 seed, I'm pretty sure, because of their performance at State Wars last
from
year.
what I understand, they just dominated State Wars.
The championship game between them and Florida was phenomenal.
Looking here, we've got, so here's the game history right now for these two teams. 4-team Virginia. They played against Maine Thursday at 4. It was 1:50. We have an official review here, by the way. So perfect timing to start reading this all off.
Yes, we're sending Adam in to find
They
out
played
what's
Maine Thursday at 4. They won 209 to 158. They played Maryland Friday at noon, 161 to 162. That 1-point win. That was just.
That was the heart-stopping game.
Oh, for everybody, whether you were involved, watching, that was awesome. They played against Pennsylvania and lost 122 to 299.
Yes.
And then now, of course, here at 2 p.m., is that really all it is? Okay, here at 2 p.m., they're playing against Michigan. Flip that coin and, Mary, tell them the totally different road that Michigan got to
poor
take.
Michigan. Michigan versus North Carolina, Thursday, 10 a.m. They won 161 to 145. Game 2 was versus New York, Friday at 10 a.m., 262 to 131. They lost that one. So, boom, down into the losers bracket we go. Versus Rhode Island, Saturday, 8 a.m., third early game, 278 to 75. Then Saturday at 8 p.m., 374 to 61 versus Hawaii. And then at 10 a.m. today, they beat North Carolina 203 to 143. And now here we are versus Virginia at 2 p.m. If they win this, then they go and play
the winner of the next game.
in the third place game,
Yeah.
at 6 p.m.
We're going to go with that?
Yes.
Yes,
6
it is
p.m.
6. So, yeah, I mean, Virginia here only having 3 games prior to this. Michigan with 5 total. And we're still seeing a contest this close, 75 to 48. So far as the clock is frozen here in the first half, 3:56 left on the clock once this official review is done. We're hoping to hear from super producer Adam Baum here soon on what the heck exactly is going on, since we don't have the benefit of you being out on the track to tell us.
I've been doing my best all weekend to, if Adam doesn't run out, like I can't do the check, like where is he? Sometimes he hangs out over there, which is where he's hanging out actually by in between the 2 team benches. And our alt ref will check in with him, but sometimes our alt ref just doesn't care whether he's waiting for info or not. So I'm on wheels. It takes me 3 seconds to pop in. It gives me a chance to practice my concise ref language to say, blue 2-7.
Never a bad thing.
May have blocked a down skater. We decided to not. Official review, whatever. Anyway.
In fact, we're about to find out what is
Adam,
going on.
What happened? What happened? Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Well, Virginia lost their official review, so nothing's changing.
That is ultimately what matters. Is Racer McChaser is lead jammer against the big Bangarang, who is serving a little bit of time out from the previous jam. We can prognosticate, we can guess at what happened, but
my theory is I'm going to use my official review to try and get my jammer out the box.
I mean, why not? Can you blame him?
Bangarang has re-entered. That was Raven Darkhold that was able to chase her down and make that last moment.
Raven Darkhold, so frightening, even with kitten-covered tights here today.
She's so nice.
Oh my God, she's one of my favorite people off the track. And on the track, since I, happen to call for them.
Yeah.
And Racer will call up the
Racer McChaser
5-zip.
kept getting reabsorbed by Virginia blockers, but she earned those 5 points, man.
It's going to be River, Styx, Phoenix, and L.O. Hell on the line now.
And Styx is going to step up, as is L.O.
Yeah, lick the whip. I didn't run into anyone yesterday except for the down skaters that I couldn't avoid.
3 jams for Styx. Works out quite nicely. Styx going to be your lead jam.
And River. Oh, by the way, also how. We'll see. Shoot me the schedule. Styx, by the way, getting through here, and she's lead jammer with 5 points on the board on that one.
Styx doing that beautiful transition of skating to running on her toe stops to skating again.
At the end of the day, she just couldn't let it go.
That one called off. Any more points on the board? Yeah, another 4 for River Styx Phoenix. 84-53 with 1:43 left on the clock.
Yeah, depending on how that worked out, that
It's
was
like a lickety whip had
defensive play.
met
Oh,
Raven
and
back in 07. Wow.
Emily Cookson, also known as River.
Yep.
I am very upset that you're not here.
Yeah, seriously.
I told Mayhem that I was very upset. What would have happened if your girlfriend would have broken her leg again?
That is true.
She didn't, luckily.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
we're
no.
not. But that was beach brawl.
I can only imagine what it took to do that. I've seen her take a super kick to the face and still get up and call.
All right. Anyway, back to Derby that's happening here. Country Jam and Ringer both having a heck of a time with the defenses going on, and Ringer sliding by on the inside.
Country attempted the outside. She was knocked out and down. So this is much needed for Ringer here to get Michigan some momentum, just like they did earlier today, going into the half. That momentum they carried in and came back and won to get here.
Racer McChaser in the box and just joined by Ringer for a back block. Every time Michigan starts to gain a little bit of footing, they end up with the rotating door in the box, and it does not help that.
And Machete now with the star. We have a star pass from Country Jam.
And as Racer McChaser rejoins the pack, Cookie Rumbles goes and sits down.
Machete reminding everybody why, oh yeah, last year she was one of the star jammers of Virginia.
Yes, she was.
Apex hop, 5 points on the board there. This is a 14-point run now.
Ringer's back on the track now and engaging.
Oh, Machete cutting through the pack, and that is legitimately, no pun intended, the only way to describe what she did.
Yeah.
This jam clock is winding down. There's only 13 seconds left here in this half on an 18-4 run in favor of Virginia so far.
Virginia's doing to Michigan what Michigan had done earlier today.
That is very true here, and that's going to take us to the half. Looks like we're going to have 102 for Virginia, 61 for Michigan.
Country Jam sitting down at the end of that half. At the end of that jam.
Oh, he's letting us know we're right here.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you?
Um,
We are, Country Jam looks like she was sent to the penalty box for something, so it'll be a 4-on-3 pack advantage going into the second half in Michigan's favor.
we are going to take a small break. I'm
Yes.
probably going to get another taco.
I don't blame you.
You know.
You at home, go get another taco. You've got 15 minutes
Yeah.
roughly.
And then maybe after this game, Crooked Eye Brewery is here. Maybe I'll treat myself to a beer.
Yeah, you
We'll
should.
see.
You've got a couple games till you and I get to call champs.
Woo!
It's gonna be
All
fun.
right.
See y'all soon.
Yes, come back.
come back and run about a 60-point swing.
Yeah, that was
Hello.
Hello.
second half for them.
We are back here for the second half. It is 61 to 105 in Virginia's favor.
Until you just play
Yes.
Yeah, Michigan was trying to do what they did last time and get a little bit of momentum there.
Every time Michigan gets a bit of momentum, either penalty trouble happens or
They've had some dominant.
I mean that's been primarily it. Either they have a ton of penalties happen to their blockers or they give up a power jam.
And of course, we need to correct the
Last
first
time we saw them out here earlier today, they came out of halftime refreshed somehow.
Yeah, that's right. So
I think everybody back in Michigan's hoping for the same thing here. Virginia, though, looked really good those last couple jams.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're able to contain people like Cookie Rumble and Racer McChaser just is a testament to their plowing power and their teamwork.
Yes.
Because you can't do that solo.
No,
you
God,
can't
no.
do individual efforts against skaters like that. Racer McChaser actually our first jammer for this next half.
Looks like River Styx Phoenix will be taking the star from Virginia. And a hush falls over the crowd for some reason. I don't know why.
That happens randomly around here.
relatively clean game. No real
The crowd fell asleep for a second
problems
because it's
on
been a long weekend.
I know.
Virginia
They'll wake up as soon as the whistle blows, and everybody's back with us.
You're gonna have to use her judiciously.
And right through on the inside is Racer McChaser.
Michigan going to come out swinging.
River Styx Phoenix now out eligible to score, and the pack is a totally different scene now that the two of them have come back around. I have no idea. Oh my. Let's see, we have Country in the penalty box currently. We have a track cut called on Racer McChaser right as it was called off.
Yes. So she was getting knocked out of bounds at the end of the jam, and she came in bounds before the whistle started blowing.
Okay.
Racer skates even better when she's angry.
It looks like Wolfbach's going to be wearing the star here in this power start, and this is literally Wolf's diet is power jams. She's made up of pure power jam. As you see there,
Push everybody to the outside.
even her own players can't believe it.
Yeah, Virginia did a good job of clearing the inside, and that like she was able to just break through Michelle Obama and Cookie Rumble without really having any momentum lost.
Racer McChaser, though, did get past Virginia's four wall
Yeah,
very
she
quickly.
did.
She's going to score here if she can get by them before the whistle. I think she got two. Maybe?
I thought so.
Two, yep.
Good.
Four from, looks like, is that Blessing is the ref for this one?
Yeah, Blessing is the jam ref for Virginia this half. And I can't remember her name. I keep talking to her in the rec room.
I mean, honestly, how many times can you say that here? I mean, most of us recognize each other whether we've had conversations ever or not. And it looks like Nikki Towner and Swift Justice. Yeah, seriously, Nomo, I'm with you. I want to be Wolf when I grow up.
Yeah.
Once again, merges together. Swift Justice pulled back by Bangarang.
And I tell you, Nikki Towner is just fighting right now.
Swift almost getting through on the outside twice now, and Psycho Juia just catching her right before she gets past.
Unfortunately, sometimes that
Nikki
happens,
Towner
especially
getting
when it's too
recycled
sensitive.
back to turn one almost.
Cookie Rumble and Kelly Janai and Terretz at the back, keeping her back.
You know, Kelly Janai, in every single bout that they've had, has been in the conversation for MVP.
As well she should be.
She's that kind of blocker that you may not necessarily pay attention to because she's just quietly doing her job, executing perfectly, and that's the kind of consistency that you need in your wall.
Yeah. To answer your question,
So I think
Monica,
Nikki handed the star off
I don't know if
maybe after
he
receiving
actually answered it about all the
forcing-
MVPs. We have the access to the MVPs. Just they're not in front of us, but we're gonna go grab them at some point, maybe during an official timeout, so that way we can let you guys know who all the MVPs from the weekend have been.
Yeah, honestly, I'm suffering from a
see?
little bit of jamnesia.
I was just saying during the last half, anytime one of the jammer does a thing, the other jammer wants to get in on it.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yes.
That's what you were looking
Yes.
for.
Stand up.
It's been a long time since I've been a kid.
Monica Bender, if you have a derby name, throw it out in the chat so that we make sure to address you appropriately.
Is still her initial pass. Swift Justice released from the box, but not in time to engage the pack. That was a full 2 minutes.
It's going to be 72 to, sorry, 74 to, yes, 119. It's a 7-0 run there in favor of Michigan. 25:36 left on the clock in this contest.
74. We've only knocked about 4 minutes off of this game. Ringer going to step up, as is Sticks.
It is going to be River Styx Phoenix for Virginia, and
We are going
yeah, it is
for
Ringer.
that
Okay,
Maximum capacity here.
I thought that's what I heard them say.
Pushing
Yes.
her way through a 2-wall up front.
And then Miller, you can't.
Scoriento Express and Miller at the top.
And she's going to do that with a nice spin move. Ringer is going to be your lead jammer. Sticks going to break out of the back shortly thereafter.
Multiplayer block
Oh,
going
nice shot
against.
by number 95.
Oh, that's 620. I should know her name by now.
Track cut
Laser
called on
beam
Ringer.
for
Skated out of bounds. She did not
multiplayer block and a track cut for Ringer.
River Styx Phoenix getting through the pack here, putting 5 on the board. Looks like Christian saying, let's do it. Oh, yes, I did. A psychopath. Okay. That's an awesome name, by the way.
Sticks knocked to the inside, has to recycle back.
And now psychotherapy stuck in my head, just so you know.
I think Ringer thought the Chevy skate had gone out of bounds with the hit. It did not. She came in too early.
Ringer, good speed control coming back into the pack.
For the track cut there.
She looked like she was about to
Takes a header.
just attack
That's
the
a pancake
back
block
wall
right there.
and
Do we keep that stat?
waited
We
for a
should.
second to let her
We should.
offense do a thing.
Oriental Express there and a hit on her.
Scoriental Express, by the way, from DC.
Yes.
DC obviously not necessarily being able to field their own team, so you'll see players from them smattered throughout, though generally they tend to come down to the Charlottesville-based practices for Team Virginia.
That is a tough day.
And once again,
Machete.
DC and Delaware area.
Yeah.
They were essentially
And
just
between
told,
her and her blockers
yeah, just,
last
you
time,
know,
she did
if
quite a
your
bit of
state doesn't
damage.
have a team, just
Yes,
try
she
out for
did.
someone else.
Biggest gem of the game, if I
That's
recall.
Slam Shine Alley from
Machete.
Maryland.
Yeah.
Lives in Delaware.
She makes it look
Revenge
easy.
the Nerd.
Does. They are
Sitting in
trading
the
body
box.
blows a bit there, but Virginia comes out with a little bit of an
That's
edge, 9-14
somewhat
on that
surprising.
gem final.
Revenge of the Nerd, also
She's a very
a
clean
zebra.
skater.
Being a
I
member of
always
Team Zebra, she
forget
knows
that
quite a
she's-
bit.
Now that's it. Just because you're a zebra does not mean that you don't accrue penalties.
Oh, no, it just means you know what you can get away with.
Even that. Let me say.
Looks like we got Cookie Rumble and Wolf Box here. We had the question about last night, PA versus Virginia's MVPs. We finally have that list, and we're going to have to decipher all of our doctor-like handwriting. That would be Donna and Wolf.
I believe Donna being Teflon
Yep.
of the Teflon variety.
From PA, and yes, Wolf Box, shocker, Team Virginia.
Pull her magic here.
Wolf Box, the
Rumble.
reigning defending MVP jammer from last year's tournament.
Hop the apex. I don't know if she landed clean. Clean enough for 2 anyway.
Me and Matthew Blessing are making the same hand signal. That'll we-
Whew.
this is the reason why I
Winds up a 3-2 run.
I kind of like doing a stream call because I can do my
so
hand signals and
dangerous.
no one can see me.
She closes up that gap so quickly.
So Wolf Box, at the moment, will be serving a...
Out of the pack first. She has
Okay, yeah, no official review called for, so
No.
putting
I
I don't think that there's
pressure on the opposite
With-
jammer. We have
it's an official timeout, however.
Even with the
might
old
be
rule
a-
set, that low block would have been really hard to overturn because she initiated her jump, and as she initiated the jump, she took out the leg of a blue blocker.
Right.
And there was an OPR that saw it as well. So
Yeah.
that's something that, as a coach, I've thought about in the past. Is it's not just about was that right, was that wrong, but who was in position to see it. And if you don't think that there was anyone in the proper position to actually see it, to overturn it, why use the official timeout?
Yeah, especially when that official review could be better served later on. I mean, it's 21-49 is where we're frozen right now. The score is only 135 to 86.
Yeah, I mean they've put up 20-point power jams in the past. Michigan has fairly easily.
No, Psycho. I can't. We would lose our stream because YouTube would come in and put the ban hammer down on us if we tried to use copyrighted songs, even with me singing. Oh, perfect.
Well, oh wait.
That's a wonderful face. I didn't know you were on us.
If at any point you guys get pictures of us and we aren't paying attention, it's because we don't know. Cookie Rumble doing her thing, getting through the pack.
Once Wolf is released here, just in a few seconds, this power jam will be over. Power start will be over. Wolfbox with a star stash at least, and it's going to be a pass to Machete.
Man, she is scrappy. Cookie Rumble get through one more
Machete gotten caught up in a combination of Michigan and Virginia blockers on that one.
Just morphed into one giant pack of bodies. I couldn't try to call that if I wanted to. Machete finally with the star on her head as she's gotten through the pack.
In the meantime, Cookie Rumble putting another 5 points up. So that wasn't a 20-point jam, but it wasn't far off.
No, yeah, 15 points they'll definitely take because that's bringing it close to being within 30. And last time they were within 30, they marched back down the field and took the previous game to get here. So.
Monica, I know that myself and your KVD?
Yes.
KVD, the voice of Virginia.
You can call me that too.
Are on the house call. I don't know who the stream call is.
I believe so. First place game will be New York and PA, so that should be Mo Cheesemo from Gotham and Gretchen the Axe from the entire state of Pennsylvania. Gretchen
Country
calling for
Jam.
everybody.
Getting lead jammer. LOL back in the penalty box. And I was a bad announcer and did not check on penalties at the halftime.
Neither
I was
did
too busy finding pizza.
I don't even remember what I was doing now. That was so long ago. 5 points on the board for Country. The jam knees are strong now.
Big takeout by Miller. Miller on the outside line.
She's going to catch a hip, fly to the outside of the track, and she's going to recycle.
And by the way, Psychopath, I recommend looking up the Skid Row cover of Psychotherapy. That's my favorite version. Just throwing that out there for everybody at home. I may have seen it live. It was pretty awesome. Country Jam is through another 5 points on. Country Jam another 5 points there. Looking to see if she can answer that 15 with 15 of her own.
She was ready to hand off that helmet cap.
As she calls that one off.
She held on to that cap, put it back on her helmet.
And she got 2 out of it, so 12-0 in favor of Virginia there. 100 to 148 will be the score now as we cross over 18:24 left.
Put an Italian flag on that cap, and who knows? All right, 10 to 148, Virginia on top here. Oh my! And a 13-point jam by Virginia. They're trying to pull away once more.
All right.
And they expect me to go back to Wisconsin and have this much fun. And
It is River Stick Phoenix and
that's Sticks
ooh,
out there for Virginia.
Racer McChaser.
Again in the box here, so we have
Yeah.
another Styx Power Jam. Christian telling her to go for it. No surprise. This is the kind of moment you're looking for to put this game to bed as much as they can if you're Virginia.
Yeah.
As she
I mean, don't get me wrong, nowhere near mathematically to bed at the moment.
Ooh, late hit. Going to the pivot. I believe it's. Yes, Tara Rett. What it looked like was at the end of the jam as a white blocker was passing her. What I saw down the lane was that usually, like, you'll touch each other as they pass by, like, oh, yeah, it's good. But it looked like she pulled her down a little bit. It was probably a mistake. She very well might have thought it was her own blocker.
That's true.
But regardless, Cahill on the outside, also known as Refavicin, calls for the late hit, so she'll start in the box.
That's Nikki Towner, who's wearing the star for Team Virginia here.
Smacks and Ringer out front there, as well as Justice. Like Justice kind of run a nice screen out there.
I think that's Obama, actually. She was.
Yeah, River, I can't argue that. Pepe's had a very good showing today.
Yeah.
Clockwise block on Ray Gun. That's a name you don't usually hear with penalty.
And it took a second for Monkey See, Monkey Do, but there is Ray Gun going for a back block.
And it's Nikki Towner, her mother state compatriot, also there. Another thing you don't normally hear. Two generally very, very clean players. But anything's possible. Things happen.
Situation. They're all over the backstretch there. Davey Darko tried to get things reformed.
Ray Gun back out. Oh, Michelle Obama with a low block there as Ray Gun was trying to get back.
Actually,
huh?
It was a karate chop. It was an out-of-play block.
Oh, there you go. See, that's why you're here. One of the many reasons why I'm so thankful that you're sitting right next to me.
So at this point, with no lead,
even with this being my 4th season, I am desperately trying to learn that insanely massive rule book.
Well, the rule book is little at this point. It's the case book. It's the case book that's massive now.
True. Very true. And that jam has come to its natural conclusion here. 14-10 looks like that run in Michigan's favor, 114 to 165. 14:49 left on the clock.
There was a nice jammer takeout by Slamlet at by turn 3 there on that one. She's another one that you yeah. River, I agree. Slamlet's another one of those players that we don't talk about that much because she's just kind of always in her place. Like, she's not doing these huge, big swinging hits. She's not, she's just kind of, she's where she needs to be.
Right. It's that consistency at the wall that.
They tend to be the ones that are overlooked, but they are the reasons that walls work.
She did.
Exactly.
When I looked at her, and she's like, oh, no, that's still good.
We got a race between Wolfbox and Cookie Rumble. Looks like goose eggs across the board there on that one.
Fists up for ref solidarity.
It's amazing to me how she's a half track behind. You're looking to get through the pack, and you just don't have time to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Slamlet is the captain of A2D2, which I believe that would be Ann Arbor.
Yeah, coming out of the pack second. Yes, exactly. No need to hand off the star.
Yeah, Jenny, I'm pretty sure I heard him say out of play block during the karate chop.
She does come with karate chop action. That is true. Swift Justice looking to be served here, getting through for Michigan against River Styx Phoenix.
Obama, going off to the box.
Styx still looking for her exit.
Justice eligible to score, looking to put some points up.
She's already got a few.
Now it's 2, now it's 1, now she's through. And she calls
Let's
it.
see what. Oh, and Virginia not getting.
Yeah, she did.
Virginia getting 3 actually. At first, Blessing had put up a 0. And after conferring with his OPR, he's probably just checking to see when the foot went out of bounds. That is a good jam ref. That goes and says, hey, what did you see? I just want to check on my points.
Now, when in doubt, double check.
Yes.
Country Jam, I'm assuming, yep. And we're going to say LOL, I think.
Oh, now I get the number.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm not the only one who just got the number. One of our in-house announcers just got it.
And goes for a lead jammer is LOL.
Country Jam reaching over, passing the star to Lilu Dallas. Multi-smash.
Pass on the Virginia side.
Oh, sweet, Jenny. That's awesome.
Taking that star is number 41, Lilu Dallas multi-smash.
For those of you who are watching this on replay and have no idea what he just was referencing, Jenny Klein in the text mentioned that she's the coach, and that's the play. So,
Psychopaths. Nice. Such
being too
friendly
It's a problem.
friendship going on in the chat room, too.
and I know of and more of them could be Ann Arbor. I know that Emma Pistol for sure is Ann Arbor.
For Virginia.
Nikki Towner and Ringer are on the line now.
She's got a 3-wall in front of her.
Got Ringer pushing up Scoriento Express and Machete.
Oh, Nikki Towner almost knocked the inside. Good track awareness, knowing she had just stayed in, and she's gone.
Laser Beam gonna go sit down in the box as Cookie Rumble is standing with the pivot stripe on. Low pile up in the back.
It's a 47-point game at the moment, 121 to 168, with 10:45 left on the clock.
Meanwhile, Nikki Towner is through.
Nikki Towner, another 5 points on the board here.
Nice finishing hit from Revenge the Nerd with her teammates taking over on the run back.
As Nikki Towner hops the apex and grabs
Little apex hop there for another grand slam from Nikki Towner.
Yeah, Miller definitely
Got clockwise block going to Scoriento Express.
She's already won her MVP award quite early in the tournament.
Yeah, rightfully so. All right, a star pass by Michigan.
And now Machete gonna go sit down.
In the first game that they played, it jams quite well as well. As Cookie Rumble is going to come up.
So hopefully you all can hear us as Nikki Towner puts up another 4 points on the board here. Cookie Rumble through the pack, putting up 4 herself. It's 125 to 182. 9:46 left on the clock here in the last half. 28 seconds left on the jam clock. Nikki Towner in control of that clock as lead jammer, letting it ride for another 5 in the sky.
Cookie Rumble sitting down as a jammer. Laser Beam also going to the box, hanging out with Emma Pistol.
Cookie Rumble is approaching once more,
It's got a 4-2 pack advantage in favor of Virginia. Nikki Towner gets through, goes ahead and calls that off. 24-point run, 125 to 192.
9:16 remaining.
And
You start to hear the hammer.
the stream issues, by the way. Oh, it says, looks okay, cool. Hey, Psychopaths, if you're good. Yes, River, we're still going to blame your internet connection just because it's easier.
Timeout being called by Michigan.
I don't blame Michigan one bit. There was
No.
some momentum happening there in Virginia the last couple of jams. You got to stop that quick.
Some of their players were getting very frustrated. You could see some of the blockers going to the box with looks of downright, exasperation on their face.
309 this weekend. Give yourselves a big hand, folks.
Adam's playing with the screens and it's making everything go wonky. Dad, make him stop.
To our host, who's done a terrific job here in Hatfield.
River, there's still time. You come up here and do it.
Is it gonna go to Hatfield?
Make it the real McCoy.
Exactly.
I know from Fredericksburg, or from Stafford, where I'm from, it was like 3.5 hours here. So you've definitely got more than enough time. Oh, Malls. Hey. No, Molly Rinkwald, one of the Team Zebra from Fredericksburg, Virginia, asking if
Team
this
Zebra.
is Virginia's last game. If they lose, yes.
Right.
If they win, they go on to play at 6 in the third-place game against the winner of the very next game.
So this tournament is a guarantee 3-game /
The operative word for her is speed. No
double
doubt about
elimination.
that. And around the outside, untouched once more.
Emily, did you try turning it off and turning it back on again?
Half a breath before she re-engages with the bat. I figure that's about 7 to
Wolf
8
is Sunday skating as we try and figure out connection and feed issues.
Time trials went when she was going for minimums, huh? Yeah. She had her
And
About 2 minutes and skating backwards.
Wolfbox is your lead jammer here. Only 5 points on the board so far as we're getting under a minute left in this jam. Or sorry, over a minute left.
Cookie with a huge hit there.
Big hit. Wolf is
yeah,
down but waving off immediately, saying she's
Yeah.
good. She just needed a second. She's fine. If we could please get somebody to check the floor and make sure that it survived the impact.
she made the error of trying to hit Cookie Rumble on who was at full head of steam, and Wolf wasn't. Wolf had very little momentum going with her, and I'll tell you what, physics won the day.
And yeah, that game, by the way, coming up next is Texas versus Maryland, the winner of which will play the winner of this game for third place of this tournament.
Forearm going to LOL.
She will go get to hang out in the Dance Party Central booth with Lilu Dallas Multi-Smash. One of my favorite names to just say. And I swear I'm going to go home and watch Fifth Element. It's got to happen in the next day or two.
Every time I go to a tournament where Charlottesville plays.
She's going to slide herself down the back side of that back and work herself to the inside that's left open.
Super producer Atomic asking a question here. Hold on 1 second. Or it's not Atomic. Adam Baum. This is why you're a producer. You're much smarter than I am.
Virginia's still a little cleaner than Michigan this second half, and it is paying off for them here. Michigan coming in definitely.
And legitimately, I can't see Charlottesville without immediately wanting to watch Fifth Element because of her.
More for Virginia.
And for Wolf. And I don't think
That's awesome.
to know his coach, that's who's going
Our Wolf box is through here, which is also awesome.
And
Finding
Thimbleberry
out.
Slam sitting down in the penalty box. It had just cleared out,
On the outside, cuts to the inside.
and now it's already being
An end run.
repopulated. Little hit by Revenge the Nerd, who is going to go to the box for it, actually, for a forearm.
All right, and with the pressure on.
That one is done here. The score currently, let's see, at 6:06 left on the clock. It is 2:17 for Virginia. Michigan 125. Jam 16 just concluded here in the second half.
That is number 91. In her first jam. No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong. I was looking at the wrong side of the jam line.
Oh.
Sorry. Swift Justice.
We have a official review called by Mr. Kiss Kiss Bangs Bang. That is his actual derby name.
The more you learn, the more you
Okay.
know.
And you now get to look at our
I was
shining
going to
faces.
say, Adam pointed at the screen
Well, this
and said
official
something
review
to
will get some
you.
information on. Hey, let's give
Oh,
a quick
hi.
shout out to our organizer
You've
here.
got pen on you.
Vanessa VD.
I
know
do.
it's just
I
a
probably
buzz.
do.
Oh, there it is.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
This is no F's given Sunday, as dubbed by the referees in the back who have were done. We were done the games. We're like, no F's given Sunday.
And, you know, because they are the referees, they're in charge of those kind of rules. And so let it be written, so let it be done.
Yeah, that's only the rule after the last whistle, though, unfortunately. Yeah, so all the people are talking about things.
Oh, we got River here in the chat as we're going to hop over and do a little bit of social media fun. I feel like Christian manages to get 6 ORs per game every game.
He's one of those that he's very good at timing his walk into the middle and ask a question. How from Maryland's not bad at it. He's pretty good at that. Hey, I'm just curious about this thing that happened.
Oh, really? Here's a no.
Right, that's exactly right. That's at the end of an injury timeout. He was standing in the middle, and I wanted to know whether I needed to go back to the outside or whether I should stay to the inside. And are you going to use your O? He's like, well, he tells the head ref a question, and then I will tell you. Fair, sir. I will get a drink of water and hang out here.
You know, I can't. But I mean, so far Christian throwing up that O this weekend has been great. He's a master of manipulation of time. I mean, I can't even fathom the math that went on in his head in that Maryland-Virginia bout, knowing when to call everything he called as we have a dance party going on with the captains.
I got to announce that on the house call, and I remember looking at the jam clock and the
Sorry, you have to see the captains here.
the jam and the game clock during that last jam, and thinking to myself, we're going to get one more jam, and there is no way Charlottesville's going to let this go, but he only has an O left. Let's see if he can call it in time. And he was in, like, almost in the OPR lane before the whistles started. He just had the O up and was pointing like, you see this? It's happening. Just no. So the time did expire in the clock, but because it happened at the end of the jam, they awarded him 1 second.
And it worked out in Virginia's favor.
It absolutely did. That was an insane game. Virginia and Maryland are always a back and forth kind of situation. They know each other really well. A lot of the players have played together or do play together. For example, Raven Darkhold, number 17 on Virginia, is a member of Charm City.
Yeah.
And many of those players are on Team Maryland, you know.
That one still shocks me. I mean, I know she works, well, for me it's up north, not necessarily for everybody else listening. She works in the greater Beltway area, so Charm is not that far for her to get from work, but she lives in Richmond, Virginia.
When I transferred into Charm a few years ago, it was her and Nikki Cash and Scariot Tubman would all drive together. They would trade off who would drive up.
Oh, man.
And they would come to 2 practices a week. They would do the Wednesdays and then the weekend practice. So if there was a game, they would just stay at someone's house and do the game and then practice the next morning. And anytime anyone says, no one drives that far for roller derby, you should skate in the town that you're at. I'm like, there are people that drive 3 hours for practice to be in the place that they love to be in.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, there's wonderful leagues all over the world of the WFTDA, but, you know, everybody, there's always different personality types, the leagues themselves have their own personality and flavor, and you got to find the right place that you fit, and when you find it, that's it. You'll do whatever it takes for it.
Yes.
Nikki Towner, by the way, is your lead jammer here against Swift Justice. I'll be right back.
The first time an official has ever thrown their body at me. Not in a good way.
It never is a good way with you, Bob.
No.
All right, Virginia picks up a quick 4.
All right. Quick 4-0 jam for Virginia on that one. Oh, and what happened? What happened was...
So what had happened was Virginia was looking for a track cut against a very specific blocker from Michigan. That blocker was not in play during that review.
Womp womp.
And that one, Mr. Kiss Kiss Bangs Bang is going to lose that official review with 4:46 left on the clock here. Country Jam now with the star.
It's going to be our lead jammer.
Looks that kill knocked to the outside by
We're getting a cut track from Looks That Kill.
So Power Jam for Country Jam, who's also the lead jammer.
She is followed out by teammate Kelly Janai, 2 of them cooling their heels.
And
Kelly Janaya also sitting down in the box. So yet again, we've got another short Michigan pack.
As Country takes this over 100-point lead now.
I just saw a great finger waggle from Michelle Obama to get her skaters together. Going, no, you stand here. We got this. It's okay.
15-point lead or 15-point run there.
Yeah, 15-point run there for Team Virginia. So I'm going to say with 3:54 left,
And she will
chances are really good here that it'll be Virginia going on to face the winner of the next game in the game immediately following that for third place.
I'm tired just thinking about winning through the losers bracket.
Oh, my God. You know,
Both of these teams.
Virginia, at least now, at worst case scenario, comes out of this
Somebody gets a drink beer.
in fourth place, which is the same position they left last year.
Right.
So they at least are going to hold their ground from one tournament to another one. And that's awesome because every year they've been progressively moving up one place.
Right.
Wolfbox lead jammer here against Looks to Kill.
Michigan wishing there was a school zone so that she
3:11 left on the clock.
targeted enforcement area.
Psychopaths, don't you mean you have terrorists of the fingers? Hmm.
All right,
Cookie
5
Rumble
points
having taken a
scored by
star
Wolf,
pass.
And Looks does hand off the star. She hands it off to Cookie
They meet
Rumble,
eyes,
captain.
Cookie Rumble and Wolfbox, and gaze longingly at each other for a split second before Cookie broke into a smile and just sprinted forward.
Wolf laughing as soon as that one was done. Just,
didn't know what that.
you know, they're having fun. And
Yes.
that's, imagine that roller derby, still fun even when you're competing at this level.
It's amazing, the teams that do that and the players that are into the fun.
All right, Pepe.
Fun is always a good thing here.
We pay for this
2:17.
sport. We do terrible things to our body for this sport. We might as well have fun while we're doing it.
Yeah, right.
Pay.
And
Either I'm not paying attention or I haven't seen her skate this weekend.
Pepe's been in the blocker position
Okay.
throughout, and again, another one of those that's just
That she's
quietly
just
executes.
always where she needs to be.
Exactly. Jamming for the first time, at least in this game.
Veers off.
Pepe, luckily she called it off before she skated out of bounds, but she just had a little moment of, no, guys, it was scary. I think she was a little tentative about slamming into the backs of those very hard-hitting Michigan blockers.
I do love that everybody here is helping River Strong as she's apparently watching this on a bus coming back to Virginia from North Carolina.
Oh, my goodness.
So, 125 to 245 with 1:15 left on the clock. Nikki Towner is the one with the star here against someone who's in the pack.
I really was hoping that Blessing was going to go into a handstand right there.
It looks like Ringer. So if Nikki Towner can get this, you got to imagine that she's just going to try to run the clock down, as this was, at that point, will become most likely the final jam of the game. But Nikki Towner, no, it's going to be Ringer gets through.
There's a party in the penalty box. Betty Lockdown down coming out, but Big Bang Ring and Lilu Dallas sitting down, having a chat.
Multi-smash?
Uh-huh. Chicken good.
Ejected backwards as
Yeah. Rosie D. Rib hitter from FRD saying, we definitely wreck our bodies for Love
Love
Derby.
Derby.
Rosie, I think at this point, is more machine than woman. She is, I call her the bionic woman all the time down in Fredericksburg.
Which is going to run out shortly.
And it looks like
That's from the girl who wears 2 knee braces. Yeah, we really do.
This is kind of like the victory formation in the NFL.
And Nikki Towner through the pack, finally eligible to score here with 42 seconds left
On
in
the
the
jam.
game.
as the clock
That is,
runs down and she
And there it is.
unofficial final.
Yeah,
There it is, folks.
145,
Unofficial, we got 245 to 133.
Virginia All-Stars
I mean,
on
Michigan certainly didn't have a bad game.
Oh, God, no. Michigan, that entire state needs to be proud of these girls for every game just leaving it all on the track. They've done such a fantastic job in this tournament. Now, you know what? They get to sit back and enjoy
I
another
think-
couple games.
I think they deserve some well-deserved beer and food.
Yes. Yes, they do. So this
Alright.
next game is going to be, just so you all know,
It is Maryland and
Maine.
no, That just
Wait,
happened.
no, sorry, yes, Maryland and
It's got to be
Texas,
Maryland
Jesus.
and Texas. No, don't make this day longer.
So Maryland and Texas are going to be playing next here. You'll finally get to hear super producer Adam Baum on a mic for that one. I'm not sure who's calling it with him, but the winner of that will immediately play Virginia for third place.
We're gonna go off mic and confer with our friends about some MVPs, and we'll let you know then.
Yeah, we'll be right back with those MVPs. Yes, Libby, agree. We'll be right back. This is my house. Oh, so MVPs, by the way, are going to be for Team Virginia, Country Jam. And for Team Michigan, it's going to be Michelle Obama. That is officially going to do it for this call. So on behalf of, well, Mary Chaos is on her way over. I'll let her say officially bye to everybody. This next bout, make sure to stick around. I mean, you cannot tune away at this point. This is where it's all coming down to this weekend. So, Mary Chaos.
Oh, hey-o, and goodbye in just a second. But
Yep. So, on behalf of Mary Chaos, I'm the voice of Virginia KVD, and we'll see you later.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right, welcome back to Battle of the All-Stars for 2017. We have a beautiful bout coming up right now. We got Texas All-Stars who've been laying in wait, waiting for the bracket to get finished out to see who they're going to face. They're taking on Team Maryland. I am here. I'm Tom Fullery. With me is Adam Baum. He's got some history from the weekend to drop on you. Tell us what happened.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been one hell of a weekend here in Hatfield, Pennsylvania. Battle of the All-Stars 4 has not let us down in any way. Right now we're about to see Texas take on Maryland. Texas came in as the number 1 seed. They will clearly be finishing a little lower than that, but hopefully not too much lower. Maryland came in seated at number 4. Now, Texas hasn't had a very long road to get to this game. Game number 1 versus Massachusetts on Friday at 8 a.m., bright and early, and they won that game handily, 335 to 103. Their next game wasn't until Saturday at 4, nice long rest, where they played New York. It was a long fought battle, but New York definitely took that one, 105 to 238. And now we are here in their third game as they face off against Maryland. Now, Maryland, that's a complete opposite story here. This is going to be their 6th game, okay? So their first game was Thursday at 2 o'clock. They played Rhode Island, and they won that game, 134 to 257. They then did not play again till Friday at noon, where they played Virginia. They lost that game in a squeaker. It was so close, 161 to 162. You remember, you were there for that last.
Correct. We made that call. 1 point was the deciding factor. I.M. Payne had put the team up, but then right at the end, Virginia fought right on back, stole the game, walked off, got the opportunity to have all of today off. And then what has Maryland done today so far?
Now, Maryland, they went to their third game versus West Virginia, Saturday, 10 a.m., so not too much rest there, where they won that game 207 to 170. Then Sunday, today, bright and early, 8 a.m., they faced off against Ohio, and they won that game 166 to 109. Then, just earlier at noon today, their second game of the day, they played Maine, and they won that game 188 to 138. So this is going to be their third game today, their 6th game of this tournament. And the winner of this game will go on to play for third place against Virginia at 6 o'clock, literally the game after this. The winner of this game plays 2 games in a row. Now, the game's just about to kick off. We are in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We have this game, we got the third place game, and then we have championships at 8 o'clock. So let's go over the Texas team roster real quick. Let's start off with number 1010, Bazooka, number 12, DeBella DeBall, 135, Young Money Mackerel, 138, Anita Riot, 14, Beatty Smalls, 206, Bombshell Bone, 22, Freight Train, 23, Red Tide, 235, Guillotine Grace, number 27, the Captain, Peace War, number 3, Pandemonium Doll, number 451, Animal Lee, number 5150, Speederella, number 6, Jet, number 69, DBC, also known as Death by Chocolate, number 950, Bullet Sucker, number 143, Bam Bam Blocker, and number 42, Alley Oops. On the bench with them is Coach Germinator.
All right, up real quick before we get started, let's go through Maryland. We got 101, Jackie Treehorn, the captain, number 12, Off the Wall. 12-17, Cherry Licious. Number 13, Buyer's Remorse. 16-18, I.M. Payne. Number 2, Stabigail Adams. 22, Lucretia McEvil. 23, LeBron Mames. 24, Bourbon Bruisers. 25, Eddie Kruger. 306, Pink Medusa. 33, Car Bomb Kelly. 34, Lady Kaboom. Number 4, General Chaos. 415, Holly Go Harley. 67, Slam Shine Alley. Right now, LeBron Mames up there for Maryland.
And Peace War wearing the star for Texas. The Jammers are all locked up on the opposing blocking lines. LeBron Mames able to push that Texas line past the pivot line into turn number 1.
You can see here right there in turn 1, Guillotine Grace controlling the brace in front, getting Anita Riot and Jet to back her up.
Almost through the inside. Looked like Peace War had it for a moment, but was not able to pull it out. Animal Lee headed to the box for 30 seconds. As the pack moves on to the backstretch.
Cherry Licious and I.M. Payne. The last one's out there. I.M. Payne able to slow up just long enough to get LeBron Mames free. Cherry Licious. Now another recycle by Jackie Treehorn. Beautiful job getting back to the front. I saw the star come off. Not sure whose hand it's in. Jet going back. I think it's in her left hand right now.
Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Texas is wearing the dark blue jerseys. Maryland wearing the white and red, just in case you are unaware.
Most definitely. Now, don't forget, Maryland has finished in 3rd place all 3 years previous to this, so they're taking a long route, but they have some bones to pick with everybody. They want to stay where they are. Now, Texas, they came in top seed. They do not want to go home any lower than 3.
Absolutely. And Maryland is really going to have to prove it if they want to get that 3rd place, that bronze.
So you're saying you have to prove it by playing 7 games?
But exactly. They're going to have to play 7 total games in order to take home 3rd place.
All right, that's Freight Train you see getting knocked off to the inside. Byron Morse trying to figure out how to drive forward on the pack. Gets a hole on the outside. 1 more to beat. Byron Morse free. 2 jams. Maryland 2 jams. Taking lead.
Freight Train called on a penalty. I did not see the call, but she is sitting in the penalty box. That's 30 seconds. I believe that was a track cut. Meanwhile, Buyer's Remorse all the way around the track into turn number 2 with a hop, skip, and a jump around the Texas blockers, and that's 5 points on the board for Maryland.
I did not see what Freight Train did either, but she still has to pay the penalty to the Derby gods. Buyer's Remorse now capitalizing, getting some help from I Am Payne. Now left to do the work by herself. Going into turn 3. DeBella the ball takes a big run, unable to connect.
Buyer's Remorse taking full advantage of the power jam situation as Freight Train out of the box, and they are approaching the pack in turns 3 and 4. Sorry.
I Am Payne reported to the box, so a loss of a pivot. Oh, Buyer's Remorse gets a run on the outside. That is a big jam now. Another 5 points on the board.
Freight Train completing her initial pass. Both jammers skating around the track to meet the blockers on the home stretch.
Great job there by Texas blockers. You can see coming right into the front of you. They hit the jets to get away from Buyer's Remorse. And obviously Freight Train carrying that speed, catching up fast. Early on, 18-0. Maryland jumps out first.
Texas yet to put anything on the board in the first 2 jams.
How many times you have thought Freight Train rolls out there against a brand new team they haven't played before and got nothing out of it?
Got nothing there, yeah. That's definitely surprising. I have seen her
don't see that happen much.
But right now, Texas sending out Bazooka to try to get onto the board to meet that challenge. Maryland is sending out General Chaos as the pack moves into turn number 1.
Holly Go Harley and Sam Shine Alley dealing with Bazooka, but Bazooka digs on that outside edge and holds it. In control of the jam is lead jammer.
Bazooka earning her namesake. She's got a lot of power, able to push those blockers.
Coming off right in front of us, cut track on General Chaos. Brilliant job by Guillotine Grace, dropping back from the inside of the pack.
Right now, Bazooka approaching the pack in turn number 2, trying to get around to take advantage of this power jam situation. All locked up, able to break around, putting 5 points on the board for Texas.
Yes, General Chaos in there. I Am Payne in the box as well. That is a pivot and jammer, so when Chaos comes out, she won't be able to pass it. She's going to have to do the work herself.
Another 5-point grand slam out of Bazooka. She is ensuring that Texas may be down but not out. The Texas line braces for impact as General Chaos. I'm sorry, that's not General Chaos.
General Chaos released from the box. She's coming up. You're right.
Oh, I thought there was a potential pass earlier. I was a little mixed up on that.
Well, no, the problem was I Am Payne sat right next to her, couldn't do a pass, so they're both out right now. Now the option is to pass, but Jet doing a drag back.
Meanwhile, Bazooka threw for another 4. So that's 19 points in this jam. That's our first lead change of the game, 19-18 Texas.
Took a second for Texas to get warmed up, but they look nice and warm now. General Chaos finally gets free from the pack.
Bazooka taken down in turn number 4. She gets back up and calls the jam. And looks like 4 more on the board for Texas.
24 spot. That's what the doctor ordered. Bazooka blowing up that jam.
Looks like Hal having a conversation with one of the refs. That's the coach for Maryland.
All right, LeBron Mames sitting down, crouched down right next to it. That's Pandemonium Doll, am I not mistaken?
Correct. She is skating out of the RGV Banditas. Very great people out there.
The best part about these 2 jammers, they're not tall in stature, but they're so fast with the feet, relentless. LeBron Mames takes advantage of this one.
The Texas blockers on point. As soon as LeBron James breaks their ranks, they turn and run offense to get Pandemonium Doll through the pack. It pays off big time. They force LeBron to the outside, has to recycle back almost to the jam line. She does not realize the Pandemonium Doll was right behind her, but she knew she was coming. She calls the jam.
Brilliant work. Bullet Sucker got the knockout right here in turn one. LeBron James came up so fast trying to steal the points, but they sealed the inside line, knocking her off. Only 1 point given up. Great job.
Fantastic work out of those Texas blockers right there in jam number 4. We are moving to number 5, obviously.
All right, 5-point lead. Texas jumping back in front, 23-28 to go.
Animal Lee bracing the Texas wall as jam number 5 kicks off. On the line for Maryland is Buyer's Remorse. And BD Smalls wearing the star for Texas. She goes down in a spin, but not out. She's back up, picking up lead jammer.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a third penalty already on I Am Payne, one of the main blocker pivots and sometimes jammer. Oh, great job, BD Smalls.
Right there through the outside, through the inside. That is a 5-point pass for Texas.
Lucretia McEvil with some very ill intent.
Looks like a forearm penalty. It must have been some jammer-on-jammer action that we couldn't see behind the pack. But BD Smalls sent to the penalty box. That's going to put Buyer's Remorse on the power jam. Not a skater you want on a power jam against you.
No, she proved that in the last game. She had 3 monster jams in the last game that pretty much got them ahead and pulled them away from Maine. But right now, Peace War in the back, giving the business to Buyer's Remorse.
The pack all locked up right there at the beginning of turn number 3. We've been saying it all weekend. It seems to be a favorite spot for the blockers. I'm still trying to figure out why, but as of right now, BD Smalls coming out of the box. It doesn't seem that some of the Maryland blockers see her coming, but 2 of them do, and they do what they best to slow her down. We'll see how effective that is as she's able to break all the way to the jam line before she's forced out.
Oh, I Am Payne got the knockout, tried to go back, and Peace War just came up and jumped right into her chest. Uh-oh, I believe that might be a 4th penalty already on I Am Payne. We're not even 9 minutes into the game.
Buyer's Remorse through the inside for 5 points on Maryland. 4 points coming out of that scoring pass on BD Smalls.
All right, setting up here in turn 1. Buyer's Remorse coming up 17 seconds ago. BD Smalls comes in, met on the inside by Lady Kaboom. Kaboom switches up and tries to come up and play some offense.
The Texas wall holding strong in turn number 1 as BD Smalls able to break around through the inside for 5 points on the board for Texas. A great jam out of BD Smalls, 14 points, 7 points out of Buyer's Remorse, 38-26. We're moving on to jam number 6.
That is great work there. So BD went to the box, still came out able to steal an entire jam. Great work. Maryland was trying to figure out how to play offense, defense simultaneously. They did, but it wasn't quite as effective as they wanted to be. And Texas was able to bottle up Buyers at the very end, and that was the difference of the jam.
So it seems like we have a timeout. I don't see it being a team timeout, so
it's
it looks
an
like
official
an official
timeout. You can
timeout.
see our NSO right here in front in
I
pink
wasn't
doing the
even looking.
bicep curls. All right, well, since we have a timeout, let's give an early shout-out to our sponsors. Right now, we give a shout-out to 187 Killer Pads, Bont Skates, Moda Skates, Adam Wheels, Derby Famous Armbands, Juice Wheels, S1, Sizu Mouthguards, and Roller Derby Elite.
And a big shout out to our hosts, the PA All-Stars, as well as Bucksmont Derby Dolls. They have been taking care of all of us this whole weekend. Today alone, I not only got pizza, but I also got tacos in one day.
All right, I got to figure out how to get on
I'm
with
pretty
the crowd
happy.
that you are. I didn't get those hookups, but they've been great to me, giving me water, giving me everything I needed, snacks all weekend long.
All right, jam number 5 about to kick off. Maryland on the pack disadvantage. Freight Train on the line for Texas. She breaks right around right at the beginning to pick up lead jammer. That's General Chaos wearing the star for Maryland.
Somehow I always feel like you're on the pack disadvantage when Freight Train is out there, but she's coming up to the pack very hard and gets through unscathed somehow. Star pass. I Am Payne now has a star. Had to hit the Jets. Jet was right on behind her.
Freight Train up on 1 foot and spinning around, calling off the jam.
1 point picked up very late there by General Chaos. There it is, all 4 points picked up by Freight Train. So spun around, little delay in that call off. Slamshine Alley came up, give a little shot to Freight Train, but I think she realized it was being called off and didn't try to get into her too much.
Yeah, I'm uncertain. I'd have to see the replay on that because she was definitely tapping the hips as soon as she got there, and then there was a delay on the call.
Well, Germinator, who's standing right here on our left, was pointing and asking for what the call was, but the call was off. No damage was done. Maybe 1 point lost.
It's early in the game. It's 1 point. Is it really worth an official review?
No, it's not. I think he was smart enough to figure that out. But right now, Bazooka is out now, coming up on the pack here in turn 1.
Wearing the star for Maryland is LeBron Mames completing that initial pass right now. Lead jammer Bazooka.
Lucretia McEvil getting a knockout, getting the bridge work from Tree. LeBron Mames comes in hot, gets knocked down. No points.
1 point awarded to Texas.
I apologize. No points for LeBron Mames. I didn't mean to be vague about that.
I knew what you meant, but yeah.
So 47 to 27. That's a difference of
Elizabeth Hernandez. Well, yeah, we wish you were here in person watching as well, but she is totally kicking ass. Keep on watching, and we'll keep on announcing.
Red Tide up for the first time. I believe that's Buyer's Remorse on the inside. Everybody jumbled up at the moment. Wow, Red Tide's already worked both sides, went bound both times, and still
heard a whistle. Did not see the call, but right there out front, that is Red Tide wearing the star for the first time for Texas, picking up lead jammer, Buyer's Remorse all locked up. Oh, there's
look
a
at
star
her.
pass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the star pass goes to I Am Payne, but Red Tide did a beautiful little move. She kind of slid right around Lady Kaboom. I thought Lady Kaboom was completely on the line, but somehow she got her foot around, calls it off, continues to call it off just to make sure they got the message.
That was a fantastic move right there for a quick 5 points for Texas. We're moving on to jam number 9. About 18 minutes remain. In the first half,
27, as you said. Cherry Lish is going to start in the box, so 4-on-3 pack advantage going to Texas. Jamming for the first time, Slamshine Alley for Maryland.
Right now I can see Death by Chocolate out on the line with Texas. And there's a ref right in my view, so I can't see the rest of them. But we do have Pandemonium Doll on the jam line for Texas, trying to get through that Maryland 3-wall. You can see those new rule changes taking effect right there as Pandemonium Doll fell onto the track but immediately yielded position, not picking up the track cut. However, Slamshine Alley, a no pass, no penalty, but she is on a scoring pass.
Slamshine Alley comes in. She was able to pass a blocker, pass him inside. I hear a whistle. Okay, for a second she hopped out and back in. I was afraid she got a cut track call, but there goes the blockers getting her free. Good offense there. However, only 2 blockers left out for Texas.
Yeah, that was a call on Animal Lee. She is sitting in the penalty box right now.
Choosing to keep it rolling. Slamshine Alley now coming up. Oh, just caught on the outside by the Texas blocker. I couldn't see who that was. I believe that was 206 Bombshell Bone.
Death by Chocolate released from the box, sneaking up from behind with a huge hit on Slamshine Alley in turn number 3. Meanwhile, Pandemonium Doll with some great footwork in turn number 4, coming through for 4 points on Texas.
You saw Death by Chocolate give her the hit, and then you can only see the head wagging. You know she was giving the standard sass that Death by Chocolate can only give.
That's entirely true. But it doesn't seem to phase Slamshine Alley very much as she's back up. She's already made another lap, putting 8 points on the board so far. Now Pandemonium Doll matching that 8, coming around to meet the pack in turn number 1.
Abigail Adams and then Cherry Licious backs her up, getting a knockoff to the inside. Pandemonium Doll trying to figure out where to get in. She gets in very quickly.
Got a forearm penalty on one of the Maryland blockers, so that's going to drop them down to only 3 blockers on the track. 2 for a moment before Tree came back onto the track. But Pandemonium Doll through the pack for 5, and she is reapproaching the pack before the whistle hits as the jam.
Only 1 pass through all that effort at the very end from Slamshine Alley. It looked like she was working both sides. Thought she might have got more than 1, but verbal assault. Jammer ref knows what's going on, puts 1 up in the air. Texas slowly extending this lead. 15.5 minutes to go, 36 for Maryland, 65 for Texas.
Freight Train back on the line for Texas, and I cannot see the other.
I see a visor. I believe that's Buyer's Remorse. She's the only one I know right now at Maryland that jams with the visor.
Freight
no, that's LeBron
Train
Mames, of
up
course.
on the toe stops through the inside, picking up lead jammer. LeBron Mames forced to the outside, has to come back into turn number 4 as Freight Train reapproaches the pack.
Lucretia McGeevil able to slow her down just briefly, and I Am Payne with a shoulder shrug gets Freight Train off the track.
Not an easy feat to accomplish. LeBron Mames goes down in turn number 1, I apologize, but she is back up. Both jammers come through the pack simultaneously. LeBron Mames hot on Freight Train's heels, but she is not sweating it. She calls off the jam. 5 points on the board for Texas in that jam.
14:40 to go. Great job by Freight Train. LeBron Mames just got taken off the track immediately and just didn't seem to get regathered. And right now we got one blocker. That's Peace War with the pivot star on her helmet sitting in the box.
Right now it's Anita Riot, Animal Lee, and Jet on the blocker line for Texas.
That is Buyer's Remorse up there for Maryland. Last time I made the mistake, said it was her. It wasn't. It was LeBron Mames. Now it's Buyer's Remorse.
And Beatty Smalls wearing the star for Texas. A very tight pack here on the front stretch. We haven't seen this too terribly much in this game.
The only thing you worry when you get that bunched up, can Texas maybe back Buyers back into her own blockers and use them as well? But she was able to get just a little bit of space. It looks like Beatty Smalls was going to be able to pull that effort off.
Byers getting low, and you can see as she engages the toe stops and those thigh muscles to push those 3 Texas blockers into the apex between turns number 2 and 3. Some impressive work out of Buyer's Remorse as Beatty Smalls has the star in hand around the outside.
Yeah, you saw Peace War come out of the box and then fake the star to her. She did give it up, so she can't be lead jammer, but Buyer's Remorse trying to get through, knocked off by Anita Riot.
If Buyer's Remorse can get through, she can stop the jam, but in the meantime, Beatty Smalls is going to be lapping the track and putting points on the board for Texas. 5 points so far as she approaches the pack.
Oh, she comes in hard to Cherry Licious, and Cherry Licious stands up strong, but gets backed up into the blocker from Texas, so she couldn't move, and Beatty Smalls capitalizes. Right now, Texas up to 80. Oh, comes in really hard. Bourbon Bruiser goes down. Cherry Licious tries to slow up Beatty Smalls.
A successful star pass. Holly Go Hardly is now your jammer for Maryland, completing that initial pass as Beatty Smalls comes through on a 3rd scoring pass. 15 points so far this jam.
Yeah, Texas choosing to just bottle her up. No lead jammer, so we got 10-9. Beatty Smalls trying to finish up another scoring pass.
Some great blocking. Mix great and blocking all in one word. Some
blocking was done, and it was done very well. However, there must have been an illegal action taken on by Jackie Treehorn. I didn't see what it was. She's going to now sit in the box. Maryland's having trouble keeping 4 blockers out there at the moment, and Bazooka's at the line. Bazooka pretty much got things started with that big jam early in the game that basically got him on the board, and since then, momentum's been in Texas's favor.
So a 3-4 pack advantage goes to Texas here in jam number 12. As previously stated, Bazooka wearing the star for Texas.
General Chaos goes down. Oh, that's a shame. General Chaos goes down, and the ball falls over top for I Am Payne trying to get into Bazooka, and Bazooka fights it off.
Bazooka surprisingly difficult to get off of the track.
Surprisingly, it is no surprise anymore if you watch the previous 2 games. There's no surprises.
This is true. But that's not going to stop them from trying.
Now, Lucretia McGeevil this time trying to lean on her, not able to get her off the track. I mean, it seems like she's one of those players that if you can, you just want to try to envelop and grind down because you're not going to push her off, but maybe you can just give her the lack of room to move. It looks like that's what they're doing right now.
Bullet Sucker with a great move there. A move forward to run offense as they could see that Chaos was about to rejoin them on the track. Ran some offense for their jammer Bazooka, and then as soon as Chaos got back on the track, she rejoined her blockers. I won't say all for naught, but not too terribly effective as Chaos breaks through on that initial pass. But Bazooka right behind her on the second scoring pass. Bazooka calls the jam before Chaos can make it back around. 10 points go to Texas, and they keep Maryland scoreless there in jam number 12.
It was a subtle move, too, also by General Chaos. She basically pushed it back right into the back of the brace, which had Bazooka locked up in it, and she basically then, as soon as you could tell the blockers touched the back of her own wall, she slid around the outside since they couldn't move laterally as much. Great job. Got free, got the jam called off. We have a timeout now. We'll see. It appears to be another official timeout. Now, don't forget, you're watching this game. Up after this will be the winner, either Maryland or Texas, and they get to take on Virginia, who's waiting in the wings. What can we say about that game we just saw before this?
Oh, what what a showing that game was.
It's going to be interesting style because we see how strong Texas is defensively, but when you see Wolf on the track, she is truly a dynamic speed demon who just has endless energy. Plus, you have the strength of Styx, who's already River Styx Phoenix, who's out there. That team's very formidable. They took Maryland down, and their confidence looks to be great right now. I have a feeling they're going to have something in store for Texas that they haven't quite seen yet this weekend. If they move on, Maryland's seen it. They lost to it. They got a lot to prove if they can get into that next game.
I completely agree. Now, this game here, we're about to kick off jam number 13 on Freight Train on the line for Texas. But I was going to say, it's been a pretty fast game so far. Not too many timeouts, only 2 official timeouts. Neither last more than, maybe a minute, 10 seconds. But we're already down to 10 minutes left in the first half as LeBron Mames breaks through the pack to pick up lead jammer. Freight Train hot on her heels. Not certain if she is aware that Freight Train is that close, but the pack definitely knows it as they speed all the way into turn number 4.
Oh,
LeBron Mames hits the
she
pack.
Called off well in advance. And still Freight Train comes out with 3. Oh, I thought she called it off so early that there's no chance either we're getting points.
Oh, and there's a penalty. There's a penalty being called. 3 points for both jammers. That's official. A low block
on LeBron
Mames. That's going to put Texas on the power jam. And correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that is Pandemonium Doll on the jam line.
I don't know how both teams got 3 points. They earned them. I thought she called it off early.
That is Pandemonium Doll breaking through that line very quickly in turn number 1 to pick up lead jammer.
She pulled that handkerchief up over her nose. She's ready to get the work done right now. Doesn't want to smell anything, and she is through on the outside.
Some offensive blocking coming out of Texas. At the beginning of this jam, Texas had the 4-3 pack advantage. Now it's back to 4-4 Derby. The apex jump coming out of Pandemonium Doll right there for 5 points on the board for Texas.
Sorry, it was jumped behind the pack, but she definitely cleared a good 6 feet, came down, and just glided out in a beautiful action. I Am Pain racing back, forcing Pandemonium Doll to reset herself.
LeBron Mames back on the track, completing that initial pass as Pandemonium Doll knocked to the inside once again. She calls off the jam. Fantastic work coming out of Pandemonium Doll right there in jam number 14, putting 12 points on the board for Texas.
Extremely exciting jam. She showed us an array of skills. LeBron Mames doing a great job and got back out there, got the pressure on. Those two skaters can really wind it up. Short legs, and you see them moving so fast. It's impressive to see.
All right, the penalty box is empty, so we have all 80 wheels on the ground in this jam. Buyer's Remorse wearing the star for Maryland. Red Tide wearing the star for Texas. It's Red Tide coming out first, picking up lead jammer.
Buyer's Remorse shoots out after the fact. I see an illegal procedure being called on somebody. That's number 950, Bullet Sucker.
Not happy about that one, but it seems, it seems that Red Tide was not having time for any of that. She hits the pack, calls off the jam. Quick 4 points for Texas.
Not too many skaters out there approve of the penalties that are called of them. She shook her head, kept her head down once she did, went to the box. Well, at least she knows she's probably going to get out in the next jam, so she gets another jam to skate.
True.
Small wins. I see Bazooka standing there. And Powerbomb Kelly jamming for the first time for Maryland.
Now, Bazooka has the most interesting jam line demeanor that I've seen in a while. She's so incredibly stoic. She just stands there and she waits, stone face, and as soon as the whistle hits, she explodes off the jam line.
When you say demeanor, I was like, I don't know exactly what you call stone face. Is I don't know if that's a demeanor or what that is, but it's definitely a focus. And a focus she's now carrying in for a full pass.
And it works for her, most definitely. She's already 5 points in.
Yeah, it looks like we had Harley go down on the backside. Longtime veteran, one of the founders of Team Maryland. She's sitting up at the moment. She was laying down. Looks like maybe she got a shot. She's down. She's trying to get up, which is good. Harley, very, very tough player, known for her physical play. She's up on her way back. Looks like she's holding her wrist. Maybe she kind of jostled her wrist or jammed it, but she seems to be moving and working her way back to the bench.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that jam was whistled dead due to the downed skater. So she will be out for a minimum of 3 jams.
That's true, yes. It was whistled off because they saw her there, preventing Texas from continuing on there because I'm sure they had the advantage. The jammer was getting free. We have a little referee huddle here right out in front of us to the left.
Very glad for the attentive referees here this weekend. There hasn't really been a situation where there was an injury that they did not see that took them a while to kill the jam for. They're usually very fast with this one. It was a blink of an eye before the jam was over, so they could make sure that the medics got out there to handle the situation.
So
big shout out to the refs, even though they can't hear this, but maybe they'll watch it later.
No, but definitely. And then the EMTs all weekend have been taking care of us. Luckily, there's only been some minor bumps and bruises. We had a couple players hit their head, but quickly referees out there making sure they're okay. We had one skater earlier who may have potentially had a concussion, but we got an update today that they went to the hospital. They seem to be okay.
That's good.
Still worried about it. I'm glad to hear that technology with helmets and everything are going so well, that players are surviving, but Freight Train now dealing out the pain.
We're at 5-on-5 derby here in jam number 17. General Chaos wearing the star for Maryland, but it's going to be Freight Train coming through first, picking up lead jammer. General Chaos pushing on those Texas blockers, moving them all the way into the end of turn number 2. Peace War trying to slow her down. Looks like they were trying to recycle, but not quite able to. Freight Train all the way back around and pushing on Maryland.
Yeah, that was Sam Shine Alley trying to lean on Freight Train. Freight Train somehow, just to strengthen those legs and ankles, took Slam Shine leaning on her and then just pushed her body right back forward, stayed on the track.
Less than 6 minutes remain in the first half. It's 123-42 in favor of Texas. We are moving into jam number 18.
All right, Dee, one of the Bucksmont volunteers just came by, just gave us a heads up, says Holly is okay, so I presume in the next couple jams she will return if she gets the opportunity. But right now, like you said, 123-42, Texas starting to assert their advantage with just over 5 minutes to go.
All right, we still have all 10 skaters on the track for this jam. Pandemonium Doll wearing the star once again for Texas. LeBron Mames wearing the star for Maryland.
Speedy Rella just bracing off the side of Death by Chocolate or DBC and Guillotine Grace. I mean, look at that. They're just getting them hips locked together. Oh, I Am Pain able to knock out Pandemonium Doll. Now she's going backwards.
Got a penalty called.
Looks like Lady Kaboom sitting in a box for Team Maryland. Oh, Lucretia McEvil, not to be denied, stops Pandemonium Doll right where she is. No pass, no penalty. LeBron Mames is free. However, she does not have the right to call this jam off. Gets knocked to the inside.
Pandemonium Doll still working on that initial pass. She has star in hand.
That was her chance to be lead jammer, but playing it safe, trying to get free, hopefully looking to pass it. We're going to go the full 2 minutes, but knocked to the inside once again. Pandemonium Doll.
LeBron Mames on the scoring pass, 5-point grand slam for Maryland. As Pandemonium Doll all locked up on that Maryland 4 wall.
Big hit on the outside. Speedy Rella goes down. The star has been passed. You see Guillotine Grace.
Guillotine Grace, yes. Coming around to meet the pack once again in turn number 3.
Now the initial pass was made. Oh, just going right through I Am Payne, taking a shoulder from Lady Kaboom. Guillotine Grace.
She just hopped up and absorbed it, landed back on her feet, spun back around, and down the track she went.
Oh, with a big jump attempt, but she did make contact. I'm not sure with who. Looked like that was Abigail Adams. I saw the whistle, but it looks like that was not a penalty, so that's good news.
Or she's still exiting. She was looping back around, I guess.
Yeah, she was. I think it was a low block called. Guillotine Grace now going to hold on to the star in the penalty box. Power Jam going to Maryland, coming down at the end of the half. This is not what Texas wants. They wanted Maryland to start picking up any momentum.
Hitting the 3-minute mark here in the first jam. If you are just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Battle of the All-Stars. We're almost through the first half of Texas taking on Maryland. They are fighting for their right to compete for third place against Virginia in the next game. Buyer's Remorse on the power start. Guillotine Grace sitting in the penalty bench. Your lead jammer goes to Buyer's Remorse.
Buyer's Remorse was able to absorb that hit by Mackerel and actually use it to drive herself forward, and then she went down but very quickly got up and then was able to get around Jet. This time Jet, though, right in front of her.
Now a 3-4 pack advantage goes to Virginia as Buyer's Remorse trying to break through. Some great work coming out of Jet right there. Actually all in the mix of the Virginia blockers and able to position herself in just the right way. That was, I don't think I've seen something like that before.
Well, what has happened I've noticed is Jet, as soon as Byers went down, Jet has this really quick ability to get right up on top of the jammer. And now we have a cut track called on Buyer's Remorse. Flip-flop the power jam to
Guillotine Grace, who has already completed one initial pass, one scoring pass, 5 points on the board for Texas so far. And the tide has completely reversed from the beginning of Jam 19.
Great job here. Jet was able to seal off two blockers, caught Jackie Treehorn, and then also took off the wall, off D-wall, off the track in one move. That's 2 for 1.
Some phenomenal work out of Guillotine Grace. And she is getting a bit of offensive help from Jet to get her through the Maryland 4 wall. She is able to take down 1, 2, 3 blockers. One of them recycled up in front of her, but she's able to break through for 5 points.
I Am Payne getting up underneath Guillotine Grace, but just so much strength in Guillotine Grace. All she do is get lifted up, put her feet back down, and continue on. Buyers and more shot out of the box. She gets 5 points.
A 4-3 pack advantage going to Maryland as Jet is sitting in the penalty bench.
Yeah, it looks like Cherry Licious went down hard on the outside. She's taking a moment to regather herself and get up. Jam runs a full 2 minutes.
And 19 points out of Guillotine Grace starting out in the penalty box.
Not bad for a jammer who got stuck in the penalty box. Sometimes teams would like to take advantage of that. She came out and made them pay for it. She sat down and came out and scored the points. Big huffing and puffing, gives a high five to Germinator here. She comes to the bench.
And now she gets to take a well-deserved break during Jam 19. The period clock is almost out. This will most likely be our last jam of the half. General Chaos wearing the star for Maryland. Bazooka wearing the star for Texas.
All right, Bazooka finds a line on the outside. Ducks under Lady Kaboom, doing the weaving. Gets free.
It was an interesting tactic that she had there, not quite making contact, but still moving forward and going in and out until she knew that it would be an out-of-play block, and at which point she approached the blocker and continued on.
Forms a call on General Chaos, who was the jammer, so Power Jam going to Bazooka. I don't know. I thought Bazooka might get called for a low block, but no calls made. She has the star in her hand, so we're going to run out. I believe the last 116 no longer being pointed to. Good opportunity for Texas now to wind up the score.
But she is skating hard. Her blockers waiting to run some offense as Bazooka blasting through the pack here. Caught up a little bit in turn number 2. She's got 1 blocker remaining. They go down on the backstretch.
Oh, Slamshine Alley goes down, and Bazooka falls on her. She's face down on the backstretch. We hope that she is okay.
So far, a very interesting first half out of this game. Slamshine Alley still laying on the track. The medics are attending to her. and we will update you folks as soon as we know more. Looks like the officials are meeting in the middle of the track to discuss maybe any potential penalties or
penalties or any extra points that weren't accounted for. But yeah, I see Slam Shine Alley is sitting up. She's starting to get up right now.
Oh, hey, I got a shout out in the chat. What's up, Dominatia? Hope you're enjoying.
Oh, wow, you got friends out there. I don't see any of mine yet, but hopefully they show up. Slam Shine Alley skating back with the whole entire team with her.
Oh, right here, Slam Shine Alley up off the track, back to the bench. However, Hal, coach of Maryland, is calling an official review. What? Oh, I'm sorry.
We got it. Definitely glad to see. That's the best part about this weekend. The EMTs have been doing a great job. We've not seen any injuries. Everybody's been able to get up, get off the track. Official review, it appears. You said Hal went out there, I presume.
Yeah, so there's an official review. You know I don't listen to you, and I'm just going to repeat everything you say for the rest of the game. For the rest of the game. Y'all get ready for some double talk.
The facts are the
Believe
facts.
that.
Let's make sure we get them right.
All right, I'm going to run out and check out the official review. I'll be back to report.
All right, most definitely. They're going to sit there and convene to figure out what's going on. Maryland sitting at 56, Texas at 159. Maryland was able to get out early in the game, but then that big monster jam by Bazooka pulled them back in, and from there on, Texas continued to extend their lead through consistent jamming all the way through. Adam Baum out there. He's going to check see what happened with the with the official review. Time has run out, so it's officially end of the half. And halftime clock is going to start, I presume, once this is over. But time is out. We're down to 0 seconds. Want to give a shout-out to Alexandra. Come on, Maryland. We can come back from this. We've seen a lot worse things happen. Oh, and hey, want to give a shout-out to Soulless Samurai saying hi, tomfoolery. All right, just stay tuned. We'll wait and find out what's going on with this official review. We'll take care of a little bit more paperwork here. I want to give a shout out to our vendors who've been doing a great job taking care of all our skaters this weekend. We had Moda Skates. We have the Apex Skate Shop run by a good friend of mine, Kick Ash, part of the PA All-Stars, who will be playing, of course, in the championship game later today. And then also give a shout-out to Mean Cat Apparel, another friend of mine, Pussycat Malls, down from southern Delaware, up here, getting all the custom shirts out, printing and doing everything everybody needs. And then finally, give a shout-out to Adam Skates. All right, we just had Adam Baum return to us. What was the word?
Should turn on my mic. All right there, tomfoolery. So it is officially halftime. We'll start with that. Now, Maryland was looking for an egregious low block against Bazooka. The officials did discuss. None of them saw it. So the no call is going to stand.
So no penalty, no egregious.
No, exactly.
Okay,
and
good
they lose their review for the half, but of course that's the first half, and the first half is now over. So we are moving on to the second period here in about 15 minutes. You folks hang on tight, grab a drink. It is 159 to 56 in favor of Texas. I'm Adam Baum.
I'm tomfoolery.
We'll see y'all here in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Battle of the All-Stars. Today is the last day of the tournament. We are in the home stretch. The last 3 games. Right now it's Texas versus Maryland, and it has been a very interesting game so far. The winner of this game will go on to the next game happening at 6 o'clock Eastern time. Keep that in mind. And they will be battling it out for 3rd place, and then we go to the championship game.
Correct. They'll be waiting for them already is Virginia, getting a good rest after the game prior to this one. Maryland or Texas could take on Virginia. And then guess who what? We have waiting in the wings. 3 times these two teams have faced each other in a championship game. The PA All-Stars versus the New York All-Stars. You know you're going to be staying tuned for that. But first, we have this game to finish, and then we still have another game just to figure out what the 3rd place is.
Yeah.
Right now we're sitting at Texas 159, Maryland 56. Minute and a half before we get back to the action.
Now we were just talking about the first half of this game, Mr. Tomfoolery. We didn't say our names. We're announcers. We should say our names. I'm Adam Baum.
We know how to talk. That's what they know. I'm Tom Fuller. You're Adam Baum. Our names really aren't important.
They're
as
really
long as
not.
we don't make a fool of ourselves, and we hopefully give you guys a little insight to what's going on here, and then also about the teams.
So give me your insight on the first half here.
Well, the insight is that Maryland jumped out real quick, but it looked like that grinding style of defense that Texas started to employ, where a jammer would get loose, but then it would be able to have the chance where one blocker, such as Jet, who stood out great, was able to slow him up. The rest came around, and then it was a steady diet of Freight Train, and then all the change of pace jammers, such as Pandemonium Doll, Red Tide, and then another Bazooka. So it was Bazooka and Freight Train with a whole bunch of mixture of different style jammers in between.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how I felt. Maryland doing what they can to slow down Texas, but it seems this is game 6 for them. This is their 3rd game today. It seems like they're getting a little worn thin, but hopefully they've had enough of a rest to bring it back in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple early sloppy penalties there on the Maryland side. Jackie Treehorn ended up with 4. Ian Payne had 4, I think, in the first 5 minutes. Both of them seemed to steady down and sit into the game. General Chaos jamming for Maryland ended up with 3. So we got to watch out for that. But hopefully they can steady the ship. But understanding, already playing 2 games earlier, this is their 6th game in a weekend. There may be some fatigue in the legs, and that's when the penalties accidentally creep in. But if I know Maryland, they're going to represent that Chesapeake Bay, loving that Old Bay. If you heard them cheering earlier, sprinkle, sprinkle, Old Bay. They're looking to get something going, and Texas got a big Freight Train steak waiting for them.
Now, jam number 1 about to kick off. 4-3 pack advantage for Texas. And as previously stated, Freight Train on the line for Texas.
Ian Payne already in the box. You see there's only 3 blockers out there. Oh, doing a toe stop after getting the hit and driving herself forward. Freight Train is free. LeBron Mames now finally getting free of the pack, but coming in like a Freight Train only can. Calls off the jam.
Yeah, Freight Train with a very leisurely entrance into the pack.
You can see that this is a fun time. Ian Payne was standing right in the corner of the box getting ready to get released. She screams, Freight Train, how you going to do me like that? How you going to leave me here? Because she figured she would go for that last point. But Freight Train's like, good enough. That last point doesn't mean anything to me right this second. You can sit and wait for the next jam.
What a good time we're having here, Battle of the All-Stars.
That's one of the best parts, and we talked about in between the break there, is the mixture of all the different leagues. Usually have 1 or 2 big leagues that feeds a lot of players, but you get such a mixture, specifically Pandemonium Doll from one of the smaller leagues in Texas. But look at her showing her skills with all the big-name players that we see from Texas and other leagues like that. Maryland has the same thing.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the half about how it's interesting that these lesser-known skaters are not only getting a lot of skate time during Battle of the All-Stars, but using it wisely and performing on the track, such as Pandemonium Doll and BD Smalls.
Well, the key word to use is lesser known. Definitely not lesser talented, just lesser known skaters, and they're proving that when they play with other skaters, they can raise their level up to the highest level, and that's the best part. Like sometimes you see skaters who don't get to skate with good skaters all the time. Now, I'm saying not good skaters, but not top quality skaters to the point of like a D1 team. When you get to play with them, they can hold their own and show they're worth their medal.
Yeah, they have done a fantastic job of proving why they are on an all-star roster.
Most definitely. Proving that was Pat Dahl, and right now Red Tide up there for Texas. I can't see the Maryland Jammer. It's tall, so I'm guessing it's General Chaos, but we'll wait and find out.
And once again, a 4-3 pack advantage for Texas at the beginning of jam number 3.
Lucretia McEvil coming right in front of us, just released from the box, but she's going to have to come around the pack. That was General Chaos who's up there. She's now spinning through, goes down.
Red Tide using a blocker like a wrecking ball to try to get through the pack. Almost worked, but she was taken down to the inside of turn number 1. Had to recycle back. Now she's locked up behind the Maryland 4 wall.
Interesting seeing her go up against Jackie Treehorn. Jackie Treehorn's about 5'10", almost 6 foot. Red Tide, hey, man, not the tallest jammer, but able to get it moving. And look at that. Takes control of the jam.
Some great weaving through turns 3 and 4 right there. The pack all locked up there behind the jam line.
That's Death by Chocolate bracing in front of Peace War. Peace War just knocking down the middle, getting reinforced by Anita Riot.
And they are shutting General Chaos down as Red Tide comes through, gets knocked to the inside, and calls off the jam. That's 4 points for Texas.
And that's got to be grueling because they're really grinding it down, but also after playing 2 games prior, I hate to beat a dead horse, but see a couple deep breaths there by General Chaos. She's going to get a breather, hopefully re-energize. They send LeBron Mames to the track, who's one of the few players who didn't play in last game. I believe they saved her to hopefully give them from fresh legs and save the rest of the jammers.
Yeah, going into jam number 4, it's a 4-3 pack advantage in the opposite direction of the first 2 jams. This pack advantage is going to Maryland as we have a Texas blocker.
That's DeBella DeBall.
Correct. On the jam line, one of the skaters we were just talking about, that's B.D. Smalls, but that is a forearm penalty called on B.D. Smalls that puts LeBron Mames on the power jam.
That it is. LeBron Mames in the back, just getting pushed out by Bullet Sucker. I see a low block being called on somebody. That's Bourbon Bruiser. Going to be down. A blocker is Maryland. Setting it up inside, going out is LeBron Mames. She takes lead jammer status for Maryland.
Now Bullet Sucker trying to catch her there in turn number 1, just not fast enough. LeBron Mames very fast, and proving it right here in turn number 1 once again as she weaves through the pack for 5 points on the board.
What was really nice there, I Am Payne sat there and took off one blocker and basically sealed that opportunity for her to go from the inside all the way out, carrying carrying speed and using that outside edge to get low around the outside. However, they got her locked up right now. I had open my mouth. There she goes around the outside. Oh, and gets cut. Cut track called on LeBron Mames.
Looks like her foot came out, and then another track cut right there on B.D. Smalls, so we're going to trade it off here in just a moment.
30-plus seconds, right around 35 seconds go left in the jam.
Now, we do have a full complement of blockers for each team on the track, so as soon as these jammers return, as of right now, we are back to 10 Skater Derby.
Maryland choosing to set up with 3 blockers playing defense in the back. I Am Payne up there trying to help out the jammer, but unable to hold back. That's initial pass there for B.D. Smalls.
We're going the full length of this jam. That's another scoring pass. Oh, I'm sorry. That is a star pass.
Yes, it is, but the points were already picked up. I Am Payne now has the star. Oh, I Am Payne coming in very quickly. 4 points picked up by I Am Payne. Late in the jam, we had Guillotine Grace get sent to the box. She has the pivot cap on her helmet. 2 points were picked up there. You see, they got the 2 in the air for B.D. Smalls.
But a 14-point jam out of Maryland. They are definitely not going to call this second half in, and I am very glad to see it.
Most definitely. I mean, LeBron Mames did a lot of work to get probably about the first 4 or 5 points, and then 2 quick passes by I Am Payne. We're back to the action. 2 jammers jetting up. Jet goes down. Ooh, a bunch of skaters go down with, I believe that's Bazooka. That was.
That is Bazooka. You are correct.
Bazooka working on in front of the pack. Car bomb and Lucretia McEvil, the last 2 to beat.
Some good bridging out of Maryland right there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Take it over. I mean, she did all the hard work getting by the blockers. Now carrying a lot of speed into the pack. Takes a shot by Car Bomb Kelly. Gets knocked out, recycles. Buyer's Remorse now coming around. She should be on a scoring pass now.
Buyer's Remorse trying to hop around the outside, unable to do so. Guillotine Grace right there to stop her. So she's got to come back into turn number 1 as Bazooka breaking through for 4.
Holly Go Harley tries to come in here and steal the inside on Guillotine Grace. Guillotine Grace basically moved Holly Go Harley.
Bazooka looked like she was going to the inside, then cut to the outside. The Maryland blockers not able to adjust in time, and she slips around the outside for 5 points.
A little star fake there by Buyers Remorse. She took it off. Looked like she's going to pass it to Holly Go Harley.
That is a forearm penalty on Bazooka. That puts Buyer's Remorse on the power jam. 37 seconds remain in jam number 5.
Well, it looks like Holly Go Harley's getting called off for a penalty. I didn't see what it was. The call was made, and then she was sent off. It wasn't continued to be showed. So Buyer's Remorse right now stalled out in turn 3, trying to find a hole.
It looks like Peace War there, slowing down Buyer's Remorse. But those Maryland blockers are throwing every wrench they have into the works of that Texas 4-wall.
Yeah, right now, the blockers playing, working just as hard as Buyers Remorse, trying to stay in front, trying to just at least slow up the Texas blockers.
And that's Bazooka back on the track. Buyer's Remorse saw her, or at least was notified by her bench, and she calls it off. So all in all, that is 11 points for Texas and 9 for Maryland. Pretty good.
That's true. 21 minutes to go in the second half. What's on the line? The right to take on Virginia. Looks like we have a new jammer, I believe, for Maryland. We're waiting to see who they are, but Freight Train standing here on the outside. We all recognize her. I believe that's – oh, that's not – that's
Abigail Adams.
That it is, but unfortunately losing her balance – gets called for a forearm as she kind of locked off on the blocker. I Am Payne getting called for a low block. It knocked out Freight Train, forcing Freight Train to get the cut track, but
looks like Freight Train thought the blocker that took her out was downed or out of bounds and came back onto the track. That is a track cut called.
Well, interesting enough, so if she did low block and have her go out, then the question, she may have went out as a result of the penalty. So I question how the new rule set works, whether you could potentially be alleviated of your penalty as a result of another person's penalty.
I think that's an answer that an official review would have to take care of.
Either way, the action still goes on. Both jammers released. Freight Train picked up 4 points. Abigail Adams over there in turn 3 or 4 knocked out. Death by Chocolate doing the honors and dragging her back.
Freight Train coming through for 5 more. The pack all locked up there in turn 4.
I Am Payne there battling once again with Freight Train. Freight Train doing a beautiful spin move. Able to get free. For the hard way for Abigail Adams. That took her about a good 40 seconds to get free.
Now we have no lead jammer. We will see this jam through to its natural conclusion.
Freight Train showing the beauty of her skating now, able to take the hits, use the momentum, and spin the opposite direction. Meanwhile, not going out of bounds, staying strong.
We are now finally back to 10 skater derby
for
a moment.
Sorry, Holly Go Harley able to slow up Freight Train just for a minute, but don't worry, Freight Train already had all 4 points in her pocket. Skates off the track, knowing she did her work.
Death by Chocolate sitting in the penalty bench. I did not see the call on her. It was towards the end of the jam.
I didn't see the call earlier, but I would have loved to see the expression on her face. She does. She definitely reacts, shows her emotion when a penalty is called.
Good. This is true.
If you haven't seen Death by Chocolate, she's an amazing player, but she shows so much emotion during the game. She is the colorful character that makes this sport truly great.
I always love seeing big personalities on the track. It's so much fun.
It's part of the entertainment. It's like every other sport.
Speaking of big personalities,
LeBron James dances around the outside. How did she get her legs around Guillotine Grace? I'm not sure. Guillotine Grace, a very, very tall blocker, didn't get around her that time.
meanwhile, Pandemonium Doll through the pack and all the way back around. Now that she just got knocked to the inside, has to recycle back.
LeBron James reset herself, went on another scoring run and picked it all up. Slamshine Alley trying to stay in front of Pandemonium Doll. Looks like Slamshine Alley called for a forearm. Both jammers now coming around the outside as they go back. Cherry Licious sharing a moment with DBC as they're both laughing at each other. Oh, Cherry Licious goes down. I don't know what that was called. I heard a whistle blown. She reported to box and then came back out, so made a penalty. There was no penalty on Cherry Licious.
A lot of whistles on the track. It's easy to get lost in all of the action because there's so many penalties from that one jam.
Well, at the end there, it got kind of weird, and I if you have the audio there, I'm sorry, it's confusing. There was probably about 5 whistles late in the jam, so I assume penalties were called, but they weren't. So right now in the box, we have Slamshine Alley and Jackie Treehorn. They're over there hugging, I guess appreciating what they did. I am Payne at the line. Haven't seen her jam a lot here. Longtime veteran of the game. From what I understand, this might be her final tournament. I don't know. A lot of skaters say. But she can really get moving, and that's what she's doing right now. She did not get lead jammer status.
Red Tide was able to break out front before she was taken down again. She gets back up, gets taken down again.
But I believe so. Cherry Licious, I believe, maybe got called for the penalty earlier. She went back out onto track. Now that the other 2 blockers released, she is now sitting. Look, I saw the communication there with the inside track with the non-skating official. She might have been in queue.
That would make a lot more sense with how many whistles we heard at the end of jam number 7.
I knew somebody was guilty of something. I just wasn't sure what. General Chaos and Cherry Licious actually now in the box. Only 2 blockers out there for Maryland. That's Lucretia McEvil and Holly Go Harley. And Bazooka fires right up out the outside.
A full complement of Texas blockers is on the track to meet Bourbon Bruiser.
Yeah, this is her first time jamming, I believe.
I think so. Bazooka flying around the outside, picking up 5 for Texas.
Bourbon Bruiser basically yanking on Holly Go Harley to get around. Jam is called off. Interesting. Bourbon did not get free, but Texas choosing to call it off, kind of doing them a favor, but Maryland will take it. Still 2 blockers in the box, so actually not a bad strategy because now you only have 2 blockers to get by, and, of course, who do they send to the track?
Freight train.
Freight train ready to bring the pain.
Or as they like to say it in Texas, freight train.
Gotta represent. It was interesting seeing her skate yesterday. The crowd seemed to rise when she came to the track. Everybody was hooting and hollering because such a great personality. And I had the chance to meet her off the track. Actually a sweetheart at that.
She's one of the sweetest people I've ever met.
I mean, that's the best part about Derby. You see such tenacity, such physicality on the track, and you meet people off them. They're generally sweet people, and you're like, this is awesome. You're like, you basically jump into the telephone booth, put in your superhero outfit, come out, and you're just this mean, rough roller derby player.
And I think every derby fan who's been to a tournament and met one of their big heroes has had the experience where it's very intimidating to approach a skater that you fan over, that you love so much. You know, and just say hi and say that you're a big fan, maybe ask them for a picture. It's really intimidating.
Well, the first time I got to meet her was out at RollerCon. If anybody ever has a chance to go out there, that's such a laid-back event. You're standing in line. Who's standing behind you? Oh, who has to get a ticket just like you? Oh, Bonnie Thunder's standing behind me. Okay. Me and my wife were standing there. My wife was like, I know you can't help it, but you just kind of stepped in front of us. But that's the best part about it is great personalities. I Am Payne, another great personality, dealing with Freight Train. Freight Train just kind of looks down at her, frustrated.
Freight Train called on a penalty.
It looks like a high block was the call on Freight Train.
High
Car
block.
bomb. Kelly out there trying to jam and get around Peace War. Going down the back stretch, able to get some separation, but dude, the reinforcements coming from Texas are deep.
Car bomb has had some fantastic jams this weekend, and Texas clearly doing everything they can to slow her down.
That's Death by Chocolate out in front, as always, being the brace. Trying to extend that pack with Jet up there as well. Oh, DBC going to the penalty box. She's shaking her head no. Car bomb Kelly looks back, hoping for some help, but she's got to do it alone. That's Peace Ward, I believe it Bullet Sucker as well.
Freight Train coming through the pack. Not lead jammer, of course, because she's been to the box already. But we are under a minute remaining here. She's coming around on a scoring pass.
Yeah, Star Pass has now been handed over to General Chaos. General Chaos able to get free right behind Freight Train. Freight Train does not seem worried in the least little bit.
Freight Train with that patented smile on her face as she approaches the pack.
I don't know if it's a smile of enjoyment of skating or realizing she's coming on the pack and she's just going to blow it up.
Car bomb Kelly taking down her own jammer as Chaos hits the ground. Freight Train coming through the pack for 4.
That's like one of those unwritten rules. You can't hand the star to somebody and then accidentally take them out. I know it wasn't on purpose, but General Chaos just kind of looked at her and smiled.
There was definitely a look of, who knocked me down? Oh, it was you.
I'll love you later. Right now, you're not my friend for this second, but I'll give you a high five once we're done the jam.
There towards the end of that jam, Freight Train was forced to the outside. She was having to come back.
Despite all that effort, and actually a fist pump by General Chaos and a smile, she did pick up 4 points despite all that effort.
Maryland coming up to the century mark.
All right, wait. At 98, they're creeping up towards it. 98 right now for Maryland, 2:33 for Texas, 12 and a half to go. We see plenty of messages on the board there saying, come on, Freight. Also, a little shout out to Chaos for all her hard work as well.
Oh, and you got a shout out. There was one I wanted to show you. Hang on.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
not
action going.
important. We got real people who are important out there now.
Anita Riot taking a penalty, and it looks like BD Smalls coming through the pack first for lead jammer.
Eddie Kruger able to get free from the pack. That was a big hip thrown by Mackerel. She basically ducked up underneath it. Mackerel, one of the taller blockers out there, along with Guillotine Grace for Texas. What I liked seeing there, BD Smalls was actually taking a physical game. All, I don't know, maybe 5'4" of her basically came in, lowered the boom, moved. I believe that was Lucretia McEvil out of the way, who's not one of the smallest or shortest players on the team. And, wow, showing power in such a pint-sized version is great.
Like we were talking about earlier, really proving why they're on an all-star roster. Right now, jam number 12 coming up, just under 11 and a half minutes remaining. Bazooka on the line for Texas. She finds a line on the outside.
LeBron Mames kind of wiped out on the inside. Oh, Peace War sealing out. It looked like LeBron Mames basically had her hips behind her, but Bazooka able to lean on her, get her knocked to the inside. I'm sorry, Bazooka. I apologize. That is Peace War. Bazooka is the one jamming, recycles herself to the back.
LeBron Mames able to break through the pack on the initial pass.
I was wondering if they're going to let it keep going, and then once Bazooka realized she had the points, called it off, got her 4. 98 points. Maryland still just shy of your century mark. 240 for Texas All-Stars.
Off the wall on the bench, the penalty bench, I should say, for Maryland. So that gives Texas the 4-3 pack advantage at the beginning of jam number 13 here.
Maryland chooses to reset out in the front. I believe that's Red Tide Duck underneath there. It is indeed. Oh, good work. Oh, she dragged the toe out. I heard the whistle, but I believe he gave her the credit for going right back out of bounds after she touched it in. Bourbon Bruiser breaks free. She is in control of the jam as lead jammer. Red Tide, however, right now in front of her, putting the pressure on. She looks to howl.
The pack hitting the gas through the back stretch.
Not a choice to call it off. And, wow, we got a speed track event going on right now.
We are definitely off to the races here in Jam 13.
I believe Bourbon calls it off. 1 point on the board for Bourbon. That is what we call a small win. That pack was moving.
Yeah, great work from Red Tide there. She's hailing from the Hurricane Alley Roller Derby. So shout out to them.
Most definitely. Bringing up skaters like that, representing the big state of Texas. So many leagues to pull from, but they pulled her in for the right reason.
Got a team timeout called by Maryland. So we're going to tell you all about our lovely sponsors.
Actually, before we do that, you mentioned to me earlier that we're going to stay live a little longer after the last bout.
Correct. We will be going live after the championship bout. We will keep the stream going for the Battle of the All-Stars 4 award ceremony. Will be live streamed right here on the same link, the same video you're watching right now. If y'all hang out after championships, you'll be able to watch that alongside all of us.
Most definitely, and from what I hear, they got some phenomenal prizes for the tournament MVPs. They will receive gift packages valued at $400 or more going to the MVP blocker and MVP jammer, but then also they'll also give out all the medals. So whoever gets the top 3, you get to see the expression on their faces. They get their medal after a 4-day tournament. Got to feel pretty good no matter what position you get.
And here I am. I didn't even bring my skates. Could use some skate gear.
You bring your skates, you get out on that track with them ladies at your own risk. I will watch, I will talk about it, and explain to you what a great idea that was not.
That'll be I would be in a supreme amount of pain. Speaking of pain.
Beat E Smalls getting out in front, able to get free before basically the pivot line. Star's been passed. I Am Payne, I don't know how many times been passed to her, but she seems to be the outlet for Team Maryland at the moment, trying to keep the pressure off.
Animal Lee with her eye on that jammer star, trying.
All right, the Maryland fans get excited. That was Byers Morse, who's been jamming mostly all the game, getting the knockout on B.D. Smalls, forcing her to the inside. B.D. Smalls got the 4 points, but small wins are what they are. Fans like seeing Byers Morse play defense.
All right, Jam 15 coming at you. And I cannot see the jam line.
I can see Car Bomb Kelly. I cannot see. Oh, Car Bomb Kelly going right into Pandemonium Doll, but that obviously was a penalty. Forearm call was made.
Pandemonium Doll on the power jam now, picking up lead jammer, skating hard to reach the pack. Bit of a micro pack, only 6 blockers on the track. I'm sorry, not 6.
Holly Go Harley jumped out of the penalty box to get back in. Oh, tried to get in the way of Pandemonium Doll. Oh, that looks like that was a clockwise block.
So 7 blockers on the track right now.
Yeah, one came out and went right back in. Tried to jump in front, clipped the ankle of Pandemonium Doll. Holly Go Harley goes back in. You can see why they set up in the back. That was Texas. Car Bomb Kelly released from the pack.
She is doing everything she can to separate these blockers from one another. Unable to do so before Pandemonium Doll ends the jam.
Pandemonium Doll gives a reprieve, calls it off. I thought Car Bomb Kelly was still on her first pass, but right now Texas in control of the game. Understandably right now, with 7 minutes, 150 points is a tough to make up. They might be looking forward to the fact that they have to potentially play again, taking on Virginia. And it's Virginia, man, they just have a pack full of speedy skaters waiting for them, resting up right now. Bourbon Bruiser back at the line for Team Maryland. I believe that's Bazooka grinning. You can see her mouth guard.
I'm not sure if that's a grin or if or if she's smiling from the effort she's putting into it.
Bourbon Bruiser taking on Death by Chocolate. Death by Chocolate there. Bourbon Bruiser wins that battle, gets out in front, lead jammer status.
Track cut called on Bazooka. That puts Bourbon Bruiser on the power jam.
Flowing forward, I Am Payne trying to pick off a blocker. Got one separated. It's up to Bourbon Bruiser due to rest of the work. Bourbon Bruiser knocked to the inside. I believe that was by DeBella DeBall.
Bullet Sucker stuck behind the Maryland 3 wall, trying to rejoin her teammates. to slow down Bourbon Bruiser, currently unable to do so.
Bourbon Bruiser continuing to work on Death by Chocolate. Oh, Bourbon Bruiser goes down, falls small.
Death by Chocolate sent to the penalty box.
Speedy Rella was up there helping out, DeBella the ball. Recycled Bourbon Bruiser.
Bazooka back on the track, quickly completing that initial pass, but obviously not making it back around in enough time to pick up any points.
5 points were picked up there by Bourbon Bruiser. A big rise comes from the crowd. Maryland happy about that. Bourbon, a newer addition to Team Maryland last year, starting to pick up some jamming. She didn't do it a lot this week, did it a few times. Starting to grind her teeth here on his Texas defense.
Freight Train back on the line, but
no, she's
the
on the
pivot
line. Yeah, that's right. She got the pivot star on. I was like, what line are you talking about? Hey, if you want an outlet, if you're ever in trouble, having Freight Train is a pretty good backup.
Red Tide quickly picking up lead jammer, coming around, knocked to the outside, calling off the jam.
I like how she was still sliding on her knees backwards, calling it off. It's one thing to be when you're down, but when you're still moving from the last hit and you already have the wherewithal to call it off, that is being in the game.
One strange thing that impresses me about Red Tide is that unlike other skaters who have longer hair, she doesn't put them into, a braid or anything. She lets it. She just puts it up into a ponytail, and it's it's in her face half the time. I'm not sure how she functions, but it's impressive.
It could be. I see she's wearing a bandana. She could have it maybe at least held down so it doesn't get up into her face. But either way, I don't care how she does it. She gets the job done, and that's it.
Right now, it is Jam 18. Eddie Kruger wearing the star for Maryland, and B.D. Smalls wearing the star for Texas.
Oh, Carbomb Kelly, I thought caught her up high, but then it looks like a cut track now being called B.D. Smalls.
Looks like B.D. Smalls agreed with you there. Meanwhile, Eddie Kruger still trying to break through this Texas 3-wall, but she's getting some offensive help from her blockers.
Yeah, that's Anita Wright out in front, getting a strong brace by DBC. DBC digging in and getting a knockout.
Animal Lee trying to join her fellow blockers.
What I liked right there, both the Texas blockers went towards the outside, and basically Eddie Kruger took the inside line, jumped in, and was able to accelerate fast enough to get away, and Team Maryland bench cheering for Eddie Kruger.
Anita Riot picking up a penalty. I did not quite see the call.
Nice little work there by Peace War, fainting right into Eddie Kruger. Now, Peace War had been released from the box, I believe, but still faked her out. Eddie Kruger had to go back. Now got to go behind Death by Chocolate. That was some great gamesmanship, or whatever you wanted to say, veteran moves. She came out of the box and all of a sudden stopped and made Eddie Kruger just hesitate just a little bit, giving the advantage to her team.
And it's a testament to how great the blocking has been in this game that we did not even mention that B.D. Smalls came out of the box, completed an initial pass, and picked up 5 points because we were so busy focused on how well these blockers are performing.
Hey, jammers always pick up points. That's what they do. Blockers do the hard work in front of them. And a lot of times, unheralded for the offense and defense they do. Either way, I love all the skaters. They do a great job. We have a timeout. Timeout right now, I believe, being called. The arm's going left, so I'm pretty sure it's by Maryland.
According to the scoreboard, by Maryland.
Well, there's an obvious place to look, which I did not. So Maryland getting the timeout. All right, let's give one more shout out to our sponsors before this is over.
Oh, yeah. We'd like to thank 187 Killer Pads, as well as Bond Skates and Moda Skates, Atom Wheels, Derby Famous Armbands, Juice Wheels, S1 Helmets, CCU Mouth Guards, Roller Elite, as well as our hosts,
the PA All-Stars and Bucksmont Bucksmont Derby Dolls, and of course Inline 309 housing us all weekend long. And actually, Adam Baum, I want to give a shout out to you. You did a great job. The first couple days we were watching, we basically had the live feed on a phone. You came in with an actual tripod, set it up, got the thing working for us. We actually now can show you the score on the screen. So I want to give a shout out to you. Thank you, Adam Baum, for making things easier. My arms are starting to get tired holding the phone throughout a whole entire game.
Well, I'm glad to. I'm glad that everybody at home can watch and relax and not have to worry about shaky cam. Unless I bump this table too much. I get a little excited sometimes.
Hey, it's hard to do when you got all these stars on the track. Mary Chaos now back jamming. It's been a little while since she jammed, but Pandemonium Doll right back on the line.
A 4-3 pack advantage goes to Maryland at the beginning of Jam 19 as Anita Riot is getting released from the penalty box right now to rejoin her team, trying to slow down General Chaos.
Holly Go Harley getting just as low as Pandemonium Doll can.
Pandemonium Doll, interestingly enough, she went down but was worried about getting a penalty, and if you could see it, she had her hands straight up in the air so they could see it.
Interesting dynamic here. General Chaos looking front, looking for help, but the pivot panty's actually on the track here in turn 1, so she can't give the star to anybody because nobody's wearing the pivot star, or excuse me, the pivot helmet cover. Maybe an opportunity here as they're trying to drag General Chaos back, but I don't think the pivot, it might have been Holly Go Hardly. Oh, she just touched her helmet, realizing she was missing it, going back to get it right now and put it on.
Meanwhile, Pandemonium Doll, your lead jammer, already picking up 5 points, coming in on another scoring pass. And that's it right there for 5 more on the board.
Holly Go Harley now getting involved, trying to play some offense. General Chaos tripped up and goes down. Pandemonium Doll picks up another 5 points. 107 Maryland, 273 Texas All-Stars, creeping towards the 1 minute mark left in the second period of this game.
What a game, though.
I admit, okay, the score is lopsided one way, but Maryland's kind of just dug in and starting to feel, you start to hear a lot of people cheer, taking pride in what they're doing. You're taking on Texas. You talk about Maryland, one of the smaller states, not necessarily tiny, but smaller states within the country. Texas, they get the pull from everywhere. So many great leagues. And they even pulling the stars out of the smaller leagues, as we talked about earlier, and they are producing. Bourbon Bruiser up there for Team Maryland. And is that Red Tide? I believe it is, breaking free.
Proving the point that you just made, Red Tide picking up lead jammer, all 80 wheels on the track right now in Jam 20.
Oh, that was LeBron Mames playing defense. She's been jamming all game. Now they got her out there maybe trying to use her lateral movement. She's about the same size as Red Tide, and I would have to say just as athletic.
The jam clock is counting down. Red Tide calling off the jam, and it looks like a timeout being called by Maryland with 2 seconds left on the period clock. We will get one more jam, it looks like.
DBC sitting in the box. Familiar to it. Looks like she came back. I don't know. I thought she jumped the apex to try to get back and drag back the jammer. But right now, one more jam definitely going to happen. Team Maryland using their last timeout, which is great to see because Team Maryland could want this just to be over. But no, they're having fun. They're going to send Holly Go Hardly out there. 10-year veteran of roller derby. Been around since the very early days. Right now, she's usually a stalwart blocker, but she has a shy smile on her face, and she gets to finish the game out for Maryland.
Texas.
One of the founding members is great reason. What does Texas have?
Texas is sending out DeBella DeBall, Animal Lee, and Peace War on the line. And as for their jammer, if I am not mistaken, that is Anita Riot.
Oh, another
and I
jammer.
believe that is her first
either.
first time on the jam line in this game.
Most definitely. Oh, the sprinkle, sprinkle, Old Bay chants coming from the Maryland fans. Oh, wow, Anita Riot just got a full head of steam and burst right into that wall.
But some great work coming out of Maryland. They catch up to her, not quite recycling in front, but able to force her out, and lead jammer goes to Holly Go Hardly.
That knockout was at the perfect time. Holly Go Hardly capitalizing. Jackie Treehorn going to the box. Only 2 blockers left there. Holly Go Harley jumps the apex. Gets the points. Coming around for more. Uh-oh. I don't know if you saw a little subtle thing. Somehow Holly maybe had the mouth guard stashed in her shirt. Quickly pulled it out and put it in her mouth before the referees could see.
A big hit from Holly Go Hardly takes Peace War down to the ground.
Penalty being called on Holly Go Hardly. The fans started to stand as she was winding up a jam, but back block is the call. She was lead jammer, so we're going to run out the last minute here. Bonus time derby from a very fun game.
Animal Lee breaking up the defense right there on the backstretch in Maryland's defense. I'm sorry. And Anita Riot coming through for 5 points.
Oh, Jackie Treehorn standing right up to Anita Riot. Anita Riot not afraid to come in with pace, as we have seen.
Yeah, she was coming in hot, but that Maryland 3-wall did not budge. She hit the ground, but she is back up and pushing. Holly Go Hartley back on the track. 30 seconds left in the game.
Holly Go Hartley working on it. Trying to push her way to the front, runs right into DBC. Oh, Peace War tries to give a shot at her. She goes around the outside. Oh, able to hold the outside edge. Holly Go Hartley, 5 more points. Now in the back, Anita Riot still putting the moves on as well. Hasn't been able to get out of turn 3.
Less than 10 seconds left.
Jackie Treehorn dragging her back one more time. Holly Go Hartley, I saw somebody go down, and I see the back block being called. Holly Go Hartley going to pick up one more penalty.
And
as the game comes to an unofficial conclusion.
10-10 in this wild final jam here. And it looks like the unofficial final is Texas 286 to Maryland 117. We will wait for that to go official, and then we got to do our MVPs as well.
Correct. But great thing was you saw the fans start to come up and get on their feet and start cheering as it came down to the end. It looked like we were pretty sure where it was going to go the last 5 minutes, but the fans got behind Maryland, and that was great to see.
Yeah, you can hear them groan as Holly Go Hartley was called on that final block. But give us just a moment. We are going to discuss, and we will be back with our MVPs for Texas versus Maryland. Texas moving on to fight for 3rd place against Virginia in one of the last games of Battle of the All-Stars 2017. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our MVP picks. The announcers have discussed here. And, Tom, who do you got for
Well, after
Maryland?
we conferred, definitely holding it together, being the most consistent jammer in the first half was LeBron Mames. Came out and even started playing defense at the very end. Hats off to her. Did a great job. And also a culmination of a whole weekend where she played very well. LeBron Mames taking home the MVP for Team Maryland. And Texas, you have an array of blockers and jammers who did a phenomenal job.
Oh.
Who was the final decision?
Yeah, such great performances out of so many different people. But we decided to go with number 3, Pandemonium Doll, for the MVP of this game. A very consistent, very high-scoring performance. Her track awareness was off the charts. I think she did fantastic.
Brilliant athleticism, the pride of the Rio Grande Valley Banditas.
All right, so that is it for this game, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas, I'm sorry, not Dallas, I'm from Dallas. I keep thinking. Texas moving on to fight for 3rd place against Virginia. That game is coming up in about 20 minutes. And then what do we have after that?
I believe we have this championship game thing going on. Familiar foes, 3 years in a row in the 4 years in a row in the championship game. That would be New York and Pennsylvania. They know each other so well. We'll see if there's a different wrinkle this year. New York put on a clinic against Texas. I thought Texas was definitely favored coming into the game. New York shows they have size, they have speed, they have the whole entire package.
And they are not afraid to use it.
But as we have used the term more than once, if you want to be the champ, you have to beat the champ. And PA has been it 3 years.
in the consolation bracket and propelled Pennsylvania into the first place game. So in this bracket, game 4 was versus Michigan, and that was at 2 p.m. today.
Okay, now we're back. Apologies. It seems our audio, the audio interface cut out. Okay, so I don't think they heard anything that we said. Let's paraphrase, because this game's about to kick off.
Yeah, so game 1 versus Maine, Thursday, 4 p.m. That was 158 to 209. Virginia wins. The game versus Maryland Friday at noon was 161 to 162. Super close one. With Virginia winning. Going up against Pennsylvania Saturday at 6, 122 to 299, a loss, throwing them down here into the consolation bracket going after third place. They had to get through Michigan first, and that was at 2 p.m. today, 245 to 133. Virginia now in this third place game with 1 game respite. Not necessarily something we can say about Team Texas. We're about to find out their story.
Okay, so Team Texas came in on Friday at 8 a.m. They didn't play Thursday at all because they were the top seed. They got seeded extra higher in the bracket. So their first game was against Massachusetts, and Friday 8 a.m., like I said, 335 to 103. They won handily. Then they went on to game 2 Saturday at 4 p.m., and they won that game. They lost that game 105 to 238. New York showed everything that they have on that team on the track. It was very impressive to watch, even more impressive to call. I loved it. And then game 3, I think everybody just watched that game.
Yeah, it was our highest rated one so far.
We had the most views on the live stream that we've had so far. We'll probably break that in this game and the next. But they just played Maryland, in case you're just tuning in, and they won 286 to 117. Some fantastic work out of both teams. It was very impressive, very fun to watch. And Tom Foolery and I were discussing that, it's interesting that a lot of these teams have lesser-known skaters. And not only are they getting playtime, but they are doing so well with this playtime.
That's true.
For example, our MVP from the game that we just ended, the Texas-Maryland game, went to a skater from what was that? RGB. I'm going to screw it up. Hang on. I have it here.
Was it the Maryland MVP?
RGV.
Okay.
Banditas.
Definitely not in Maryland.
It is Pandemonium Doll. And she's not the only one from that league. Actually, B.D. Smalls is as well. And both of them, as well as who was Red Tide from Hurricane Alley Roller Derby. They aren't freight trains. They're not Scald Eagles. And I'm not saying that talent-wise. I'm just saying notoriety. If you say that name to a random person in Derby, are they going to know who you're talking about? Probably not. But after today, they should.
Absolutely.
They really proved why they're on an all-star roster.
Honestly, Pandemonium Doll and B.D. Smalls were the, in my opinion, I got to thankfully watch that last one as a fan, but I don't know that I could have picked between the two of them for MVP on that one. They both had such a great showing.
We did have a kind of an extended debate on who we were going to pick.
I believe it.
It was not easy. So in this third place game, we have Team Virginia and Team Texas, because unfortunately y'all didn't get to hear the introduction here. So these two teams battling it out for third place. After this, we go to championships. And then after that, we are going to be live streaming the award ceremony. So y'all stay tuned for that.
Yes.
And so KVD,
Yes.
I hear there's this magical thing that is a list of people that like to put on skates and wear a shirt that says Virginia on it.
Yes.
Do you happen to have one of those?
Finally, yes.
Oh, okay, excellent. I'm so glad that the Voice of Virginia has this item.
It only took until shortly after halftime for this roster to be finalized here. As I was sitting over with most of Virginia's, they kept refreshing their phones trying to find out who was playing. It's going to be 100, Revenge of the Nerd. Number 11, River Styx Phoenix. Number 13, Nikki Towner. 138, The Big Bangerang. And I'm almost going in tandem now with the house call here. That's kind of hilarious. Let's see if we can do it. Number 17, Raven Darkhold. I called it. Number 1870, Betty Lockdown. Number 213, Sadie Masochist.
He's holding out his vowels. You don't have to.
Oh, this is so hard. 305, Wolfbox. Number 41, Lilu Dallas Multi-Smash. Number 42, Country Jam. 606, Miller. 82, Lapper Faster. 83, T.I. 911, Speed Junkie, your captain for this game. Number 95, Machete. At number 999, we have Ray Gun. Number 2012, Pei. Number 5, Stonewall Up. And, of course, your coach. So Mr. Kiss Kiss Bangs Bang, that's Christian, the coach.
All right. That is a fantastic roster.
Yeah, it's a little deep.
A bit.
Yeah.
How many jammers do you have?
42, which is weird. I don't know how we have that many. It's some timey-wimey stuff that happens. You're welcome.
I've got nothing for that. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. I should have something. I've got nothing. All right. Well, the skaters on the track for Team Texas this evening are going to be number 1010 Bazooka, number 12 DeBella DeBall, number 135 Young Money Mackerel, number 138 Anita Riot, number 143 Bam Bam Blocker, number 206, Bombshell Bone. Number 22, that's right, you guessed it, it's the Freight Train.
I think we'll be taking a ride there.
That's how they say it in Texas. You have to say it like that. Number 23, Red Tide. Number 235, Galatine Grace. The captain, number 27, Peace War. Number 3, Pandemonium Doll. Number 42, Alley Oops. Number 451, Animal Lee. Number 6, Jet. Number 69, Death by Chocolate, or you can say DBC. She didn't mind. It's on her uniform.
I like it.
Number 950, Bullet Sucker. Number 14, Beatty Smalls, as well as number 5150, Speedy Rella. And their coach, of course, Mr. Germinator.
I got to tell you, knowing that Texas just played, I watched Texas just play. I'm looking at them during warm-ups, and they don't look like they've played a game yet today. They look like they still have a full tank of gas already. Maybe it's because the tanks of gas that they have in Texas are actually bigger. You would have thought that some of the bracing of the pack there at the end that Maryland was doing was going to tire them down a little bit, give Virginia maybe a little bit of a advantage. I mean, everybody's exhausted. We are exhausted, and we
Absolutely.
haven't even been on skates. But this looks like a brand fresh new Texas team.
They are definitely determined, but so is Virginia, and I can't wait to see these two teams battle it out on this track here at Infield 309, because it's Battle of the All-Stars, baby.
Battle of the All-Stars 4 this year, bringing you 4 days. So I guess next year we have to add a fifth.
14 teams. 14 teams.
14 teams, and possibly the craziest bracket I've ever seen. Team Maryland in that last one, just in order to even try to get here, they would have played every other game all day long. And they pretty much did.
And had they won against Texas, they would have gone 7 games at this tournament for today. They played 3 games today alone.
Yeah.
And they were still doing fantastic.
And, credit to them. The spirit never failed them on that.
All right, Mr. KVD, looks like jam number 1 of this game's about to kick off. On the Texas line, we've got Jet.
And trusting our house announcers there, because they can see a little bit better than I can at the moment, it looks like it's Wolfbox. The combination of Miami Beatbox and Sparkle Wolf, now Wolfbox.
Both jammers coming through simultaneously on the front stretch. It's a bit of a foot race, but it seems that Wolf is trying to play with her food a little bit.
Well, you can't blame Wolf for trying to slow Texas down and make them play her game.
But these blockers are not playing as it's practically off to the races here.
Yeah.
The jammers doing almost 2 complete laps
with
trying to catch the pack.
No score after 1 jam.
So it is 0-0 after jam number 1. Jet picking up lead. We're moving on to jam number 2. I got nothing else.
Yeah, this is going to be River, Styx, Phoenix.
On the jam line for Texas. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Freight Train.
This is one of those dream matchups that you get to see here at Battle of the All-Stars, a Freight Train and Styx.
Speaking of, coming through first, Freight Train, hot on her heels. River, Styx, Phoenix. The pack, once again, has a fast-moving packs this game so far.
Yeah, and the thing is with both of these players is they are, like, if you could populate your team with 12 of each of these players, that's what you're going to do. Styx and Freight Train you can put in any position at any time, and they're going to execute flawlessly every time without fail.
Absolutely, and right here, the pack is moving so fast, the OPRs were having difficulty keeping up. But Freight Train doing what she does best, skating hard, hits the pack, calling off the jam, putting Texas on the board for the first time this game. 2 points. Virginia, nothing.
By the way, Amber, yes, Texas did just play.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No, they are fresh. This is going to be Nikki Towner from Mother State up on the line for Virginia.
Bazooka on the line for Texas. And first penalty of the game goes to the captain of Virginia, Speed Junkie. Bazooka out front, almost breaking around, but a big hit coming from number 17, Raven Darkhold, knocking Bazooka to the outside.
And we're going to have a lead jammer here, Nikki Towner. We were talking in the last Virginia game about Mother State's legendary 4-hour practices that they have. And Nikki Towner is showing it with her endurance level in this weekend.
Raven Darkhold has Bazooka's number, taking her down again, but not off the track. Bazooka gets back up, shakes it off, and completes her initial pass.
That one is done here. 4 points on the board for Virginia. Technically a lead change. Still, we're going to say too close to call.
And just reading some of the comments on the live feed here. Yes, Lickety Whip, you are entirely correct. And that's pretty much, if you summed up our introduction to this game, exactly what you said. Wow, Texas is playing back-to-back, and Virginia only had 1 game off. So, yep, battle for third.
Welcome to Derby tournaments.
All right now it is Pandemonium Doll on the line for Texas. Virginia, actually, in the last jam had a lead change. It's 4-2, Virginia in the lead. Pandemonium Doll, now your lead jammer.
Country Jammer cycled back to the jam line. She's looking to stash the star and maybe get through as Texas puts up 5 points and takes the lead back.
Some impressive work coming out of Pandemonium Doll, which we have come to expect at this point. Up on 1 foot. I have no idea how she can defy physics that way. But she stays in line, picking up the 5, back around the track, hits the pack, calling it off. And it looks like, I don't know, I can't see.
4 points on the board to nothing on that last pass. DeBella the ball with a forearm, so we'll have a 4-3 pack advantage in favor of Virginia, and Wolfbox taking the line.
And jam number 4 was our second lead change as Texas overtakes Virginia 11-4 as we approach the 25-minute mark. The Texas three-wall full of Dallas Derby Devils skaters, Animal Lee, Anita Riot, and Guillotine Grace, all trying to slow down Wolf, not able to do so. She comes through for lead jammer.
Wolf Box, by the way, for those of you at home, is the reigning, defending MVP jammer of Battle of the All-Stars 3.
I can believe it. As of right now, she is not only the lead jammer, but she is also on the power jam as Jet sitting in the penalty box. DeBella DeBall back on the track to rejoin her fellow blockers. Guillotine Grace trying to slow down Wolf, not able to do so. That's another 5-point grand slam for Virginia.
Grace living up to her name with the way she tried to slam that down. Wolf Box phased through her and got through that one.
The Texas blockers moving out into turn number 2 to slow down Wolf. They've got her all locked up. Meanwhile, Jet back on the track and moving that Virginia four-wall, breaking through to complete an initial pass.
So you got to assume Wolfbox here aware of that, as she's always got good track awareness, and yep, she does. Right as I was about to say it, it's going to call it off soon. 4 points on the board, so we have another lead change here. This is 18-11. So basically we get to call a slugfest. And that's what it's going to come down to.
I think so. It's just trading hits back and forth, and by hits, I mean big, high-scoring jams. That's what we've seen thus far. I mean, the first couple were a little bit lower, but then we had an 11. Now we have a 14. And what are we going to see next?
We've got River Styx, Phoenix, and the Freight Train.
Yeah.
That's how we say it, right?
Correct.
All right, got it.
And speaking of, Freight Train doing what she does best, blowing through the pack, picking up lead jammer. River Styx, Phoenix hot on her heels.
And the Packs, here we go racing, ladies and gentlemen. The Packs know that the only way to stop these two jammers is to try to outskate them, get faster than them. 2 points for Freight Train, nothing for Styx. Virginia going to hold the lead for the moment. Looks like Dragon Mud in the chat, lead change. Drink. We can play that one if you want.
Does that count?
I've got some coffee.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Have to have this. It's just like this morning was brought to you by Coffee and Contemplation. The rest of this night is going to be just coffee-fueled for me to get through it. Nikki Towner taking the line for Team Virginia.
Alley-oops on the jam line for the first time with Team Texas. A 4-3 pack advantage for Texas here at the beginning of jam number 7.
It's like a ray gun bracing a wall here of Lilu Dallas Multi-Smash, who's going to go to the penalty box for a multiplayer block. So it's just Ray Gun and the Bangarang. No, big Bangarang on her own. I have no idea what the call was there on Ray Gun.
Alley-oops. Looked like she picked up lead jammer and ends up picking up a track cut penalty instead. That puts Nikki Towner on the power jam until there's a star pass right there.
So this is going to be Machete. Machete last year, one of the pivotal jammers in the team, and this year they're keeping her at pivot for moments like this. Machete, as we were talking about earlier, is literally, fun fact, when she takes her helmet off, she is just actually a giant machete that falls over. That's it. I mean, cutting through the pack is the easy pun, but it's the only way to actually describe what she does.
Now the penalty box has been emptied, so we are back to 5-on-5 here as Machete coming through for 4 points.
I can't see the comment, but River Strong in the chat room. Sup? Welcome back.
Alley-oops coming through on the initial pass.
Nikki Towner and Ray Gunn, both Mother State alumni. They're used to playing with each other, trying to get their wall reformed here as Machete gets through another 4 points. Virginia pulling away in a palindromic lead right now, 13-31.
Dallas is going to need to slow down these opposing, or not Dallas, I keep saying that. Texas is going to need to slow down these opposing jammers and get some high-scoring jams in there to catch the Virginia All-Stars, as it's 35-17 going into jam number 8.
Number 1, Monster Rock, welcome to the broadcast. Number 2, don't worry about saying that. Mo Cheesemo during that last game in the house call kept referring to Maryland as Charm. And I can't blame him because half of it is Charm, and the jerseys are not that much different from Charm's current uni.
We have a team timeout called by Texas. So what a great time to tell you about the wonderful sponsors that we have here for Battle of the All-Stars 4. We'd like to thank 187 Killer Pads, as well as Moda Skates and Bont Skates, Atom Wheels, Juice Wheels, Derby Famous Armbands.
Juice Wheels, S1 helmets.
They get 2.
Yes. Do you start from the bottom and go up? Did I miss
I was
that?
skipping around.
Oh, you can't do that on a call. What's wrong with you? You're a lunatic, sir. We're gonna. I have no idea where you were in the
I
list.
too like to live dangerously.
Well, if you like skates, there's Bonts, there's Modas. If you like wheels, there's Atoms and Juices. There's S1 helmets. There's only Sisu mouth guards. I don't know very many skaters that use anything but Sisu.
I don't either. I
There
think
are
they have the full-on monopoly.
Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to learn how to skate myself. Sisu is everybody said no. That's what you need. Start there on your in your purchases. PA All-Stars and Bucksmont Derby Dolls have been the backbone of this tournament as the sponsors here, along with Inline 309 as we get started again with Country Jam on the line for Virginia.
On the line for Texas is Bazooka.
You're getting called out in the chat room, my friend.
This is true. This is true. Bazooka coming out first right there at the beginning of turn number 3, picking up lead jammer. Dallas, did it again. Texas down by 2 blockers. Right now, Country Jam coming through on the initial pass.
She has a no pass, no penalty on that one, but she will be eligible to score here. Bazooka is going to the penalty box for a forearm, so this will be a power jam for Country Jam.
Not what Texas wants at this point in the game. We are crossing the 20-minute mark, and Jam 8 remains scoreless.
After a back-and-forth slugfest for the first 7, everybody just needed maybe a little bit of time off, a little breather, and by breather we mean that kind of a hit. Yeah, that one's going. Peace War, I think, what was, say, a high block?
I believe so. I believe so.
Country back up, though, with a star stash here. That's one thing I can say about Country is she's one of the toughest women I have ever met in my life. And if you like my call, then thank her. If you hate it, it's her fault. She's the one that got me into the world of roller derby.
Star pass, Miller now your jammer for Virginia. Bazooka back on the track. She gets knocked to the outside, has to recycle into turn number 2.
Peace War back out on the track, trying to rejoin her pack. Thought I heard a penalty called on somebody. I'm not sure who.
A successful star pass out of Texas. Peace War, your jammer for the remainder of that jam as it ends. It looks like 3 points going to Texas and an overall 9 points going to Virginia. It's 20-44.
Still super early. This game may come down to whoever scores last. Just like literally timing. We'll see what happens. If it stays like this for the rest of it, we may have yet another show stealer here.
Unofficial timeout being called.
Rosie D. Rib hitter ringing her cowbell. We can hear it all the way from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Natasha, run you off. Look, I'm going to offer you a deal here. If your nerves are going to need a little bit of help here, we can always bring back the Voice of Virginia game that everybody seems to love so much in this tournament. Every time I say that, take a drink of water. I mean, this is a family show here. Or whatever you may happen to have near you. I'm not saying that Beard Zerker finished a bottle of Jack in a previous game. I'm just saying Beard Zerker finished a bottle of Jack in a previous game. That's all I'm saying.
Didn't y'all play last night?
Yes, we did. And right at the end, as the high fives were going around the track, I got 12 in by my sign-off.
Very nice.
I'm pretty sure Slam Poovy was people were calling her to make sure she was okay. Because she's the one where that all started last year.
Oh, she says, yes, please.
Do it. Then here we go. As the Voice of Virginia, I officially start the Voice of Virginia game.
And commence.
And now it's up to you to decide if that's already 2 or if we start from here.
Well, so far here in this game, we have seen a very good jamming game coming out of Virginia, but that seems to be what we should be expecting, judging by the other games that they've played so far here at Battle of the All-Stars.
Virginia very fortunate this year to have a team populated by players who can play all positions. And that's helping a lot. I mean, Raven Darkhold has not been used yet as a jammer, but believe me, watch her go. Speed Junkie, I've seen her teach classes on both positions. She's actually come over to Fredericksburg Roller Derby and helped guest coach a couple times. That's where I got to meet her for the first time. It's a very fortunate lineup, a much more mixed lineup of leagues that are not traditionally represented in the All-Stars, like Mother State. We're happy with it, and so far it looks like it's paying dividends.
I read somewhere that they do 4-hour endurance practices.
Yeah, usually there is...
and by somewhere, I mean the live chat on the stream a few games back.
Yeah, it's... all right, River Strong has ordered that was 2 drinks, by the way. And she gets the official Voice of Virginia stamp of approval on that. Oh, we're gonna have a ball, man. It's just getting started here.
This is gonna be a good night. I can feel it.
If
in my
only we
bones.
could play it right now, the call would just get weird. I don't even remember where I was after that. I'm just laughing too hard at River.
we were talking about your roster.
Yes. Mother State's legendary 4-hour practices, not only populated with a normal roller derby practice, but there's also usually an hour and a half, 2 hours from what I'm told, of CrossFit involved 2 or 3 times a week.
I think I would just keel over.
And
But speaking of not keeling over, jam number 9, your lead jammer, Freight Train.
looks like they like this matchup of Freight Train and Wolfbox.
Now Animal Lee called on a penalty, headed over to the bench, but the bench is already full of Texas skaters. She's sent back out onto the track to wait her turn as the pack speeding around a lap and a half already.
And it looks like Christian calling for Team Virginia to slow the pack down here. Wolf getting by. Things happened. I'm not sure. Do we have any? No penalties. That's good for everybody involved. Also, all of that action, no score.
Absolutely nothing. Animal Lee now reporting to the penalty box.
That's fine, Boo-Boo. Make sure that you are in there breaking some machines. Boo-Boo Boucher at home, listening to this in the gym as Styx comes out on the line. Oh, yeah. And Styx gets through.
On the jam line for Texas is Red Tide. She is forced to the outside and has to come back into turn 4. But Styx, with that footwork and all the spins that you could possibly count, breaking around the Texas 3-wall.
Styx, always a really good player, but, man, this last calendar year, she has just kicked it into overdrive.
Red Tide was able to complete that initial pass, but was not able to reach the pack before Styx calls the jam off.
We are at a 33-point difference here as Virginia is at 53, Texas at 20, 55 left in the first half. We're just getting started here.
Now, Animal Lee was released from the penalty box, so we are back to full power for both teams going into Jam 11.
In the chat room, they want to see the weird call. I'm pretty sure Kent, the politician, would have an issue with us doing that. Our head
He's not
announcer.
standing behind us.
No, not at all.
On the jam line for Texas this jam, it's going to be Bazooka.
And Nikki Towner gets through. She's going to be lead jammer.
Bazooka pushing those blockers all the way onto the backstretch into turn number 3, but not able to get around them quite yet. And there she does so at the end of turn number 3.
We saw 25 seconds bleed off the clock while we were awaiting one jammer to get through.
Nikki Towner calling the jam, able to squeeze out a single solitary point from jam 11.
That was great work. Peace Wars was able to stand tall, get the knockoff, drove her back slowly enough, forced her to call it off. Only 1 point. You will take that.
I couldn't tell if that was the crowd or the team or both screaming VA all day. I was kind of wondering, this crowd has seemed to really, really love themselves an underdog. So I was kind of wondering going into this game, who do you count as the underdog?
Yeah.
I mean, on paper, I think they're fairly evenly matched.
I can fully agree. Melissa, Eva, how many games are left? Just this one, and then it's the championship game at 8 o'clock Eastern. Be sure to hang around. Right now, it's Freight Train on the line for Texas and Country Jam on the line for Virginia.
The founder, Raven Darkhold, going to the penalty box. Miller being released. Country Jam called on a track cut. This will be a power jam and lead jam as the Freight Train leaves the station.
I can hear the people in Texas right now screaming Freight Train.
I can hear the people here in the arena screaming it. And
speaking of Freight Train, one of the Virginia blockers, I did not catch her name, offered that legal hitting zone, and she barreled through to prove her namesake. Now coming through on a second scoring pass. 10 points on the board here in Jam 12 for Freight Train.
You can hear the whistles blowing as the train's coming through town. Definitely an accident there with Freight Train and Betty. We have a low block called on somebody.
Freight Train was hit from behind, fell, and face planted into the back of another skater, and there were several whistles there. She was not certain if it was her. She exited the track and then came back onto the track, so either they retracted the penalty or it was not her. Either way, Freight Train back on the track, passing the blockers once more. 4 more points on the board for Texas.
New Jersey Knight in the chat room now. Was our broadcast colleague for the weekend. By the way, NJ, get better. And now that I've said something nice about you, no. No. I do not accept those rules. Not happening. I would like to make it through that party.
April. Okay, I am buying a plane ticket. I will be there.
You are more than invited, sir.
All right, we are under 12 and a half minutes left in the first half of the game, and Texas proving that they are not going to cash this one in.
No.
It is 35-54. Pandemonium Doll on the line for Texas.
That is River Styx Phoenix on the line for Team Virginia.
2 very fast, very jukey jammers on the line. And both of them fighting hard, but it's River Styx Phoenix coming out first. Pandemonium Doll still trying to break around those last couple blockers.
River Styx Phoenix getting back up to the line here of Texas, trying to push her way through this 4-wall. But the brace is strong with this team, and Ray Gun comes through. Pew Pew opens up a hole for River Styx to break on through.
Pandemonium Doll completes her initial pass on the heels of River Styx. The blockers were bracing for impact, but River Styx Phoenix calling off that jam.
5 points on the board to Virginia. 35-59, 10:57 left on the clock. Virginia in the lead.
It seems like there's been more of an adjustment to the blocking strategy in this game than there has been to the jamming strategy in this game, because we saw it there in the beginning, several pretty big jams, pretty significant jams, and then suddenly we got low-scoring jams, and it was low-scoring jam, low-scoring jam, low-scoring jam. But steadily they've been building up that score. Speaking of,
Freight Train has left the station. Going to yet another town to cause ruckus.
Wolf on the line for Virginia. She was able to complete that initial fast, and boy, is she fast.
Yeah, I hope that her face when she is speed racing translates through to you at home, because that is the face of intensity.
Freight Train knocked off the track on the backstretch there, was aware, and she saw Wolf coming in and called off the jam. So we're going to move on to jam number 15.
This will be Nikki Towner on the line for Virginia.
Bazooka wearing the star for Team Texas. And we are at 5-on-5 derby.
Pardon the inevitable pun here, but Bazooka all weekend having such a great explosive performance, and Team Virginia seems to have her number this time, so far at least.
Raven Darkhold up there trying to throw a wrench in the works of the Texas four-wall, trying to give an extra arm for Nikki Towner to pull her around, not able to do so. These Texas blockers recycling very quickly. Some impressive work coming out of Texas right there, but still Nikki Towner coming through on lead jammer.
Nikki Towner looking like she is fresh pair of legs, not winded in the slightest here. That legendary Mother State endurance showing itself right here.
She comes through for a 5-point grand slam as Bazooka still locked up, now completing her initial pass.
And we have 3 points on the board, I think, for Virginia there on that last pass. It's going to take it.
On the last pass, yeah.
Yeah.
8 total.
Still roughly a 30-point difference, which is kind of where it's staying now, which is no time to breathe for Virginia, because that is 2 jams at most gone.
Exactly. And it looks like there's a pizza party over at the penalty box. A micro-pack situation, 3-2-pack advantage for Texas. Freight Train using that to her advantage, picking up lead jammer.
Sticks very quickly through here, and we are now 2-on-2.
Looks like
2-on-1.
Looks like there was a pending penalty on a Virginia blocker as they are trading places, but the jam ends with one of those 3 blockers still standing. So Virginia is going to start jam number 17 with only a single blocker on the track.
That blocker will be Machete.
And Texas has 2 blockers on the penalty bench, so they're going to only have 2 blockers on the track.
We have an official review called by Christian. The jammers and blockers all assumed that was the whistle to start the jam, and stopped immediately. Looks like Miller is going to be taking the star here for the first time, I believe, in this game.
What an exciting matchup so far. Only 16 jams in, 67-39, 7:20 left on the period clock.
Hopefully, we will have a ref come over. You know what? You have been running around this whole time. Why don't you continue the call here? I'll go find out what the heck's going on.
Fine, I guess. Hey, wait, what am I supposed to talk about? Never mind. So let's give a quick shout out to our crew here in the house this weekend. Tournament head NSO Wendy Blessing, tournament head NSO apprentice Frau Blue. I'm gonna say it wrong. I'm just gonna stick with Frau. That's cool. Crew head NSO Aggie Battery, another crew head NSO Benoit, as well as chemical restraint down in Jersey. Mistress Grimm, Toxic Narcotic, Accidental Doll is one of our NSOs, and I'm going to run through this big, long NSO list real quick. That is Becken Hater, Bruise, Cupcake, Decrypt Keeper, Derby Sanchez, Dr. Brew, I own that. That's funny. I own that. Jill Sargent, Judge Dreads, Lady Amelia, Lightning Broad, Loki Doki, Lucille, Mara Cowbell, Midnight Justice, Ms. Hyde, Cynical, Slammerous, Southern Esquire, Stat in the Hat, Track Gremlin, Veronica Scars, and Woo Marine. all the NSOs in the house, as well as we have some NSO and referees. Dirk Shearer, Pinky and the Brawn, and Rulebooker. Thank you to all of you for everything that you do. Tournament head ref is Sam Refwell, and tournament co-head ref is Axis of Stevel. So we do have KVD approaching the table over here, and he will let us know what that official review was all about. What you got there, KVD?
So Christian was looking for a track cut to be called against the jammer for Texas for that last one. However, the ruling stays as she was deemed to never have crossed the line in the first place, so they will lose their official review for the half.
All right, so no call sticks, and we have an official review, or not official review, I'm sorry, an official timeout at the moment. So we will give them a little bit of time.
Yes, River is correct. Maleficent is now Sadie Masochist. We should add again, because that was her previous derby name. At least one of them. She's had a few from what I hear.
There's a few skaters that enjoy changing their name.
Yeah, like Lammy. Every tournament I have called with Lammy in it, was supposed to be the third or fourth one. She's had a totally different name involving the word Lammy.
So we are back to Jam 17, as we said. Only five skaters on the track. Wolf jamming for Virginia, your lead jammer. Red Tide jamming for Texas.
Here's a race I've been looking forward to all weekend with these two. Looks like it was a little bit of a change-up. Miller originally was on the line with Machete as the blocker, but they changed it up. Seems to be working here as Wolf gets 4 points on the board.
Red Tide all caught up in the pack. Looks like a track cut called on Red Tide. Wolf now on the power jam.
Wolf happy about that. 5 more on the board here.
And we now have almost... Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have a full complement of blockers for both teams on the track right now.
And the packs are racing because with a jammer like Wolf, I said it before, it's kind of what you have to do to stop her. You have to just be faster. Good luck.
Not an easy feat to achieve.
Yeah, no, God no.
Red Tide standing in the penalty box as we count down to Jam 18. And I can't quite see who the Virginia jammer is.
Looks like River Styx Phoenix. All in here as T.I., Machete, Ray Gun, and Lilu Dallas Multi-Smash are your blockers for Virginia.
Death by Chocolate and Anita Raya doing what they can to slow down River Styx. They slowed it down for about a minute. Well, I say a minute. I mean a few seconds.
Feels it's a derby minute.
A derby minute, yeah. But she's able to get around, picking up lead jammer. Now she's back around one more time for 5 points on the board. I'm sorry. No, it is 5 points.
Star Stash here from Red Tide. She's already passed her pivot, so it's looking like we're going to stay as a stash. Virginia well aware that she is the jammer, though. She does eventually get through. She's now eligible to score. Styx sees that, calls it down. All of that, 5 points.
Speaking of 5, we're just passing the 5-minute mark for the first half. And Dallas seems to be slowing down a little bit. They are about a game and a half in the last couple hours alone. So I can't fault them for that. I'd be passed out snoozing on the floor if it was me.
Yeah, you know, it was funny hearing Kent, the politician, on the call in-house the last game. It was 16 minutes left in the 16 minutes in on the first half with Texas, Maryland, as Freight Train gets out as lead jammer.
You can hear the crowd in here. Choo-choo!
And he throws out the stat that we're 16 minutes in for Texas and 144 minutes in for Maryland, and my mind exploded at how correct that was. Now we get to flip that in Texas here in their third half today.
Yeah, absolutely. Freight Train getting around for one grand slam and calling the jam. A 4-3 pack advantage for Texas here in Jam 20.
I think Nikki Towner on the line. I'm trying to see through Cahill's arm.
First time on the jam line this game is Jet for Texas.
Man, Nikki.
And she is pushing these blockers into turn number 2.
No, Jet is gone on an elbow. And Nikki Towner in Power Jam here trying to establish as lead jammer. Nikki Towner trying to get by with a little help from her friends. Texas so good at reforming in front of her. That is true. This just in from Kent, my right in forever, the politician. Jet was really good against New York before she left the game. That is insanely true.
That's entirely true. I was on the call for that game, and she jammed quite a bit, and she was performing on that track. I'm kind of surprised to see them throwing her on the jammer rotation so late in the first half, but maybe that's just what they were waiting for.
I mean, here we have a 41-ish point game, or just I can't math. It is day 4. It is 39 or 41. It's one of the two. Jet getting a hit here from Nikki Towner. Nikki Towner going to be going to the penalty box on a forearm.
That was an impressive pass, a backwards one skate pass on the inside. I don't even know how that's possible.
And Machete through 4 points.
Jet back on the track with that next scoring pass. 5 points on the board for Texas. A big hit from Peace War.
Looks like a little bit of smiles trade with Machete and Peace War as both of them recognize a beautiful hit.
I think we just saw the solution to the unstoppable force, immovable object question.
What, Peace War?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I don't think she moved. I don't think she even flinched anything.
Let's see. Sadie Masochist T.I. That's, I believe, the big Bangarang and Lilu Dallas Multi-Smash taking the lineup here to block for River Styx Phoenix.
RPM from Dallas says that I mixed up Dallas and Texas again. That's her drinking game. Anytime I say Dallas instead of Texas. But right now, not from Dallas, from Texas, it's Freight Train on the line, and she is your lead jammer. And the Texas blockers doing what they can to slow down River Styx Phoenix. A little bit more effective than they have been in the last few jams that she's been out wearing the star.
Oh, Freight Train through. That's going to be 5 in the sky, a grand slam.
Less than a minute remains on the period clock as Freight Train doing what she can to offset this 29-point lead that Virginia has.
So considering that her wall is doing a good job here, that is going to be the big Bangarang, by the way, taking the star there.
Freight Train coming through for 4 more, ending the jam.
So if you're Texas, do you throw up a timeout or call just an official review to stop the clock, or do you let this one go to halftime and try to relax, recuperate for a second?
I guess we will see what Germinator does.
1-0 halftime. 69-94 in Virginia's favor. This is the kind of game we were hoping to see. You and I called it off air yesterday that we were expecting the two of us to be here for this game.
Really hoping for it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not just because we love to call together, just because we wanted to see our two respective teams fight it out.
Well, and I think that it's because we know these rosters. You know, I know the Texas roster pretty well. You know the Virginia roster pretty well. And we could tell that these two teams would be pretty evenly matched on the floor. And I think we're seeing that exactly. I mean, we're definitely seeing Texas a little bit sluggish coming off the game against I am totally losing it there. Maryland, sorry.
Yes.
So, yeah, you can tell they're a bit tired, but they're still out there. They're still in the fight.
Is this like the Oscars? Are we getting played off on our own stream?
I think so.
Well, I am going to have to agree with Gene Rottenberry. That's Miss Hoffman there. Yes, go VA.
Go Texas.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there we go. We will be back momentarily. Stick around. This is getting good and getting going.
We will see y'all here in just a little bit for the second half of Team Texas taking on Team Virginia in what, about 12 minutes.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Texas taking on Virginia, and what a first half we had. It is 94-69. What do you think of this so far, KVD?
Oh, your God. That's the only way to put it. I have no idea what to expect out of the rest of this game. It is so close. At times so fast, at times slow, at times high scoring, at times low scoring. Like, it's everything you want out of any game all wrapped up into one.
Yeah, usually what I see is that, roller derby, it comes down to a game of control. Who's getting lead jammer, who is controlling the pack, and usually that team is the one in the lead. But from what we've been seeing, there's actually been much more of a lack of control.
Yeah.
A lot of these jammers breaking through the lines, but that's not to say that the blockers aren't doing a phenomenal job. The jammers are doing really well. And
Absolutely.
so this game, to me, at least, it seems more of a points game.
Yeah, I mean, in the weekend that we've had 300-plus scores going on, a 94-69 spread is a massive credit to the blocking core. We do have, it looks like, as far as penalties to watch out for, Team Virginia's got a smattering of people with 2, nobody with more than that. The 2 here, DeBella DeBall with 3, Jet with 4, which might explain why Jet hasn't been in the jammer rotation as much, because she's not in danger yet, but 2 more is going to put her there.
Yeah, definitely. But we will see if they put her out on the jam line more often. And sure enough, jam number 1, we've got Jet on the line for Texas.
I mean, you got to roll the dice right now, right? I mean, it is literally all or nothing at this point. It is going to be somebody. I assure you, somebody for Virginia is jamming. That's the most I can tell you at the moment.
Someone is.
I'm guessing.
And it ain't me.
No, it's definitely not me either. Thank you, by the way, for the doing a great job comment there during halftime.
Thank you, Dominatia.
And, Wolfbox is going to be wearing the star for Virginia as this contest gets going again. It is the second and final half of the third-place game.
And there is a 4-3 pack advantage for Texas in jam number 1.
This is your 1 seed in Texas and your 6 seed Virginia as Wolfbox breaks through.
Jet goes down to the inside of turn number 1. Meanwhile, Wolf all the way back around the track. She is very fast.
It's really weird here. Like, there was a moment where she was going so fast, there was a bit of an optical illusion. Her quads looked like inlines for a moment. I have no idea what's going on.
Jet using that power she's got in her legs to push those Virginia blockers all the way back into turn 3. She breaks through on the initial pass. Wolf coming through and calling off the jam.
Smart move on Wolf's part there. It's a 5 points. Get it, hold it. Move it as far as you can. It's only a 30-point spread. That can be evaporated like that.
Yeah, like we said, this is going to be a points game. That's what it's all about. Getting out there, getting those passes in, even if it's just a quick 4 points and calling it off.
Yeah,
that's really what it's going to come down to in the end.
Country Jam from the River City Roller Girls going up against Freight Train, who gets through.
Freight Train almost falling backwards off the line, but she sticks those toe stops down and keeps moving forward, picking up lead jammer.
Machete going to the penalty box here. She'll be joining T.I. and Country Jam. This is a power jam for Freight Train.
Freight Train already making a completely uncontested pass for 5 points. There's a second one right there, 10 points so far in jam 2.
Miller and Revenge of the Nerd being rejoined hopefully here by T.I. trying to reform the wall here as Freight Train barrels through. T.I. tenaciously holding on, holds her for about 20 feet, but we get another 4 points in the sky. As there was a no pass, no penalty, at least, with T.I.
Correct. Freight Train going to keep things rolling here, not calling the jam quite yet. She gets knocked to the inside, coming back in between turns 1 and 2.
Freight Train slowing down a little bit. Machete with a star pass. She's now your jammer of record for Virginia. Machete.
Freight Train hitting the pack one more time and calling the jam. She nets 3 more points out of that. A big 17-point jam out of Texas and Freight Train. That brings us to 86-99 with only 13 points dividing these two teams. What was it that you just said?
Just said that 30 points was all that separated them, and that could be gone like that going into the half. We were talking about it. 2 jams is all it would take, and
there was one.
Yeah, Texas looking to have this as number 2. I believe that's Bazooka against River Styx Phoenix.
That is Bazooka. Some great recycling coming out of Texas as Bam Bam blocker, and that is Animal Lee recycle around. Now she's chest to chest with Anita Riot, and she makes the pass, picking up Lee Jammer.
So I finally figured out why Texas is wearing blue. They're made up of entirely night crawlers. They bamfed right in front of River. She didn't even see it coming. Nobody saw it coming.
Yeah, she thought she was free. She had that outside line, and she came around to meet 3 Texas blockers.
Man, 4 points on the board, crossing the century mark here in the second half. That's how long it took. 103-86. Styx is happy to get those points, hit it, and quit it.
17 points dividing these two teams going into Jam 4. And a very quick game. Not very many timeouts. Only one timeout called by Texas. That was early on in the first half. No official reviews. Or no, I'm sorry, we had one official review in the first half. I'm sorry.
But even that was fairly quick.
Right now it's Freight Train back on the line. She's already in between turns 1 and 2, I'm sorry. And she pushes it all the way until it was out of play. And that is 2 penalties to 2 separate blockers on Virginia. Freight Train is your lead jammer as she approaches the pack in turn 2 now. I'm sorry.
Here we go for a momentum shift power jam for Freight Train. Nikki Towner serving a penalty alongside Sadie Masochist and T.I.
Are we about to see that second jam? That might be happening as Freight Train now on the power jam. Emptied, all 10 skaters back on the track as Freight Train comes around looking to pick up some more for Texas. 2 points divide these teams.
So going into this, we were at a 30-point game. We are now at a 2-point game because Team Virginia cannot possibly give me a bout without giving me a heart attack to go along with it.
Freight Train was forced to the outside just behind the jam line. She ends up calling it off, and she nets 2 more points. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie game at 103 with less than 25 minutes left in the second half. If you are not standing up at home watching this on your TV, then you have got to be passed out asleep.
Oh, man, it looks like we had a little bit of audio issue there. Sorry about that. Looks like we are back up.
Is it back to normal? It's not this. That was.
We're back, folks. Oh man, Red Tide knocked out by Raven Darkhold of Charm and Machete of Charlottesville.
Like we were talking about earlier, it looks like we're getting more changes to the blocking than we are to the jamming. As in this jam, it seems that those Texas blockers just have Wolf's number, and to the point where she passes the star, and that is a successful star pass. I did not catch the name of the current jammer now for Virginia.
It was Machete with after a star pass. That one gets called off, a double goose egg. We're still tied.
What an exciting second half.
Yeah, man, you got to love the look on Wolf's face as she got that hit, recycled back. She was so proud of herself.
All right, 1 Virginia blocker sits in the penalty box, and that is Miller. So it's a 4-3 pack advantage for Texas going into Jam 6.
Freight Train and River Styx Phoenix, a matchup we're used to seeing so far in this contest.
Jammers going inside and outside and inside, and right out, coming out first is Freight Train right behind her, River Styx Phoenix.
That's Lapper Faster getting called on a multiplayer block.
Freight Train not up for the foot race, calls the jam. It's still goose eggs, still tied at 103, going to jam 7.
Dear God, fans. Wow. Wow, what about us?
Wow is just about the only word that I can think of right now.
Yeah.
Bazooka on the line for Texas, and I believe that's Wolf for Virginia.
Oh, yeah. Wolf ready to go. She was looking to find a line up the middle underneath the players there for a moment.
Wolf thought she had it out, but Peace War was there to meet her, knocking her back down. That gives Bazooka the chance to get out front. She picks up lead jammer. Now it's a foot race back to the pack in turn 2.
Oh, Bazooka forced to call that one off. No, she tries to, but called Power Jam in favor of Wolfbox.
What a change of pace right there. Texas thought they had it called off. That is a 5-point scoring pass for Virginia.
Virginia taking back the lead there. But we're going to say barely. This is everything still on the line here in this third place game. 5 more points. Now a 10-point game. We saw 30 evaporate in 3 jams. Virginia's going to need more.
Bazooka standing in the penalty box. No lead jammer in this jam. We will go the full 2 minutes.
Another 5 in the sky for Wolfbox.
Well, Michael, I hope this feed is killing you in a good way. We are moving on. Bazooka back on the track. Peace War still in the box, so pack advantage right now for Virginia. Bazooka almost breaking through. Miller, I'm sorry. And
Just
Guillotine Grace has Wolf's number at the moment. And bam, right there, a big hit from DeBella DeBall, taking Wolf down to the inside. Bazooka breaking through for 4 points.
The first 4 that she's had so far, despite all that effort. Man, that's a Bazooka's had a great showing here this weekend here at Battle of the All-Stars.
Both jammers knocked out, the entire pack moving all the way back. We're going to put some backwards derby going here as they move all the way into turn 4 for the jammers to get back onto the track.
It looks like we're going in and out on the Wi-Fi. Sorry there, ladies and gentlemen. Wolfbox gets through another 5 points. Crowd going crazy.
Well, I apologize if y'all are having difficulty getting the feed. Our upload speeds are holding steady. Our stream health is still in the green. You might want to try refreshing to see if that brings it back up for you. I did just double check. I'm double checking it right now. It still looks like we're feeding through strong, but I will keep an eye on it for you.
And look at that view count there. It was 176 just a moment ago before we get a couple refreshes.
And I really hope there's 176 people standing at home watching this game. Very exciting.
Yeah, right, like those things, NJ.
All right, jam number 7 that just happened. Very high-scoring jam. 20 points for Virginia, 6 points for Texas. It's 123 to 109. But as we've already previously discussed, that's not much.
No, not at all. Mr. Rottweiler joining the chat there. Randy, glad to hear it's fine for someone. When we get back, we'll have the matchup of River, Styx, Phoenix, and
Freight Train.
Oh yeah.
I better hear y'all yelling some Freight Train back at home.
Even my dogs are standing.
All right, the whistle hits jam number 8 on its way. Freight Train out front, picking up lead jammer.
Much needed lead jam here for Tejas.
And that is a penalty. I could not.
No.
Not a penalty.
Wait.
I am very confused by that. It looked like the ref waved River Styx Phoenix back onto the track, but then there was a track cut called. I am completely confused on that one. But what I'm not confused about right now is what Freight Train is doing, and that is being Freight Train.
You know, I'll give Styx credit. She didn't argue. She just immediately went to the box, trusting that if something went screwy, that her coach has got her back.
I mean, it's possible there was that the OPR and the jam ref needed to communicate for a moment and that the jam ref was a bit confused on the matter. I don't know. I'm just an announcer.
Yeah, no, there is a reason I don't wear stripes. I do not want to have to try to interpret this rule set.
Ladies and gentlemen, right there, that last scoring pass, that last grand slam out of Freight Train. That's going to be our lead change right there as Texas overtakes Virginia 124 to 123. And jam number 8 still going on right now. River 6 Phoenix all locked up with Peace War and Jet in turn number 2. Freight Train locked up in turn number 1.
Sticks should be getting by here in a moment. No pass, no penalty, it looks like on that one, I would imagine. Or at least just finally getting past the bridge point.
Freight Train calling that jam. One more point awarded to Texas for that final partial pass there. And so it is 125 to 123.
2-point game.
This is everything that I could have ever imagined and more.
Amen to that.
What a game for third place.
Yeah, can you imagine what we're about to get? If this is third place at this tournament, imagine what first place is going to bring next.
Yeah, y'all need to hang on for that game.
And Wolfbox is through.
Pandemonium Doll almost had it on it.
Okay, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like Pandemonium Doll was awarded lead jammer because it looked like she came out front. I didn't hear the whistle. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. But I believe, was that Wolf? I think it was Wolf. That jam happened so fast.
Yeah, no, you can't blame Panda for calling that off immediately. Just nope. I'm going to nope right out of this one. As it looks like Wolf is back on the line. Not satisfied now that she has finally tasted human flesh. She is hungry.
And back on the line for Texas. That's right, it's Freight Train.
2-point game, 125, 123, 16:50 left on the clock.
Freight Train with that impressive footwork there in turn number 1. She never ceases to amaze me.
Oh, absolutely. Here, Texas in the lead, looking to throw up some more points, and she's definitely going to as Freight Train gets around. That's going to be 5-point grand slam for the Freight Train.
Looks like a successful star pass on the Virginia side.
That'll be the big bangarang.
There we are. Freight Train coming through for another 4. Calling off the jam before Big Bangarang can pick up any points for Virginia.
So we have an 11-point lead here, and as we've seen before, 11 points can evaporate in one jam. Oh, my God, yes. Oh, River, I would absolutely say she's hungry like the wolf.
I was about to point that out to you. I'm so glad you saw
River
it.
Strong, this is why we're friends.
And I believe we have a team timeout called by Virginia. They are definitely having a conversation out there. They are needing and wanting to stem the bloodletting that Texas is putting on them using the talents of skaters like Guillotine Grace, Freight Train, Pandemonium Doll. I mean, all of them have been all over the place. I mean, I can't tell you how many names I've said this game.
Yeah, oh, my God. We're sitting here with, when we come back at the 16:09 is where the clock is frozen. We've got, Virginia will still have 2 timeouts and an official review, which Christian has proven to be deadly with. Texas,
yes, very good
1.
with those official reviews. Somebody in chat earlier said that they believe that he averaged 6 official reviews a game.
Yeah, that's about right, especially this weekend. Texas still has their official review. They still have a timeout. There's still more than enough time to pace those.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's Bazooka on the line here. Yep, and it's Miller on the line for Virginia.
Miller has had a slower paced game this game than we've seen from her so far this weekend, and looking to get out there and show everybody that she can still pull lead jammer just like that. Just because she's sitting back and executing on the blocker line doesn't mean she isn't deadly with a star.
Bazooka with those powerful legs pushing Raven Darkhold into turn number 2. A little help from Anita Riot, but Miller slides through the inside to pick up lead jammer. Now the jammers are caught back up to the pack, and it's Miller calling it off.
Miller happy to get 3 points there. It's going to take the score 134 to 126, still in Texas's favor. 15:20 left in this game.
In this game, it is all about the points. We said it earlier, and 3 points will matter.
And it's going to be I believe this is the, once again, matchup of River Styx, Phoenix, and the Freight Train. That's fun to say.
It is fun to say. All right, the penalty bench is clear. All 80 wheels on the track, and a bit of a slow start for Jam 12.
Right as that is said, it started to speed back up.
Freight Train all got completely locked up behind the blockers there, but she finds her way around. Raven Darkhold coming around with a hit, trying to take Freight Train out, but that's not easy to do even for somebody as talented as Raven Darkhold. Freight Train holds on, picking up lead jammer, and she's back around, picking up some points.
Death by Chocolate sitting in the box. I did not see what that was for. I was actually just kind of more floored to see Death by Chocolate go into the box after a really clean game so far.
So Freight Train says she's happy with 4 points out of Jam 12, ends it, so it's 138 to 126.
12-point game, 14 minutes left.
Man, KVD, I could not be happier right now.
Yeah.
This game.
Yeah, I know it. I mean, this is what dreams are made of as announcers. This is the kind of game you want to call. Of course, the fan in me is wishing I could be out there cheering on everybody out there. There's so much amazing happening as Wolfbox trying to get through, but no. Guillotine throws it. Track cut on Wolfbox.
That is going to put Red Tide on the power jam. He is. I can't even talk anymore. I'm so excited. She is now your lead jammer.
Red Tide is rolling through here. Gets right around Big Bangerang baseball slide into second base. She's safe. Unfortunately, not the right sport. Clockwise block called on somebody with a 0. Yes. It's a Bullet Sucker, I believe, if I am right on that one.
And Red Tide, 5 points on the board as Wolf coming back onto the track. A big hit on Red Tide as these Texas blockers trying to keep up with. It seems like she is down over there in turn number 2, but she doesn't seem to be injured.
No. There was a little bit of a 3-car pile up there.
Yeah, one skater went down, and it was a little bit of a domino effect, it seemed.
Yeah, no, Wolf playing for Philly, also playing for Team Virginia. She's used to that kind of traffic. It's fine.
But that does look like a penalty called on the Virginia jammer.
Christian throwing the O. I'm assuming it's Christian throwing, yeah. Christian not looking happy, of course. He's so stoic. He never looks happy.
We will see what is going on there. What an exciting jam that one was.
Yeah.
There were several really big hits that we just did not even have time to call as they were happening in turns 1 and 2 as Wolf was coming back onto the track. Red Tide was coming through for a second scoring pass. It looked like she took a shoulder to the jaw at one point. And then Wolf came through, tucked around some of the Texas blockers. They recycled around in front of her, and then bam, three-car pileup.
Yeah, that was. Thankfully, everybody was okay on that one. Looks.
Yes. The OPR did signal it, and the jam ref did not call it. Basically, I'm sorry. We're talking about the live feed for those of you who cannot see it. Somebody pointed out that the outside pack ref signaled a track cut on Red Tide to the jam ref for the Texas jammer. I mean, I'm not an official, but from what I saw, she was knocked out by the 2 Virginia blockers who were on the track at the time, and she recycled back. It was a bit close right here in turn 1, but from my angle, she came in just behind those blockers as they were trying to pull her back, but they were met with the back of the Texas 3-wall.
Right.
It seemed clean to me, but maybe that's what they're discussing. We'll find out here shortly.
Yeah, you know what? Let me go hop out there and see what's going on.
That sounds great, Mr. KVD. And I am going to tell all you lovely folks, all 184 of you, thank you for joining us, by the way. Off-track correspondent River Strong, thank you. I love all y'all's feedback. It's very fun. Okay, so our sponsors for Battle of the All-Stars 4 here in Hatfield, Pennsylvania at Inline 309, our wonderful hosts. It was 187 killer pads, as well as Roller Derby Elite, Bont skates, CCU mouth guards, Moda skates, S1 helmets, Atom wheels, Derby famous armbands, as well as Juice wheels. A big shout out to the organizers, PA All-Stars, and our host league, Bucksmont Derby Dolls. They have been taking care of us. I said this earlier, but I'm just here volunteering. We're having a wonderful weekend, but today alone, I got not only pizza, but I also got tacos. And if you guys know me at all, y'all know that my significant other is pizza. I'm dating pizza. It's true, y'all. Adam Baum, telling it how it is. Let's double check on this live feed here. Some interesting input if y'all feel like tuning into the live feed. We're just waiting on KVD to get back, but right now, Jam 14 kicking off. And that's going to be Freight Train on the line for Texas, as Wolf still sitting in the penalty box. So offensive work coming out of the Texas blockers right now, trying to get Freight Train through. And we will cover that official review here in just a moment. Freight Train picking up lead jammer on the backstretch. And she is letting it ride as she can see Wolf standing in the penalty box.
Big bangerang being sent to the penalty box. She'll be trading out there.
The Texas 4 wall bracing for impact as Wolf taking off the star with a successful star pass.
To Machete.
Thank you, thank you. I could not see that skater's name, but Freight Train, 5 points on the board, coming around for a second scoring pass. She has taken down blockers left and right. She's up against Raven Darkhold right now. And Wolf, she breaks through for 4 points.
How? How does Texas still have any energy after the hard game they already fought?
2 hard-fought battles, and they're still rolling. Like I said,
just
if it was me, I'd be a drooling mess on the floor by now.
I mean, nothing but love to both of these teams for the intensity that we're still seeing.
Oh, Andrea D says, all of Sodell is watching together, so there's more than 187 people because there's 19 people watching on their feed.
Oh, yeah.
Well, y'all enjoy. We are glad to have you. Right now, Jam 14 finishing up. 17 points out of Freight Train. I'm over to KVD. What happened on that official review?
So they were looking to try to get the low block from that 3-car pileup removed from from Wolfbox. Obviously, that was denied. The call on the track stood, and Virginia lost their official review.
A rarity.
Yeah.
A rarity.
So Sodell's watching together. You say all of it. In that case, Gorley Girl, I can't remember now because of how tournaments go, if it was yesterday or today, but just had a birthday. Happy birthday to you, Gorley.
All right, back to the action. Jam 15 underway. River Styx Phoenix wearing the star for Virginia, trying to break around Bam Bam Blocker. She does so. Jet trying to keep up with her, not able to do so. Bazooka on the line for Texas. All 10 skaters on the track.
And here in our darkest hour, the Order of the Phoenix has been called, and they are coming out in force as River Styx Phoenix makes it around the outside of the first apex. 4 points on the board. Did that make your Death Eater heart hurt? What?
Illegal procedure called on Bazooka for the star pass, so she remains the jammer. She is in the penalty box. River Styx Phoenix on the power jam. And Jet rejoins the pack as a blocker. And they are locking River Styx up in turn number 3. And now turn number 4. That's Guillotine, Grace, and Bam Bam Blocker. Looks like DBC joining them to try to slow down River Styx Phoenix. Jet recycling around. Bazooka back on the track, putting the star back on her helmet. And she still has to make her initial pass.
Styx got a little bit of time here to try to throw up another couple points here.
These 4 blockers on right here at the pivot line, taking Styx down. Styx looks exhausted. She looks up at Death by Chocolate,
Yeah.
said, "I had enough of this."
Yeah, no more. I need to sit for a moment. So, quick question here. Tori, please give me the Derby name. I am horrible sometimes at connecting Derby names and real names. You say you played for Team Virginia before, you live in Texas now. I can understand being hit in the feels on this game.
Oh, that is a rough one right there.
River Strong, you're welcome.
I thought trying to maintain my composure on the mic.
Oh, Rackus, we were just talking about you yesterday. I hope everything is going great out there, and I expect you here on Team Texas next year. Expect it. You heard it here, folks. Arrakis will be here next year.
I wonder where at in Texas. I'm from Texas.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tori, but I believe Houston is the team you play for, I think.
Excellent.
In the chat room, we have people recognizing now that Arrakis has joined the conversation.
So we have an official review called by Texas. And the officials are deliberating that currently.
Yes. Good.
Well, Team Texas, I can't speak for the team, but since I'm from Texas and I'm representing Texas on the mic here at Battle of the All-Stars, I would love to see you wearing the navy blue jersey.
I'm telling you right now, Arrakis, I have followed her career for a couple years now. Got to meet her when she came to play, at the time, 540 roller girls, now Fredericksburg roller derby, and clear and away, just somebody that you could not take your eye off of when she was out on the track. Texas would be remiss to not at least put her in the conversation for this all-star team for next year.
Whew, what a game. I need a breather.
Yeah. I definitely can understand that. I mean, I'm out of breath. I'm not even the one on the skates. 164, 135 as we're frozen here at 8:36. Texas still in the lead.
Well, I'm going to run out real quick because it looks like they're just about done. I'll just get the synopsis real quick.
Go for it. I will stay here. Bwahaha. And I make the Death Eater reference, by the way, on Adam. I'm going to force him to show his tattoo. I told him that reference was coming. Hey, look, Arrakis, I only speak the truth. It is the absolute God's honest truth. You were missed this year on Team Virginia by Team Virginia and everybody else here. And Adam looks like he was able to find out. By the way, Adam Baum, if you're not familiar with what's been going on this weekend, kind of bailed us out on all of the issues we were having with the stream once he arrived. He's now our super producer and has been working literally every bout, so make sure to give this guy some love sitting next to me. What do we got going on? What? Yeah, no, see.
Wait, what are we talking about?
I may have been telling the audience how awesome you are this weekend.
Oh, you are so sweet, KVD. All right, we will get to that official review here in just a moment. But right now, Jam 16 is going on with Freight Train wearing the star for Texas. How did she just stay in bounds?
I have no idea. She actually bent time and space around her.
Well, Freight Train, your lead jammer.
Oh! Another slide out in the first apex, sent back to almost the champ unkind pivot line by Machete.
Well, Freight Train able to squeeze out 2 points from that jam. Okay, so Texas was calling an official review, looking to upgrade a current penalty. It was a forearm call that was actually, it ended up being an elbow call. At least is what I was told. And they were wanting to have that upgraded to an egregious.
Okay.
And the ref said it wasn't that hardcore. So the current penalty, as it were, would stand, and they lost their review, and we are moving on to Jam 17.
7:25 left on the clock here, and everything just happened. Literally everything ever.
Pandemonium Doll once again proving why she's on this team, right through the inside line, literally bent all the way over and spun in place to avoid the blocker, staying inbounds to pick up lead. She's already come around once for 5 points, and now she's doing it again, calling off the jam. And it looks like 2, possibly 3. 3 points out of that pass, 8 points out of Pandemonium Doll there in Jam 17.
174 to 135. Texas has taken some momentum here. The question is, can they keep the gas in the tank for another 6.5 minutes? That is a tall order for a tall state.
That is a 39-point lead. Y'all can let me know in the live chat if my math is off. I don't math well. I know do numbers well. Right now it's Wolf taking on Freight Train. Wolf almost getting out.
Freight Train on the outside of the back straightaway gets lead jammer hot on her heels as Wolfbox.
And those blockers are trading hits back there on turn number 3.
Looks like the pack was starting to speed up. Christian telling Virginia to slow the pack down. Forced the call off. Goose eggs all around. Still 3 timeouts to be thrown out here. 2 from Virginia, 1 from Texas that can be used.
Right there was a very good example of what I was talking about earlier, where roller derby being about a game of control. Freight Train had that control, and she decided that this 39-point lead was not worth it in a foot race against the other jammer.
Yeah.
So she called it off. No points awarded in that jam because they currently have the lead.
River Sticks Phoenix coming out for Virginia. She's gone. She's lead jammer.
Alley-oops wearing the star for Team Texas. She's forced to the outside.
Alley-oops first time jamming this contest. She was jamming last contest. Alley-oops trying to stay up on the toe stops. She does ultimately fall right next to Sadie Mass.